This is the true story of 7 musicians.
We had a lot of fun, but for some reason every 10, 11 years, man, I don't know.
It's like a marriage. It's like a marriage.
Picked to play in one of the greatest rock and roll bands of all time.
Van Halen, Robin.
All right.
This is what happens when the music stops.
This is the reason I think you guys broke up. Seriously, and then we'll get off this topic. David smoked too much pot, and Sammy didn't smoke enough pot.
They go on the Howard Stern show.
When I hear you interviewing other people, I like you. When you're talking about me, I want to kill you.
Yeah, right.
And start getting to the truth.
I heard Eddie clean David's clock.
If he was lucky, he was wearing Depends.
Seriously, have you ever seen David Lee or Sammy naked?
Well, like you said, we go to the shower, and so what?
But you've never seen Gary naked yet.
Now that a year has passed with the whole, Dave and Sammy thing, is there any chance ever again in the future that you would work with Dave?
No.
From deep inside the Stern Show vault, it's an uncensored history of Van Halen.
Well, Sammy is a mindless little bridge troll drone. He talks a good game, though. Dave is really, that's his forte.
Eddie, you knew you were a guitar virtuoso at an early age?
The hell's a genius?
You know what I mean.
Are you a genius?
Yeah, of course. It's just a fart humor.
From Roth.
So, Howard, what is this crap about I should never have left Van Halen?
To Hagar.
What was it like when they tapped you to be in Van Halen? Wasn't that cool?
Oh, it was great. But you know what? Honest to God, Howard, I didn't want to do it.
To Roth.
Sammy Hagar is out of Van Halen.
Who would have predicted that David Lee Roth would be back in Van Halen?
To Sharon.
Gary, how does it feel to be the new lead singer? It's got to be exciting, right?
Yeah, it's exciting.
It is exciting.
To Hagar.
They could not work with David.
Right.
I knew it.
You knew it would be
I've been
slow.
in that band for 11 years. These guys hated him.
And back to Roth.
You're never going to do a reunion with him, are you?
I'm open to anything is the thing.
I have a 2-word plan, Howard.
What is it?
Let's go.
Howard 101 presents the whole truth. The Howard Stern Van Halen special. Starting right now.
There's only one dynasty that can ever happen for a given team.
They are great songs.
You can't replace that kaboom just with impunity there.
What are you waiting for?
Van Halen. I don't know if I told this audience about David Lee Roth or not.
No, you didn't.
I spent about 2 days on a floor with Van Halen. We shared the same floor in a hotel, and David Lee Roth had the room next door to mine. And it was a pretty intense 2 days.
Yeah.
I'm going to sound like a real square when I tell you about this, but I might as well talk about it.
You might as well let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, it's no big deal, but I guess most people would give their eye teeth to spend 2 days in a hotel with Van Halen.
Yeah.
I had just gotten to Detroit, and I was a morning disc jockey there, and I was like freaking out because this was a pretty big deal for me. Here I'd gone from Hartford, which is a farm country, to Detroit, which is a major city. It's
Right.
the 5th largest radio market. I was a virtual overnight success, Robin, and of course, geniuses like that, you just get discovered all of a sudden.
That's right.
No, but to be serious, so the station put me up in a really nice hotel in Detroit, and Van Halen came to town, and I guess they put all show business people on the same floor thinking that they're all rowdy and could party together.
Yeah.
So I couldn't give a damn about David Lee Roth or Eddie Van Halen or any of those guys. I mean, I think they're fine musicians and everything, and they're pretty cool, but like I needed to get sleep because I was having a nervous breakdown going to Detroit. I mean, imagine some guy coming out of Hartford right into Detroit.
The pressure, yes.
Yeah, the pressure was pretty intense. And I had to get up at 4 a.m. So those idiots were playing Cobo Arena, and they would get done with the concert, and then they would just come over to the hotel, and they bring literally like 60, 70 girls with them, and like all of their entourage, and I mean the best-looking women in the country, would be running through the halls, banging on the doors, and all the girls would be on Quaaludes and be drunk and stuff, and they'd be real rowdy and literally vomiting all over the halls.
Attractive girls, yeah.
I mean, anything you imagined about Van Halen is true. I mean, these guys party pretty heavy. David Lee Roth is prancing around the halls, wrapped in a towel and nothing else on, and his hair's all wet, and he's got literally like 2 girls blow drying his hair, just following him around, blow drying his hair. because his door was open. I'd walk by. And the thing that got me mad was they didn't turn me on to like one girl. I opened up my door twice and said I was part of the entourage. I said I was with Van Halen, and none of the girls went for it. None of them.
Gee whiz.
They knew they could like see through me, you know? They demanded to see my ID card to see if I really was with Van Halen.
Yeah.
But I was right next door to David Lee Roth, and I'm talking about banging on the walls at night till like 4 or 5 in the morning, and I had to get up at 5 in the morning. So it was like...
Did you ever call and complain? Did you talk to David?
Oh, forget it, man. I passed them like 2 times in the halls, and those guys were just pretty like into their whole entourage thing.
Yeah.
Not even like they were high or anything. I mean, I don't know if they were high or not, but they were into their whole entourage thing. Like, you couldn't even get near them. Even in the halls, like, they'd have like 5 or 6 people around them.
Yeah.
Like, they don't unwind. It's kind of like me here. I always have 5 or 6 people around me.
Yeah.
But even in their off time, I mean, when they're just partying.
Well, still, they're on tour, you know, and at home, I'm sure that they get rid of those people.
And, so it was, you know, it was pretty weird. They were really disrespectful young men.
Oh.
No wonder I haven't told you that story. It sucks. Nothing really happens.
Well, wasn't that exciting, folks?
Yeah. I just sat there while those guys, partied. More or less.
I mean, you didn't.
And by the way,
they didn't talk to you at all. I mean, you're right next door to the guy. You didn't get to say a thing to him.
No, we didn't talk to each other. He didn't want to talk to a geek like me. The thing was, I mean, basically, it was a jealousy thing. I mean, this guy was literally having like 900 women at his feet. At his feet. There were women dressed up. At the time, there was a song they did about silk stockings. I like the black line in your silk stockings. Every woman was wearing black lines in their silk stockings. You know, the kind with the seams?
Right, the seams,
Just to impress David Lee Roth. He's into it, man. And every woman was wearing that. And every woman was throwing herself at him.
Oh.
And the thing is, you guys are thinking, gee, Stern's not too cool, because if I had been on that hotel floor, I would have been getting all that Magambo from those girls, and I would have been partying with David Lee Roth. It doesn't work like that. All you get to hear is noise till 4 or 5 in the morning. You don't get anything, man. They make sure you keep your distance. That's what got me mad, Robin. Who am I, some
they
geek?
They wouldn't share with you. They kept their toys to themselves.
4 of the biggest rat bastards you ever saw in your life is those Van Halen guys. They don't share nothing with you. No girls, no guys, no
they're
food.
Greedy.
Yeah. Everything. They didn't even offer me drugs.
Yeah.
Not that I would have taken them, of course, because I'm very anti-drug.
But they could have offered. I mean, it's only right.
Yeah, I mean, I could have maybe gone out and sold them to school children in Detroit.
Oh, please.
February 1986.
Hey, do you know that I didn't even know this.
What?
But that Van Halen record came out with Sammy Hagar?
No!
Yeah. It came out yesterday when we got off the air. Do we have it in here?
Oh, yeah. Let's preview this. I wanted to hear this.
It's real bad, though, to be honest with you.
What did I tell you, Howard? Remember way back when they were trying to decide who should be the new lead singer?
Yeah.
I told you Sammy Hagar wouldn't work out.
Ron Reagan Jr. would be pretty good at it.
What, you got a nose problem today?
Yeah, I did some coke last night, and I'm pretty messed up. I'm trying to, I'm doing pretty good financially. I figure I should have a coke problem.
Oh, God. Yeah, but you're not supposed to snort the soda, Howard. You're supposed to snort this white powder they call Coke.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm so out of it.
Was it old Coke or new Coke?
Old-fashioned Coke. I'm 33 years old. I'm a little out of it now. I'm 32, right?
I was going to say, are you 33?
Yeah. Anyway, this is the new Van Halen.
All right.
This is the new... Is that Dial-A-Date guy here yet? All right. That's all right. I'm not ready for him yet anyway.
Oh, is this the record? I thought you were tapping on the table.
No. Well, the music's the same. It's just Sammy doesn't make it. No, it's starting to... It cooks.
This is good, yeah.
Yeah, but when Sammy starts singing, man, it's just not that happening. Sammy's just not that happening. I could have seen... Picture Patti Smythe singing on this record.
That would have been great.
I mean, technically, he's singing okay. It's just...
But you know what it is?
Yeah.
It's sort of... All of a sudden, Van Halen's become a mediocre band.
Yeah. There's no real cool frontman.
Yeah.
Every time we touch, hey, I don't know. Oh, tell me where to begin, 'cause I never
something.
It's okay. It's just not. It doesn't have that extra thing Van Halen used to have.
No, they sound like a group of guys who really can play well but aren't inspired, you know?
Straight from my heart.
It's not even a bad song. The music is real good. It's like.
Yeah, the music is great.
Yeah.
They sound like a number of other people.
Yeah.
They could be foreigner.
Although I'm liking the song better than yesterday, I totally hated it.
Well, I was going to say, if you're going to like this song, I would say that would be pretty much the kiss of death.
Yeah. If I end up liking it, it'll never be a hit. I'm the worst at picking hits. Patti Smythe was being considered as the lead singer.
Oh, she would have been great. I kept saying she would have been great. Nobody listened to me. Eddie said, "Shut up, Robin."
Yeah, we tried to talk to Eddie about it. He just didn't want to listen to us.
Said we had nothing to do with the decision-making process of the band.
I don't think he should ignore us the next time we offer him advice.
Nope.
I told him not to marry Valerie Bertinelli because I knew she'd lose her looks, and look what happened. She looks like a pudgy. She looks like a pudgy Eddie Van Halen.
Oh.
David Lee Roth, 1988.
Oh, yes!
Me and Robin actually went to your last live show.
Oh, yeah.
And you left before I could even go. What, you who go to bed before the sun goes down?
Yeah, well, I had to go to bed, but I'm just saying that it was a great show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't we say he's the best entertainer?
Well, see,
Greatest showman in rock and roll.
Greatest showman in rock and roll. I mean, I'm sitting there kissing your ass for a whole full 3 years.
You weren't even here.
You know, we almost met up one other time. When I first started working in Detroit, which is, it's a really crappy place, man. It really sucks in Detroit, as you know. And
they can't hear us. It's all right,
It's all right, Dave. You don't have to worry about them.
Sound like RoboCop.
It was like I used to get out of I got my job. I was about 2 weeks into the job, right? And they put me up at the Renaissance Center.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know that building.
Yeah, of course you do, because...
Wait a minute. Listen to this, Dave.
Listen to this story, okay? This is kind of weird, actually.
No, on your show.
Yeah, right. So anyway,
tell it.
I get to the Renaissance Center, right? And I thought that that's where the radio station was. I thought that was all of Detroit. I didn't realize the rest of it was all burnt out. So they take me over to this house, and it's like when I get out in the morning to do my show, it was, like there was rats in the parking lot biting my feet and stuff. But anyway, so they put me up at the Renaissance Center.
Renaissance Center is like 55 stories tall.
Yeah, but it was like a nice hotel.
Sure.
So they put me up on the 9th floor, and I figured, well, I got to get up at 4 in the morning. I want to be fresh, man, because this is my new job, and this meant a lot to me, okay? So you guys had just come into town when you were with Van Halen, okay?
Uh-oh.
And they put you on the 9th floor, and you were in the room next to me. So I'm laying in my bed, and I've never seen a wilder scene than like on your hotel floor. I walk by, man. I came home in the afternoon. You're standing in your room. There's about 6 women in there. You're in a towel. You just came out of the shower. You were just washed. You just finished just dripping wet. You're standing there in a little towel, man, practically naked. All these girls are in the room, man. It's like this wild scene. I lay down to take a nap. From that moment on, man, there were like women banging on my door looking for guys vomiting in my room, coming in, and then I walked in and I said, this is crap, man. I'm going to go in and get on this action. So I tried banging on the doors to get in. No one would let me in.
Well, Howard, these are tricks done by professionals under professional supervision. And
man.
We don't recommend them for home use unless you have Howard or myself there to advise you.
How much Tukey have you gotten on the road, man? Seriously, just give me an idea. Put it into a round number.
Oh, man.
How many women have you done?
Let me
they were doing an interview at my radio station in Detroit.
Yeah.
There was about 80 girls who showed up with black silk stockings with a line running up the back.
Right,
what do you think it is? Do you think it's some folks say, Dave, you can't dance. Well, what is it then? The pants?
They say that? Hey, do me a favor.
They don't say I'm a poet.
Let me buy that line from you. I want to put it on a poster. I swear to God. Let me just say that David Lee Roth is here. He's got that bitch Valerie Bertinelli out of his life, man.
Yes, tell us how bad off that was.
That's a bitch if I ever saw one, man. I was backstage at the Van Halen show, man. I'm going to tell you something. They suck, those guys. I went back there, man. Eddie's too good to come out and greet Stern.
Not happening.
Not happening at all. I hear him practicing back there. A good guitar player shouldn't have to practice that much.
What does he practice in 5 minutes before the show?
Exactly. Sammy Hagar sucks, man. His hair, you don't know which way it's going. Should it be shorter or longer, man? You ought to give him some advice and help him out.
Well, I've given him a few tidbits of advice in the world media, Howard. I don't know if he's been entirely receptive to it, but
you went out on your own, man. That's past. What's past is past, man. We're talking about what's happening
Follow
now.
the hood ornament.
Exactly.
Keep looking
Rear
forward.
view mirror ain't no good for nothing but adjusting so you can see how cool you look while you're getting somewhere.
When's the first time you had two girls at the same time? Tell me about it. Come on, man. Please.
Just two, Howard.
Just once, and I'll finish myself off under this console. Go ahead, man.
He went to the Jimmy Swaggart
Watch
school.
out for the turntable, Howard.
You know what sucks about life, Robin? I'm going to tell you this right now. Here's the dichotomy of life. And Dave, you'll be interested in this. While I'm with my general manager after each show explaining why I said douche chills, when I'm in those meetings with my general manager and I'm explaining, why I have douche chills and why I say the word douche chills and things like that, and I'm having these long, drawn-out meetings, David Lee Roth is out somewhere blow-drying his pubic hair.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Actually, he has somebody else do it.
Yeah,
he doesn't
right.
do it anymore himself.
There's something wrong with that.
Actually, half the time I'm out writing your name on a cement wall.
All right.
Do you know that other rock stars like to hang out with him just to get his leftovers?
Hey, never mind that. You should have seen the leftovers I got the day in Detroit.
Yeah.
After these guys pulled out, they took about 2 girls with them in the limousine. When the girls who showed up with the black stockings, the lineup of black stockings.
There you go.
And then there was like 30 of them. So there was a guy from the record company still there, and he took all the girls into his van.
Oh, good.
And he did about 8 or 9 of your groupies.
Well, Howard, I will tell you, that backstage, at the concerts, particularly around this area here, when we play at the Garden, when we do at the Meadowlands, these colorful little vacuum-packed, tie-dyed little spandex glitter tots. The only thing they keep asking me is, what is Howard Stern really like?
Hey, never mind that.
No, but what I was about to tell you before, aren't you touring with a whole bunch of different people, right?
Oh, yeah.
What's that about?
What's that band? We got Poison going to be opening up for us for a while. Hey, Ma, I made it. My opening act's called Cinderella. My opening act's called Snow White, Ma.
What do you mean? You're touring with a bunch of people?
Yeah. We're going out. First band that we're going, I think, is called Faster Pussycat. I understand that.
What do you need those losers for?
Well, we had another set of losers scheduled.
Oh, I see.
You got the backups in now.
I got you.
And
Backup losers.
Actually, this is a pretty articulate band. These guys are coming up strong in LA. But we had another band, they shall go nameless, who was going to open up for us. And we got a call about 4 days ago that one of the musicians had decided to go off of his lithium therapy. And he had gone into a mega depression, and the band had broken up. So,
what a shame.
So it was like, okay, this locomotive done been and gone. And
I don't even understand how bands stay together anyway. The fact that you guys stay together that long is amazing, man, because you can't put up with all that crap.
Well, after a point in time, it involves compromise, and better than anybody, Howard, rock and roll and showbiz ain't about compromise, So
that's what I always say, but no one listens to me.
No.
How come when he says it, people listen?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, he leaves.
Yeah, right. He does it. He just walks out.
Ozzy Osbourne listened.
That's true. He's happy.
Yep.
There you go.
We had Ozzy in here.
Hey, there's a whole kind of trend out there, as long as you have a definite vision of what it is you're trying to accomplish musically and on that stage, then, changing the musicians around here and there a little bit is real good for the music. Adds a little more color. Just like what it's Coverdale's doing or Springstone or whoever,
Well, what I couldn't understand
Like the way I rationalized my way out of
Yeah, really, that's a pretty interesting rap right there.
Rationalizations are more important than sex, Howard. When was the last time you went 3 days without making a rationalization?
Exactly. What is it? Art Garfunkel's on the phone.
Says what?
He says, "What the hell is David talking about?" I don't know. I used to wear a T-shirt and a pair of slacks, and everything was fine.
But
I had that curly afro. It was fine, man.
I couldn't understand exactly what was it that Van Halen didn't want to do that you did.
I'll tell you what.
What
Those
was it?
skunks didn't want to go out on the road, and Dave did, man. Dave wanted to be, he didn't want to sit home with Valerie watching reruns of that damn TV show every 2 minutes.
So then what did they do? They went out on the road.
Valerie can't get pregnant. Is that Dave's fault, man? Hey, let Dave sleep with her.
I don't understand.
Wait a minute.
What?
You've gone too far, Stern.
No, I haven't.
Not even you would do that.
You wouldn't sleep with her, huh?
Let's hold her right there, buddy.
What are you trying to tell me? That she came on to you one night and you had and is that what happened? Oh.
No, what happened is actually the first time I had ever seen her, I didn't even know who she was. I didn't recognize her. And she
There you go.
just went right by me, and I think Eddie recognized her, and
He got it first.
And as history is made for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, man.
Van Halen, 1988.
Oh, wait till you guys hear this stuff. It's good, huh, Gary?
Well, the tapes are really good. The questions you guys asked were really good, and that wasn't the problem. The problem occurred after the interview. Whenever you interview a band, you get IDs, and Robert Plant does it, and everybody does it. But Van Halen has a policy that they just don't do any IDs, which is kind of okay.
Which is kind of stupid.
It's stupid, but it's not stupid because it's so political that if we got IDs, but NEW didn't, then NEW would like threaten not to.
Get out of here with that.
So they just said, they don't.
So do IDs for everyone. Who cares IDs? You have a policy, no IDs. You ever hear of such a thing? I never heard of such a nutty thing. So Gary doesn't know this. So Gary asked him for IDs, and the manager thought that Gary was being a wise guy. Like, everyone's supposed to know these rules.
Oh. He thought he tried to pull it fast because
everybody knows Van Halen doesn't do IDs. And it was like, hey, what are you talking about?
This was the road manager. I didn't meet the actual manager till later. And that's when he went crazy. But you want to hear the tape first, or you want me to tell you why he went nuts first?
Tell me why he went nuts first.
Okay. Well, we did the interview, and the interview was great. Like I said, Alex is like, the crazy Van Halen, like the most fun.
Right.
So
everyone was having a good time. We thought up a bunch of wacky questions on Sunday for these, for Gary to ask. Mm-hmm. So they liked the questions, right?
Right. The interview was over. Now we're out of this little room that we were in, and we're back into the big room where Lisa Robinson and the guys from NEW, and we're all kind of milling around. And Alex looks over at me, and he gives me like this funny look, like, almost like that was a lot of fun, like
right.
So then he kind of motions me over.
Right.
And I come over to him, and he's standing with some guy, and I didn't realize who the guy was, and they were standing there, and they were laughing. I thought it was just a buddy of his.
Right.
And he says to the guy, he goes, we just did the wackiest interview. I'm telling you, it was the funniest thing. He goes, in fact, he goes, you got those questions? He goes, I want to tell him about that dog question. So I didn't know who this guy was.
Yeah.
So he goes, he reaches my bag, and I give him the question. It was a question about,
right, David Lee Roth's dog.
No, it was about
a dog being in a car with David Lee Roth.
It was a wacky question, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
So he pulls it out, and he reads the question to this guy.
Yeah.
And this guy just does not laugh. Doesn't laugh at all. I still don't know who it is.
Yeah.
So he goes, what the hell is that? That's not funny.
And hey, wait a second.
A critic.
So I said, we're just having a little bit of fun. I go, we're just goofing around, really no big deal.
But Alex liked it.
He goes, that's not funny at all. Well, Alex deserted me. I'm going to get to that part.
Yeah.
But that's not funny at all. So I said, who are you? Are you management? He goes, I'm the manager.
Uh-oh.
So all of a sudden I'm like,
ooh, wow, the manager.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I could sense trouble right away.
You should have said, listen, Dick Breath.
No.
No, you should have just said, listen, Dick Breath. You don't like it? Who cares? The guys in the band like it, jerk off.
Because I really felt I'm getting to a point where I felt he was going to confiscate the tape. So
confiscate. You tell him there's a First Amendment. Right, Robin?
Right.
Yeah.
What?
I wasn't sure which country I was in. I thought maybe the boat left me off in Cuba.
So now I'm kind of backpedaling on it. I said, listen, it wasn't that big a deal. I go, I asked the
So where did Alex just walked off?
Well, I'm getting to that. I said, listen, I asked the question of the band. I go, and they passed on it. That's what I said. I said they passed on the question. They handled it well. And at that point, Alex realized that the whole tone was changing.
Right.
And he goes, yeah, man, it was cool. We handled it. It was no big deal. So the guy says, let me see the rest of the question.
Uh-oh.
So at that point, I said to myself, well, I can either say no.
Yeah.
And at that point, he probably would say, well, then just give me the tape.
You should have said I threw him out.
Or I could say, well, no, because Alex had them in his hand.
Oh.
Or I could say yes. So Alex hands me the questions, puts his arm around me, and goes, this is between you guys, and walks away.
Oh man, what a chump.
Just let me, you know what? It was like, I had to make a decision. I could have said no, at which point he probably would have said, well, then just give me the tape. Or I could have let him see them.
Yeah.
And, tried to loosen up the mood a little bit. So he looks at the questions. He looks at the first page. There was 5 pages of questions. It was the first page. So I start backpedaling, and I go, well, I didn't ask all of the questions.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, which ones did you ask? And I said,
what kind of thing is this?
Is ridiculous.
I don't know. What is he?
If he wanted this kind of control of the interview, this was the wrong time to do it.
Wait a second. He's not a journalist. What is this guy's name?
Oh, I wish I could.
You're a journalist, and when you go into a thing and do an interview, you don't control what questions are asked. Well, what the hell is he? What a dick. Van Halen's manager's a dick. Hey, if anybody runs into him, call him a dick. Who the hell does he think he is?
You never have any fun if you listen to a manager all the time.
Oh, yeah. This is really going to hurt them, an interview, a wacky interview.
Image bull is too much.
Yeah.
They play music.
If you're worried about an image, well, I mean, God, there's a lot worse things you could worry about than an interview. we would have been on the air this morning talking about how cool the guys at Van Halen are because they were good enough to do a wacky interview and they had fun and they had a good sense of humor. And now we're on the air blasting the band, blasting the manager, blasting their whole uptight, stupid corporate image. And he blew it for them. Another jerk. The guys from Van Halen are big boys. They're capable of handling a wacky interview. The guys from Van Halen loved it. But it's just another jerk who's looking to show a power play. He gets into a, Van Halen, man, we're so happening. I'm going to take this guy, this kid, and make him miserable. I wish I'd been there, man. I just would have told him, hey, man, eat me. F off. F off, pal. Because I'm going to get on the air and blast your ass. You jackass.
So anyway.
Man, what the hell is with him bossing my people around, embarrassing my people?
So he says,
even I'll defend a Gary Delabate.
No, this was really heavy.
Were you embarrassed, man? Were you like turning red?
No, I was scared. I really was scared. I was kind of shaken.
Hey, you should have hoped he popped you one. You could have sued his ass off.
I didn't think he'd pop me, but I didn't think he was pushing me out the door. He didn't, but he was very angry.
Well, I don't like the idea that he's just standing there and you're letting him scream at you.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Well, okay, so now...
You should say, hey, who are you, man? You should say, who are you?
He did. He said, I'm the manager.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
Say so.
So you're not in the band? I didn't come here to interview you. I'm not even talking to you, you should have said. I'm not here to interview you.
We needed his permission to get in there.
Screw him. I don't need his permission.
We were done.
That's it.
Okay, yeah.
Case closed.
See, that was I should have just left after that.
No, you shouldn't have left. You should have just said, the guy was an idiot.
So then he hands me back the questions and he goes, you know what? He goes, get the F out of here. Get out. He goes, get out now. So I just started leaving, right? And
did you want to stay for the concert and hear it?
No. Well, I wasn't going to watch it from back there. Plus, I've seen him already.
Yeah.
So,
and they suck.
They were okay.
Quite frankly, Sammy Hagar blows.
No, he doesn't. Don't pick on the band. The band loves you.
I don't care, man. I'm mad at them.
Pick on the manager.
All right. It's true. I do like the band.
So, because they
Sammy Hagar is better than I thought he was going to be with
yes,
the band.
he is.
And they like you, and you know.
Well,
they
should.
did a great interview. The interview was great. The interview has nothing to do with what happened afterwards.
I am the only person on this planet who calls you a piece of S. No one else.
That's what bothered me the most, that someone else was getting to yell at Gary.
While it might be true, I don't want anybody else calling him that. Might have been your breath, too, Gary.
Well, maybe we ought to get to the tape.
All right. We'll hear Gary's interview with Van Halen.
It better be a good interview after you had to take all this S to get it.
Yeah, you piece of S.
John, Gary Delabate from the Howard Stern Show. What's your name? Gary. Gary Delabate. Gary, how you doing, man? Sammy, Gary. How you doing?
It comes back.
We need Al. We need Al. You can start with me, that way I'll get out of here while you do Al.
Sammy looking for Alex.
How do you guys want to do the... First, I just got to get you to cut some ideas. You want to do them all together?
Are you sure we're supposed to do this?
Well, you know what? Oh, I don't know. I didn't...
No, we're not supposed to do this. Because of competitive radio stations, you understand. But we would do anything. Okay. But some guys would come in.
Do you guys...
Chris, let me just say to the ground.
There'll be no ideas. Okay.
That's why we...
No one told me. He just trained me. I'm throwing them away. John, get these ideas out of here.
Well, don't believe that for 30 seconds.
No, I really didn't. Nobody told me anything.
Whoa.
So the manager, you're being cooperative. The manager's got to reassert himself 2 times.
I said kiddingly around, I said, John, throw these effing things away. I said, I didn't know. And he goes, you don't think I believe that for 30 seconds? That's bull ass.
What's with these guys?
That was really rotten, because you were like, fine, no problem, it's done,
Excuse
man.
us,
We don't have to do it.
Tell the guy, hey, we have jobs too. We don't go around finding out which bands do IDs and which don't.
I had no idea, and it became a big issue right off the bat.
Is that in the press clippings they send out?
Yeah. I didn't get the press clippings.
You didn't get the rules?
No, I didn't get them.
Jerks.
You got to get rid of these guys who are around.
We don't do IDs.
See, but Sammy handled it well. He said, I'm not supposed to do these, and it was cool.
Okay. Well, whoever asks him to do an ID, they should do it, that's all. The jerks.
Mark Goodman!
No, I look like John Oates.
Oh, this is John Oates, man.
Mark Oates. Yeah, it's John Oates. What's going on, John?
Into it.
You sowing your oats?
What?
Here we go.
Okay.
We just come from where?
This is like a jump-in kind of format. I got a bunch of... Are you guys familiar with Howard Stern? Does anybody know who Howard Stern is?
I know him well. He's a good friend of mine. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I had the wrong guy.
Okay. First of all, have any of you guys ever smeared dog excrement and written racial epithets on a girl backstage at a Van Halen concert?
Never.
We would not go that. We would never go that light on anyone.
No, not dog. Not dog.
Is this a setup?
Who's that? Not
Sammy.
Sammy Hagar?
Yeah.
They must have thought you were like a jerk, but they were getting into it.
No,
all right.
I got to tell you, Eddie had the most baffled look on his face when I asked that question. He just didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, they don't know about that.
Right, they didn't know about that, but he just...
Exactly. It didn't matter, though. We wanted to just say it.
Yeah.
Does anyone in Van Halen have a hair weave? Have what? A hair weave.
Is that like a microwave? I don't think he's with us anymore.
What'd he say?
I don't think he's with us anymore. Wow.
They love that question.
That's good.
They love that one.
See, those are good questions.
Yeah.
See, they're having a good time.
Howard Stern show. Has anyone in Van Halen ever been sexually attracted to another band member? In what band? In Van Halen. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, the band.
No. In this band, it's hole to hole or pole to pole. You know.
Okay.
The hell does that mean?
Is Alex attracted to Eddie's wife? No.
That brought the frivolity to a grinding halt.
You don't joke about Valerie.
Has anyone seen the Dirty Dancing tour?
No.
What's that? You know, Dirty Dancing. I've had the time of my life. You know, they're on tour. Bill Medley's on tour.
The movie stars?
Yeah, they're doing the songs.
No, I haven't.
You should see it. It's pretty good.
That was Eddie. And that was the second.
Who would you rather have
look.
wrapping her legs around your head like a cheap turban? Tiffany or Debbie Gibson?
Both. Who's Debbie Gibson?
How about the left leg from one and the right leg from the other?
Who said that?
Michael Anthony.
Oh, the fat bass player.
Hey, they were all pretty funny. He was pretty good.
Who keeps saying, who's that? Somebody doesn't know anything there.
Yeah. Somebody's like, who's Debbie Gibson? I'm not buying that. I mean, as hip as those guys are and as happening as they are, they know who's on the charts and who isn't.
Can I just say something? Eddie seems like the nicest guy in the world, and he was very cooperative and very funny, but he really, I don't know if he gets out that often, because he really seemed baffled.
Was he the one yelling, who's that?
He was the one who he didn't know, he had no idea about the Dirty Dancing. He goes, who is that?
Well, he was in the Betty Ford for a while, wasn't he?
I guess that happened while he was doing the Betty Ford thing.
Yeah, the whole Debbie Gibson thing.
Yeah, you know, a lot of things happened while he was in Betty Ford.
What do you think John Bon Jovi got from Cher for writing our hit song?
I don't know.
How about a free weekend pass to the Hell Spa?
A little buff, maybe? I don't know.
A free weekend.
I saw him at the clinic. I saw him at the clinic last week. I don't know.
Oh, it's negative.
Hey, well, yeah, what were you doing there? What were you doing there? Driving by.
Okay, this question takes a lot of attention. This is like a length.
Who said I saw him at the clinic? Eddie?
No, that was coming from the left side. I think it was Sammy and Michael Anthony, or Sammy and Alex, actually.
Oh, okay.
Who seem to be looking like they're having the most fun most of the time.
They were making it like the VD clinic.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought they meant the Betty Ford
No, they were
clinic.
talking like the free clinic where you drop in for your penicillin shot.
Right. Okay.
Question, you ready?
What is your name?
10 points.
On a hot summer afternoon, in the parking lot of a shopping center, you notice David Lee Roth suffering badly from the heat inside one locked car and a dog in another locked car. What do you do?
That's a low blow. That's a low blow. Keep driving. Keep driving, man. Just keep driving. Look for a real crisis.
Look for a real crisis.
Who said that?
Sammy
Hagar? Yeah, he's a good guy.
It was funny.
See, I like those guys, but their management is turning me off. That guy's being a real jerk throwing you out. This is a harmless interview.
It really is.
Are any one of the guys in Van Halen afraid to pee in front of the other guys?
Pee on? You're in front of No, but there is a member of one of the other bands that's afraid to take a dump in front of him.
Who said that? Sammy?
That was Michael Anthony.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got to work on his look. Is he still fat?
He's thinner,
Yeah.
but he's no...
He basically keeps that look. That's his look.
That's his look. I guess no one's trying to steal that from him.
So far, nobody's copped it.
In fact, stay tuned. I think the next question is where we insult him.
Oh, good.
Michael Anthony changed his last name to Van Halen and Boris to improve his chances of getting laid.
No.
Hey, man, they make me ask this stuff.
Everybody just stopped, and looked at me. He laughed at it.
Yeah.
But his eyes were, his mouth might have been laughing, but his eyes were saying, I don't need this crap.
Yeah, right. I'm a big star. I don't need this. Yes, I do change my name to Van Halen, but...
Sure they do.
All right, Eddie, this is a question for you.
Who writes this stuff? You?
Howard.
And they make you...
Howard, yeah, they make me do it.
Howard
and Jackie the Joke Man and Fred North. I'm just a producer of the show.
Okay, wait, I got a question for you. Howard, is it true that you're a bicycle?
It was Alex.
That you're bicycle?
That's an Alex statement.
Alex Van Halen.
I would kill the party one night with that guy.
Alex was like one of the Marx brothers, you know, who just happened to be in rock and roll.
He's Zeppo. He gets to hang out with Eddie.
If you were to lock Bonnie Franklin in a closet with 2 stacks of 100-watt Marshall amps, and you played the solo from Beat It, do you think it would uncross her eyes?
What?
It might. Either that or it would send her completely over the edge. I don't know.
Do you guys, okay, now, do you guys know, any of you guys know Glenn Scarpelli?
Glenn? Yeah.
Because he's on our show a lot, and what was the last thing he said on our show? He said that if anything ever happened to Eddie, he said Valerie would probably hook up with Alex. This is what he said.
I think that would be pretty bigamy, seeing as I'm already married, and bigamy is illegal in this country.
Yeah. You know Glenn? Yeah.
Did he say that? What are you listening to him for?
That was Alex saying that.
No, why would Glenn say that? What does he know?
I was just trying to see if he really knew them, but they said that he goes, yeah, I know him, but he wasn't like going, yeah, I know him. He's a good guy. He's like, yeah, I know.
He's a kid. This is some interview.
Okay, there's still like 2 or 3 questions. Right.
Who's coming on the show and saying that, he's tight with you guys? And
yeah, I know him.
Oh, okay. We never sure. Okay, do you know Leslie West?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen him eat?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Neither have we. We never see Leslie
Leslie's one of those people you never see eat.
Never. I'm telling you, Leslie doesn't eat. It's just, he's full of air.
I know he toured for you. Or with you. Okay. That made me ask this question. You ready? Was Valerie your first choice, or did Mackenzie Phillips blow you off?
No, I never even met Mackenzie. No.
All right. So the final question.
Hey, Eddie has a sense of humor, doesn't he?
Yeah. Did Mackenzie blow you off?
No.
So do you understand, as wacky as these questions are, you could tell I didn't feel bad asking them because they were having fun.
They were having a good time. Yeah, I know. Would have been more fun if they hated it and made you. And what we were hoping is that they would all get up and throw him out.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Van Halen had thrown you out, I wouldn't have been upset.
You've heard of the world's most important network? This is the world's most annoying network.
Last question. Do you guys like hope that David Lee Roth tour sucks? Do you hope that it goes bad?
Not at all. We wish him the best, man.
You don't hope he does well?
That sounds like they rehearsed that one.
Yeah, this is the company line.
Yeah, we wish him the best, man.
Cool, baby.
Yeah. But he could eat us.
Ticket sales and album sales, and you got the #1 record, you don't mind?
It doesn't matter to me. In all seriousness, I believe in karma, man. You wish bad on other people, it's the same stuff's going to happen to you.
Who said that?
Alex.
Oh.
Or Sammy. I can't remember.
Who's he praying to? Buddha?
Karma, man.
All right, thanks a lot.
It's karma, man. like that song say, karma, chameleon.
Anybody want to say anything to Howard? Do you know who Howard is? Seriously. No. You never heard of him? He's a big disc jockey in New York, one of the biggest disc jockeys in the country. Remember, like the FCC thing? Oh, okay.
They had no idea?
No, I'm not surprised.
Well, we hung out with him.
Yeah, for about 3 seconds.
And actually, you didn't get to hang out with Eddie that time, if you remember. But Sammy definitely remembered you.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he definitely remembered you and liked you.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Sammy spent a lot of time with us.
Yeah, we had a good time with him that night. So, he needs new caps. Did he get new caps?
I didn't notice.
Yeah, that smile looks a little phony. But
I wouldn't have nearly been so upset about that interview if I were the manager. I saw Sammy Hagar on Nightline.
Yeah.
Talking about what Elvis meant to him.
And was
that should have been upsetting. He goes, well, I really didn't know Elvis, and I was a kid when he was a star, but I used to see my sisters go crazy over him.
Yeah, it was harmless. The manager's nuts. Yeah, he's crazy. I'm gonna lighten up.
From Roth to Hagar to Roth to Sharon to Hagar, back to Roth.
David Lee Roth will reunite with Van Halen.
The whole truth. The Howard Stern Van Halen special. Exclusively on Howard 101.
Let me say something here about David Lee Roth. A lot of people don't know this. He shared this with me one night.
Oh, really?
That's right.
This is something personal.
All he wanted for Van Halen, and I think the fans will appreciate this, all he wanted for that group was to behave like a rock and roll group.
Is that right?
That's right. All he wanted them to do. And,
well,
and you stop me if I'm wrong. You stop me if I'm wrong, because sometimes you can't say it the way I can say it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right?
Here we go.
What does that mean exactly?
Okay. If they're a true rock and roll band, a true rock and roll band sticks together. Okay? That means putting out albums and touring. True collaborative effort.
and sticking to the roots of what made the band great. True rock and roll.
I see.
He doesn't want a bunch of pussy-ass guys hanging around, playing a bunch of organs and stuff. Am I correct?
Well, I don't know if that's the exact legal term.
Well, let me just boil it down to the street vernacular. You understand what I mean. These guys want to sit home with Valerie Bertinelli and play chess and read newspapers and attempt to make children. And Dave wants to right. And Dave wants to rape. Dave wants to rape and pillage and taunt. He wants to go out and create damage. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, you know, as long as it's a sharing experience. Yeah.
What, were they bringing the wives on tour? And
here's what happened. Valerie, and quite frankly, was nervous that Eddie was out messing around with other girls.
Well, they're about to have a kid, aren't they? I think I might have
Yeah,
read
of
that
course.
somewhere.
Took long enough.
I don't know.
That's what broke up the band. So she has to travel with the band, which is fine, man. But I'll tell you something about being a band. You can't have some annoying yenta sitting there and hassling everyone in the band.
Not when Dave's handing out the passes.
Right. It's just unreal. Am I right? Didn't that wreck the spirit of the band?
Well, it's fundamentally unjust, you know.
Have I said anything wrong here, Dave?
Well, you know, we all change. We all have little differences of direction, perhaps.
All right, let me interpret what he just said.
All right, what is he saying?
I can't believe you found Satan. So
that's what broke up the band.
Doesn't the name Valerie just make your blood boil?
I don't.
Huh? Seriously, does that make you sick?
I'm
Is she like the Yoko Ono of that band?
Valerie! You know what? Valerie Bertinelli is a young Marlowe. That's a Marlowe in the making.
You think?
Oh,
Have
yeah.
you heard about this tape they made of Paul McCartney's gal?
We have that.
Played it.
Did you play it?
Oh, I got it.
You're always 6 steps ahead of the rest of the bunch.
Dave, that's why I'm on top.
Does Dave want to hear? We'll play it for you.
Oh, yeah.
If you have that,
oh,
I'd
sure.
love to hear.
I'll give you that treat.
I've only heard of it, you know, by secondhand at a bar somewhere. Is it as bad as it's supposed to be?
Is Alex the retarded Van Halen?
Oh.
What's wrong with that guy, huh? Boy, what happened to him in the looks department? I'm not saying I'm a good-looking guy. Hey, I wouldn't even say that, but I'm not an entertainer. No one will ever confuse me as an entertainer.
You're the biggest entertainment value bang for your buck that you can get in town.
Yeah, oh, you're embarrassing me.
It's you and the war that's going on this morning.
War schmore. We got David Lee Roth here. There's a war going on right here.
Well, there's a ceasefire right now.
Is there
David Lee?
There's a ceasefire in his pants. This is 5 minutes out of his life. He's not making it with some girl. You should see what goes on. Gary should give the story of what goes on backstage at a David Lee Roth concert.
He knows?
Was Gary backstage?
Oh yeah, Gary saw the whole thing. It's the funniest. It's the funniest 5 minutes Gary will ever do in his life.
It's a haze now.
Exactly. But let me just get back to this and what you're trying to say. Let me get back to the Van Halen story. So what I was trying to say, I'm trying to give the whole history of Dave. What I was trying to say about you, and a long career, is David Lee Roth's, I feel his attitude as sort of like the leader of the band. I felt that you were trying to say to the rest of the band, hey, we can't become complacent. We have to go out, we have to see people, we have to greet people, we have to lock ourselves in weird hotel rooms in order to get back into the street. If you're sitting at home with Valerie watching reruns of that stupid show she did, and you're sitting there all day, Eddie, and Alex, and the fat guy, the bass player, the guy who didn't take any pride in his body.
Jesus, Howard.
Big fat guy.
Nice guy, though.
I mean, Dave's working on his body, trying to look good for the band and everything. What's it like if some guy wears a dirty spaghetti-stained T-shirt and big fat belly staring out on stage? You know what I'm saying? You take pride in your appearance, and the band should be sexy and attractive. What do you know, I mean...
You gotta hide the bass player.
You want to look like that, you join Los Lobos, right?
You are cruel.
Am I right, though? Did you say that? I'm sure you said this to these guys. You know, when your bass player's name is Lumpy...
Put another nail in, Howard.
No, but you know what I mean. Even when you put together your...
coming down, Howard.
When you put together your solo bands, you make sure that the guys look a certain way. Am I correct?
Well, you gotta have the will, you know, you gotta have your heart in it.
Now you've said something important.
You gotta have the spirit. You know, rock and roll is spirit. That's why
Right.
it's so much better than music.
So in other words, what you're saying is those guys lost the spirit, and that is what broke up Van Halen.
Well, then.
Because here's a guy who wanted to have a band that would go out and do rock and roll. When a guy doesn't want to tour anymore, what are you supposed to do? Sit around? What, and climb mountains all year? And go to the Amazon and
Yeah, how
hide?
many times can you go down the Amazon?
Not many. I tell you, like I said to Howard earlier, 50% of leaving home is coming back home. If
Right.
nothing else, you're so delighted to get back into the basement, back into the studio, back out on the road. All work, no play make Dave a dull boy. Though,
That's right. So that was really what it all came down to.
So then Eddie built the studio at the house, so
Right.
he didn't even have to leave home.
Now, can you imagine recording an album with Valerie walking around? Now, wait a second. Is that rock and roll?
No.
With your wife hanging around? And, and what? She's so special? That's the Yoko problem. That's the Yoko, that's the Linda problem. That's what destroys every great musician's edge.
What would you call that syndrome? Do you have a title for that? What would you call that?
I call it... I call it...
Something...
Tourette's syndrome. Right, Robin?
Tambourine syndrome.
No, you call that bitch syndrome.
I don't know.
Where she's sitting around bitching at him all day. I want to have a baby. I don't want you going out on the road. I don't want you with women. I want to be able to watch you. I know exactly what went on in that band. I loved that band. I really loved it.
It was a
I loved the work that you did. It was groundbreaking.
Well, I don't hold any grudges.
I hold those guys responsible.
Howard's holding a grudge. You don't
Tried
have
and convicted, huh?
Seriously.
We are at war here.
Are we baking a cake or are we doing rock and roll? You want to bake a cake? I'll sit here with your wife. We'll watch her do that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Exactly.
I don't recollect, Senator.
All right, now, Robin, we do. Hey, Gary, come in here before we're going to talk. I want to talk the war a little bit with you.
Sure.
But Gary, come in here and tell what went on backstage at David Lee Roth's concert.
last tour?
All right, if anybody wants to fantasize about being a rock star, here's Baba Booey, boy Gary.
Who actually observed.
Okay, here's the deal.
Here's how it works, and give every description. Give every just because Dave's here, don't get all intimidated.
Is he with you?
Who, Gary? Yeah, he is actually.
Baba Booey.
I don't like to admit it.
So you get these backstage passes, right? So this is at the Nassau Coliseum.
Go ahead.
Now, they empty the Coliseum after the show's over, and you need this pass to get back in. They
Right.
fill
It's
up
called the backstage pass.
Right.
Right.
They
Okay.
fill up a section.
Go ahead.
Which is about 95% young, beautiful women. Okay?
All right.
95%.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just in the audience watching Dave's concert.
Well, I'm guessing that the way they got these passes are they're sort of given out throughout the show.
Okay, now who's in charge of passing those out? Your manager? Because you don't trust just anybody with that.
No, well, actually what happened is I told the road crew, I told them, look, I'll give you each 5 backstage passes because I know you guys work really, really hard.
Yeah, right.
And if you just put your initials on the pass,
Right.
And whoever, I don't want to get into this.
Come on.
Gary, you get into it.
Okay, so
His whole life is one giant Super Bowl party.
So now, how many girls would you say are in this
All right, so
group?
wait a second. So you're saying that so there's a lot of roadies, and they each get 5 passes. So there's like 90.
I said it was about somewhere between 75 and 100 girls. Maybe, yeah, about
Cool.
that.
Did you see what he just said?
What?
You know how Carson and those guys, the jokes that they say each night, they have the writer's initials underneath, so he knows who wrote the best jokes. He has the roadies' initials.
So he knows who picks the best
They
girls.
get extra credit for bringing the best band.
And then he can weed out the roadies who pick bad girls and get new ones in. Smart move. God, why didn't I think of that?
This is purely a morale move for the crew, Howard.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not arguing with any of this. I have no problem
I
with any of
live
this.
for the music, Howard.
These are women who want to meet you.
Wait, the best part hasn't even happened yet.
I live for the music, Howard.
So now you have this.
I live for the women.
Now you have this section full of women.
Go ahead.
Pretty young and pretty good looking.
Oh, God, if I could just play an instrument or
I
sing
don't have to
something.
listen to this.
Oh, man.
You have nothing to do with this.
Right. You don't want to hear this.
Now there's 3 guys involved in this. A guy with a clipboard.
Right.
Oh, this is like a military
Oh,
operation.
man.
A guy
They got it down to a science.
A guy with a clipboard.
Yeah.
A guy that stands next to him.
Right.
And then there's a guy who roves the crowd.
And the 3 of them.
Right. So the deal is, okay, the guy with the clipboard looks down at a clipboard. He never has to physically deal with these women. So he'll go, he says to the guy walking next to him, he'll go, okay, second from the back row, red shirt, but not a friend.
Not her friend?
And then the
How
guy will
cold.
yell out.
It's like a sting operation. I wish the war in Iraq was going this well.
Then the guy yells out, second from the back row, red shirt. He points to her,
Yeah.
and that's when the other guy that rows the crowd goes and gives her the pass that lets her into the party.
The
So
next
it's the
phase.
second pass.
Right.
And he'll be as cold as to say, okay, she can come, but not her friend.
I saw that once.
Wow. I still have-
Oh, David, you have no heart.
Oh, man.
In all
That is
fairness
so
to Dave,
cold.
he might not be aware that this is going
Bring
on.
up friends. That's awful.
Actually, you know what? Fred was with me when it happened. Fred was there.
I can't believe you could do
Fred,
that.
you saw it?
Oh yeah, we were in the holding pen.
Right, the holding
You didn't have the right pass.
No, well, absolutely, and not the right physiognomy.
That guy Gary from the Howard Stern and Fred, they just stay in this room. Throw them out.
definitely were in spirits. But,
So yeah, you heard that, huh?
right.
Oh, that's
But in all fairness to Dave, when you finally get to the party,
yeah.
Dave looks like he's reaping the benefits least. You know what I mean? In other words, Dave's just walking around doing this thing, but it's all the other guys.
Well, wait a second. The girls get piled into. How many girls made the cut?
Probably like half.
Half? 45?
Freddie says 3/4.
And they're all there for you. It's like being king, isn't it?
I am a god to these people.
Oh, man. Hey, you've accomplished something. Most of us never do anything.
You know, let me think of a religion.
God, if only we could accomplish something.
Well, if you believe in the hereafter, then you know what I'm here after.
Did you always know that you would be a big star? Did you believe it?
No, I didn't know I was going to be a big star. I knew what I was going to do. I was going to sing and dance from the age of 7. I knew that.
Oh,
I told everybody that, you know. But as far as, you know, being a big star and that kind of thing, it's not something you really work for. I don't think you just claw your way up.
You just wanted to be a singer and a dancer. Wherever the chips fell, that was it.
Yeah, you do your very, very best.
Right.
You know, and play wherever you can. And
give 100%.
Yeah, we never shot demo tapes in the early days. Never sent out, bios and things to the record company. Figured, hey, if we're good enough to travel the world, then it'll happen on a smaller level. And
that's confidence.
There you go.
That's confidence.
It's easy to say, but it's a little bit harder to go for.
And you and Eddie in the beginning were good friends, right? Until he chumped out.
Well, the Van Halens and I were never the best of pals.
You just knew it was a good relationship.
Yeah, there was always conflict, but you can't have the grand finale without conflict. There's no big resolve unless there's trouble in River City.
Cool.
So that's why the music was so fiery. Yeah, we would support each other and alternately compete like crazy. The Breakfast of Champions ain't cereal, man. It's the other guys.
What an attitude.
That's part.
Now, wait a second.
Yeah, let's wait a second.
Now, wait a second. Let's get back to the girls. Let's slow everything down.
Now, back to the action.
Let's get back to the war. Not the one in the Middle East, the one in your pants, Dave. God almighty. I'd love to come back as your genitals.
So now the 45 girls get...
Hey, Robin, want to play Middle East with Dave?
No.
How do we play Middle East?
Stop that.
Well, you have to get a gas mask. You unzip your pants and pretend that that's a gas mask in your pants. I played with Fred over
We
here.
have to have a drill. They ring a bell.
Ring a bell.
Have to grab the gas mask.
All right, so Gary, now you're in the second holding room.
No, now we're actually in the party.
In the party, okay. And Dave sits where? In the party?
No, Dave just walks around. He just wanders and stuff.
He walks around the party?
Yeah.
He doesn't sit off in like another room?
No, he just says hello. He's greeting people.
I'm here for spiritual guidance.
You greet people. Now, is the move... Then you look at the 45, and like Miss America, only one wins?
Do you have 5 finalists at least?
Gary, at this point, have you sodomized anyone?
No. Just me.
Just Fred?
He just wants to follow Dave around.
Right, just to see what's going on. Live vicariously.
I was with my girlfriend at the time, but I would imagine the move would have been if you just wait long enough, these girls realize they're not going to get Dave, and then you pick up what's left.
That's what pretty much happens, huh, Dave?
I'm not sure who set this up here.
Now, wait a second. So then you're there, and the girls with the passes, the new passes,
right,
are really all very fine, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so Dave's walking around the room.
Right.
So who actually gets to move on these women? Dave just says hello to
Now,
them.
who else is in the room besides you and Dave?
Yeah.
And the girls.
There's like, I don't know, sometimes record...
How many gangly guys?
Radio people. There's a lot of people in the room on top of,
On top of Dave?
Dave has to beat the people off.
Yeah. There's a lot of people on top of Dave in the room. And Dave is wearing what? His stage clothes, or he's got into a robe?
A baseball cap, a pair of jeans, a t-shirt.
Being one of the people.
Just one of the gang.
Yeah.
And what does he say when he's going around greeting people?
Just, hey, how you
I'm
doing?
a young millionaire.
He says hello, people say hello. I mean, it's very relaxed. It's not like he's hanging out with anybody or blowing off anyone, just sort of walking through the crowd.
That's decent of you. That's a lot more than most people would do.
Absolutely.
It's all a sharing experience.
Well, you're still tied to those guys financially. That's a pain in the ass. I only wish that
Do you
you
ever
didn't
have to have meetings?
No, actually, I haven't seen him in...
Fat, bloated old men. Smart move dumping them, especially that bass player. Big, fat, bloated guy. You're standing on stage, you're knocking your brains out to look good, you're singing your heart out, and you look over and some guy just letting himself go. Big, distended, herniated belly.
Oh, man.
Right, man?
I know what you're saying. You don't have to say it. I'm reading your mind. When you get in the room, I catch exactly what you're thinking. All right.
Listen to you.
Did that guy fart like a buffalo on stage? I picture him just like, you know,
No. When you'd run over to that side of the stage.
I just pictured it like, you know.
I like the way the silk stockings and the line runs up the back of your leg.
No, this is a total slob. You know,
Low end distortion.
Panama, ha, 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 ha. Oh man, Panama, Jesus, Panama, ha, ha, ha.
That'll take the shine off your rhinestones, huh?
You bet.
February 1991.
Finally, Howard? Say congratulations to Eddie Van Halen and Valerie Bertinelli. They were able, finally, to conceive and successfully deliver a baby.
Yeah, that was kind of kept quiet, wasn't it, that she was pregnant?
Yeah, she didn't mention it this time. You know, she had that miscarriage in 1986.
Right.
That was suffered very publicly, and they've been bitching about not being able to get her pregnant since then.
Yeah.
So when she finally got pregnant, I guess she said, let me keep quiet.
Didn't she give birth in a bathtub?
So they were able to do it, and they have named the baby Wolfgang.
Nice. Wolfgang Van Halen?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Well, around 18 or so, he'll be in a band. His dad will produce his records. He'll have a huge inheritance, huge trust fund. Forget it.
Oh, he's going to have so good a life you hate him already.
Yeah, maybe his sister will grow up, get a boyfriend, maybe he'll shoot the kid, shoot him drag drolet or something. The future Christian Brando or something.
Oh, no.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
You know, because they talk about how, you know, the marriage has survived some stormy years. Eddie had to go into Alcoholics Anonymous and do a few rehab stints, and Valerie started going to Al-Anon. So perfect parents.
Sounds like a good book.
Wolfgang,
Al-Anon. Wolfgang's going to the Al-Anon meetings with them.
Yeah, they might as well sign him up right now.
Well, there you go.
So that's what's happening.
September 1991.
All right, let's get to it. Who did you interview first? Let's take a look at the list.
We skipped the first one because Christian Slater was dull. John just asked him why was he so angry.
We're backstage at the MTV Awards.
Right.
Okay.
And he laughed at that, so it wasn't fun. So now this is, okay, so they already hate John because he already asked a goofy question.
Right.
Next group up, Van Halen. They opened the show.
All right. Van Halen, Robin.
All right.
Are you sure the gentleman from? Yeah, hi.
First of all, speak loud because we're deaf.
Okay, hi. Do you guys miss your bald ex-lead singer? Who? What? Do you guys miss your bald ex-lead singer?
Speak louder, we're deaf.
Do you guys miss your bald ex-lead singer?
Do you?
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, you.
What the hell was that?
Eddie's
Said that. Who said that?
Wasn't that Sammy?
No, Eddie got pissed already.
Well, wait a second. That was a put down of David Lee Roth. You think they'd like that?
Well, Eddie says, "Do you?" You know, Eddie was.
Oh, and you said you missed him.
Well, this.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I miss him. I miss him. I think Van Halen blows this new album. Really
Sammy's
bad.
just not a good front man. I'm sorry.
His shorts. Oh, he gets real defensive, huh?
Oh,
did you get off another question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two more.
All right.
This is how you know Eddie's my idol, man. This was the most uncomfortable.
Where are the list of questions? Was that the first question?
Yeah, that was the first question.
Yeah. All right. At least you stuck to that.
See, you sticking to the order is good.
Yeah. See how it worked?
Yeah. Well, then I go a little off.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Why?
Well, I don't remember why.
You're an imbecile.
You know something? Can I just say something for a second? How about just maybe a small, tiny little bit pat on the back for even getting into
For what?
For meeting the president, schmoozing my way into this.
Let me tell you something. Number one, I got you into that place.
Howard,
I worked all week on getting into that place.
we weren't in. I met the president. I said, listen, you know, they're not letting me into the MTV musicals. He was, get out of here. We went over names.
You met
numbers.
Tom Freston.
Tom Freston.
All right. So okay, good. Here's your pat on the back. And how about a pat on the back for the guy who gets in there and manages to get his way in there and then does it all wrong?
Well, not everything.
Should I pat you on the back for that too?
Nothing wrong with these questions.
Just stick to my order.
I'm just.
I did go to. All right, go ahead.
All right. You did stick to the list order?
Yeah.
Because you know what the next question is.
What?
How come your bass player looks like Lumpy from Leave It to Beaver?
Every bass player looks like Lumpy from Leave It to Beaver.
No, he looks like Macho Man. You look.
Hey, if you name your son Wolfgang, will you name your daughter Coyote Face?
Oh.
Now, wait a second. That was question number 5.
Yeah, because I know I only had
That's
one
not
more to
the
get
order.
off. All right.
You see, again, you screwed up.
Howard, you're gonna.
If you named your son Wolfgang, will you name your daughter Coyote Face? I didn't want it that way. I like to temper the questions. The next question is supposed to be, why doesn't your wife change her name to Van Halen?
Yeah, but it doesn't, can I just say something?
Yeah.
These are edited down. It's not like John reeled off three questions.
But I
in a
don't
row.
care. Stick to the order.
Yeah, but you're missing.
You're pissing me off.
You're gonna. All right.
You're gonna what?
Nothing.
You're gonna all right. No, you were gonna say something.
Nothing.
You're gonna what?
What I was gonna say is that you're gonna harp on this one subject and ruin what's gonna be a very funny interview.
Oh, you're
here.
worried now that I'm gonna ruin the interview.
Well, this is the best part coming up right here.
I see. So you think I'm gonna ruin it? Now you think I am gonna ruin the interview?
Yeah.
That's now again you were thinking.
That's exactly
right. Don't think.
I'm sorry.
He's thinking I'm gonna ruin my interview. These guys are nuts. Gary, I forget whose show it is. Is it your show? I don't see you with the show. When the Gary Delabate show is on the air, then we'll know who ruins what show.
I'm saying, this is a very funny interview, and
I know it's funny. Don't worry.
You turn it into a
Howard,
negative.
What?
Gary envisioned this without your voice in it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
Gary, I'll be quiet.
No,
then.
Robin, I envisioned the show without your face in it.
Gary, do you need to be sitting here for this?
Yes.
Why?
Because I need to tell you some of the stuff that went on backstage. If you
I don't know. I find you annoying. I'd rather just do this with John.
Fine.
All right, if you don't mind leaving.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the problem.
Goodbye.
Baba Booey.
Goodbye. Baba Booey. We'll talk to King of the Stupid. Oh, there goes Gary with his
And
flies.
flies left, too.
I didn't see Gary adding anything to any of this, except for the fact
Except to tell you to shut up.
Right, because I'm going to ruin it.
You know, let me just say that although I'm stupid, I would consult the other two guys who were with me on a lot of this stuff too. So I can only take a 33% of the blame.
Yeah, no. I don't blame you. They were there to make you stick to the topics. I blame them. I don't blame you. You're like a cerebral palsy victim.
Well, not now. Come on. Cerebral palsy does not relate to, or equate to retarded.
Oh, I didn't mean it in that respect.
What do you mean?
I sent those two guys to wheel John around.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about intelligence.
Now you're making sense.
Right.
Okay.
They were there to just do everything for him and wheel him around the MTV Awards and point him in the right direction. That's all they were there for. That they did. Then all of a sudden they started producing. Two geniuses. That's we're in the middle of the Eddie Van Halen tirade. This is John yelling out questions at the MTV Awards.
Wolfgang, will you name your daughter Coyote Face?
Would you? How'd this guy get in here? I know. Get rid of this here.
Who's that?
Eddie.
Gary says he saw Eddie Van Halen drinking a beer.
Really? Well, the cure works.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw him. He was. Yeah.
Gary said he saw him pick up a beer and drink from it.
Yeah.
I thought he's like not an alcoholic anymore.
I don't know. You can tell he's wearing his long shirts now. I think he's trying to cover a big gut now.
Oh yeah.
That's what it looks like. He was pissed, man.
Why is he so pissed, man?
I don't know.
Greatest life in the world.
You probably made him start drinking.
Yeah, maybe that's what. Was he drinking the beer before, right? Or maybe there was water in the bottle. You gotta,
it has that image thing.
Right.
So, put
wants
a
to look cool.
Let's go over. Come on, Al, get in here, Al. Come on. We gotta let Alex. This guy. There you go. Does anyone have any question to do with music? Does somebody have a real question?
No, it's cool, man. It's fine. Yeah. Big fan, man. Take care, Alex. Take care, man. Take care, Mike. We do that to liven it up. Yeah, I know. I'll see you, man.
So where's the funny part?
What happened?
See, I thought, I didn't,
Gary said the funny part was coming up.
Well, that's when Eddie flips.
Oh.
But then Alex and Sammy came up to me and hung with me and shook my hand, so it was great. But Eddie was just pissed off.
Okay.
I'm glad you didn't interrupt that.
Yeah. Gary was concerned.
You would have ruined.
Yeah, I would have ruined it.
David Lee Roth, 1992.
Oh, yeah! So, Howard, what is this crap about I should never have left Van Halen?
Well, here's the deal. Everyone knows you've got, I would say you're worth between $50 and $65 million. That's your personal fortune, okay?
Yeah.
So it's not like you need to work. No, I mean, he's got it. I mean, if
If you don't have that money, somebody's got your money.
Yeah, I mean, if you lost your money, that's one thing. But you generate. I'm talking about after your taxes are paid and everything else is done. Easily worth $50 to $65 million.
Well, the reason that I left Van Halen wasn't based on money at all. It was a completely artistic thing.
It was not.
Well, no, I'll say it for the first time here ever on radio anywhere. And I've tried to be a gentleman, and do it with dignity and so forth. But the reason that I left Van Halen is because Edward and Alex Van Halen were completely fucked up on drugs.
Well, wait a second. Now, I had to, don't say that without using the F word.
You can't use that word.
Well, I want it to sound just as serious as it actually was. Now,
you said the reason you left Van Halen was why, without using the F word.
It was because they were completely stoned all the time.
Right.
How do you make music with somebody who has a hangover or is copping a buzz on a regular basis?
Right.
You've got kids, right? Would you like your daughter to spend any amount of time with somebody who's constantly hungover or constantly copping a buzz?
And he's in Van Halen?
I might think about it.
Let me think about it. Hold it. I mean, my daughter gets to be with the guy as long, but he always has a buzz.
Is he faithful?
Let me think about it.
So you got
well, there's ups and downs,
in a
everything.
personal situation. You got to think about it in a personal context.
Let's just say,
first time that Edward graduated from Betty Ford, I tried to call and said, "Hey, you remember when I said, hey, we can get our act together, and I'm no saint, then maybe we could do it." And then the second time that he graduated from Betty Ford, I tried to call, and I got the manager calling back saying, "Anybody wants to talk to those guys? You talk to me." And then the third time that he graduated from Betty Ford, I tried to call and say, "Guys, this is what we talked about. If we get back out on the line, then we go." I didn't leave Van Halen to pursue some verstunken movie career. That would be crazy.
All right, but wait, let's get this straight, okay? Because this is the way I understand it.
But you know what, Howard? There is a God.
Yes.
There is a God, because I left and I said, I really want to make music, and I'll take a hit, if that's necessary to be an artist. If there's a lesson in here in popularity, whatever.
Wait a second.
But listen to this.
Yeah.
Last record sold, what, 1.5 million, a little bit more.
Right.
They sold about 1.5 million, maybe a little bit more, but I don't break it up 5 ways.
Right, that's true. Well, that
I guess
is
it's
better. You got a point there.
It's not even something I really thought about, but lo and behold, there is a God,
Well, let's face it. When you were with Van Halen, that was the group. I mean, that was a really
great group. It still could be a great group. It still absolutely could.
Yeah.
Why, you think you might get back together with those guys?
I've said it last time I was here. I said it the time before I was there. I've been saying it for years. Guys, if we get on a track here, we can make history.
So you're saying you left. Here's what happened. You were going along. You were the guy who wanted to go out on tour. You kept yourself in good shape. You were into rock and roll.
Oh, absolutely. And I've had my ups and downs. I'm no saint.
And those guys got progressively lazier about going out on the road. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, they wanted to just do a little stadium tour, and sell out and just do it as quick as possible, bang them and run.
Right.
Which they tried to do after I left the band, and that was heralded as the worst catastrophe in the history of music business on Billboard's headline.
Right.
And I just played back and said, guys, I want to be a gentleman on this. I'm going to stay quiet, and maybe things will resolve themselves. Because that's what I said to Edward when, I shook his hand and said, hey, if it gets you together again, let's go.
Have you guys seen each other since you broke up?
No, they hide from me. Not for 6 years.
Really?
Not for 7 years.
What do you mean they hide from you?
Oh, well, I'm out in the streets all the time. I'm in the local cantina frequently.
I know.
If you're out there, I will run into you sooner or later.
Right.
But I do get his calls from Sammy Hagar's manager going, nobody talks to this, nobody talks to that guy. You can't do this and that because, think about it. If
he doesn't want to.
Oh, if we did a reunion, if we did a reunion, Sammy's career would be destroyed.
Right.
And so I can see that, from there.
But they're pretty tight with Sammy now, so I don't think that they would want to burn him.
Oh, come on, man. To have me in the band makes it explosive and unpredictable and colorful. And what they have with Sam Hagar is something that's very quiet and domestic, kind of upper middle class rock.
We've seen the two different Van Halen.
Oh, yeah, and it's in the records and the groove. So if that's the way they choose to live, great.
Right.
God bless.
Right.
But I didn't join this. I want to be in Dodge City. I want some fireworks. I want some color. And if there's conflict, well, maybe that's what made the great music.
But maybe you're not an easy guy to get along with.
No, I'm not at all.
Right.
I'm not a perfectionist, but I'll settle for better than everybody else put together.
There's other things, too. You even pushed Van Halen to make better videos and stuff. Maybe those guys couldn't take the pressure that you kept pushing and pushing in that direction.
Well, you'll never even see those old videos, and you're never even going to see a Van Halen box set or a Van Halen's greatest hits because they won't allow it. They're terrified that any of that. And you know
why?
what?
Why would they be terrified?
Because they'd have to deal with Dave.
Well, it reminds
it
reminds you of the past. It reminds you of some very colorful past there.
You would like to release a best of Van Halen, wouldn't you?
You know what? The old Van Halen catalog sells almost 2 million a year without anything. So
when you wrote those songs with Eddie, right?
Yeah, every single one of them.
And you would get together in the beginning, and it would be magical. And as it went along, you claimed that because you got more and more into getting high, that it was hard for you guys to sit down and write songs together?
Of course. You can't sit there and hum with somebody and work with somebody whose head is spinning or is concentrating on working their way up to getting stoned.
I see.
And that becomes a 5-night, 6-night-a-week kind of a thing.
So you would go, where would you guys write songs, for example? Where would you go?
In the basement, in the back of an airplane, in the back of the bus, or whatever.
It didn't matter where you were. All of a sudden, he'd say, hey, I got a good, I got a sort of like a riff here that I think's pretty good. You want to write some words to this? And that would happen that way. Then all of a sudden that stopped because he wouldn't have the riff, right?
Well, it's not so much that he doesn't have the riff as the songs become more and more melancholy. They become more and more sad and a little more,
and your lyrics don't fit.
Oh, woe is me.
Isn't it true that they wanted to start using keyboards and you were against that? And that's one of the reasons
another bunch of horse crap.
It is?
Come on, I'm the guy. I served you up how much brass and how many keyboards at Gigolo. And I was the guy that gave you Ice Cream Man 14 years ago.
So that was not true. And it's not true that you wanted to go be a movie star and that's why you left the group?
No, I was going to direct a picture, but only an idiot would leave a band like Van Halen to pursue a movie career. Come on.
What type of movie were you making? You were making something called Crazy from the Heat. Whatever happened to that?
It was a 2-hour video, and when CBS Pictures went out of the program, that's a classic story. The movie company changes heads of state like a third world government. They go, hey, all the movies that came before me are banished and whatever. Well, I'm lucky. I'm not like Martin Scorsese in that I have a day job. And they said, you're not going to be a movie director. I never really thought I was going to be.
Let me say something. My prediction is that Van Halen will never get back together again with David Lee Roth because it's too much bad blood. That's my prediction. And that's unfortunate because, no offense to Sammy Hagar, but he's just not cutting it. It's just not the same. It's not the same. It never will be the same. Fred, hey, you know music. You think it's good with Sammy Hagar?
I hate it. I've always hated Sammy.
Well,
you hate Sammy Hagar, Fred?
Sammy Hagar, period.
Well, Sammy is a mindless little bridge troll drone. Everything that comes out of his mouth is word barf. And it's the very lowest common denominator.
But how do you really feel?
Is it word barf, though?
It's meant for children.
Right.
Jimi Hendrix never made music for children.
Right.
Children may have loved it, but he never made music. Hey, the 14-year-olds will love this. Jimi Hendrix never said that.
I see.
The guys in Led Zeppelin or the Beatles never said, I'm going to aim this at the 12-year-olds.
Is it possible that Eddie could get so high he wouldn't notice that you came back into the group?
Yeah,
and then and then that's how a reunion could occur?
No, I think there's, that there's a potential for it, just in a technical sense, because it's the only super band on the face of the earth where all the original members are still alive.
Right.
But that's not going to be the case for very long from the look of things.
Let me ask you something, David. Let me ask you something, David.
Man.
Oh, it's no big secret behind the scenes.
Right.
He's fucked up out of his head still.
I got to dump out of that. You can't use the F word on radio.
And this is the first time I've come clean about it. Always, before you've asked
you
about
never
it,
talked about it before.
And I've always backed off and said, hey, we had our differences. But they keep slamming me and slamming me.
Why do they slam
all this time of slamming me and slamming me?
They are still slamming the good name of David Lee Roth.
Yeah, well, Sammy is my boy. He works for me, man.
That's right.
He's my
He's
bitch.
your dog.
That's
He's
right.
your bitch.
And when he says my name, we just sell that many more records.
That's
Just reminds people of the glorious past even more. He doesn't even know it.
After a while, you can't tell. You've been a gentleman about this thing. You've tried not to badmouth Van Halen. Hey, God bless him. Let him go on with their life. But at some point, a man's got to be a man and step up to the plate and say, hey, stop badmouthing
And
me.
what better plate than the Howard Stern Show?
There you go. Oh, you'll be hearing about this. Don't worry. Well, there's an interesting revelation.
Yeah.
I had no idea that you were really hot to get back with these guys. I had no idea they were still bad-mouthing you. And I had no idea that Sammy Hagar was word barf. I really had no
See
idea.
how much we've learned today?
You're lying,
Boy, am I glad
Howard.
you came in. Plus, Sammy's got what has he got? He cuts his hair too short or something, right?
I don't know.
He doesn't have the right look, and he wears pajamas on stage.
It's kind of 1974 kind of dude.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go party, dude. Yeah, you, me, your wife, and 3 kids, Sam.
Yeah. Anyway, David Lee Roth is with us. He made some interesting revelations. His life now is completely different.
I feel free.
He sounds, but you do sound a little bitter.
Well, enough, of getting kicked in the butt every time, they throw a camera on those 4 guys hugging and kissing each other and sitting there.
It's like guys homos making out, isn't it?
Well, it's a little bit, after a certain point, the whole bonding thing starts to become a little bit weird. It starts to become a little bit forced. And, you know, since they're all married and got kids, it's sort of like the Sperry Topsider gang gets together.
Right,
you know, put on the big furry hat with the horns like Fred Flintstone.
And
you
hugging
know,
and congratulating each other every time they get through a song.
Say the sacred chant and then do the special handshake.
I can't say I can argue with anything you've said here.
And it's real tired.
The one that I like is the big fat guy, the bass player, the one with the sloppy T-shirt. He's funny to me. Certainly to improve his appearance a little bit for the band's sake.
Could you give him some of your tips on eating?
What is it, chicken?
Well, he still plays the same bass solo I taught him in 1982.
Yeah, what is his name again?
Mike Anthony.
Mike. Chicken and bland food. That's the secret.
Lots of pasta, but you got to burn it off.
Right. It's nothing wrong with pasta. But like David says, you got to get up at 6:30 and start the exercise routine.
You got to get up early.
No, I mean, his T-shirt always appears to be stained with some type of food on it.
Some sauce.
You know what I mean? Some sauce or something like that. You know, Van Halen to me was always a very cool band.
Yes.
If I could have been in a band, it would have been Van Halen when you were there, and then you'd look over and you'd see Eddie, who always had a good look. Let's face it, even if he was high, he had a good look. And then you look over, even at his brother. Okay, he was tucked behind the drums.
Yeah, keep him behind the drums.
Because his brother looks retarded compared to him. Like, you definitely, Eddie got all the looks, right?
Yeah, well, you know, Alex kind of tags along. You know, that's his insurance policy. You know?
That's right.
He's got to follow that around and protect that. You know?
But then you would look at the bass player, Michael Anthony, and you would say to yourself, "My God, this guy has more food caught in his teeth than David eats the whole day."
He should be driving a truck.
You know, I will say for Mike that he does have the sense to keep his mouth shut while the others, you know, dig themselves holes. And everything.
He always kept a good relationship.
Oh
with
yeah,
you.
and now that the rest of the world is finally becoming to come around and see them for what they actually are, and, you know, and,
have their record sales dipped?
Oh, certainly. All their records put together haven't sold as much as one of the albums that I made with them.
And no one has made an overture to, has anybody's agent been in touch with anybody?
Well, I tried to call them, like I said, every time Edward graduated from Betty Ford Center. I tried to
call
call
up and say, hey, now you got...
hey, you know, I wasn't perfect either, but now maybe we're on a straight line. Let's make some history. Let's give some money to charity, if nothing else.
And what does he say?
You don't get a call. You get a call back from Sammy Hagar's manager going, nobody talks to these guys unless they talk to me first. Nobody gonna get
really?
through. Oh, yeah, it's classic cigar chomping.
So how do we know that Eddie's even getting the phone call?
Because he's going to hear it now. And of course he hears it, man. The entire world wants to see a reunion, whether there is one or not.
Right.
You know, think about it.
David, give me an idea. If you guys toured for 6 to 7 months, what would the gross be on a concert?
7 months, probably about just close to $70 million.
$70 million.
Something like that. Yeah.
$70 million. Why wouldn't those guys want to make $70 million? Well, are they so rich that they don't care about
No,
I mean, you're a wealthy man, but you could always use $70 million.
Well, I think what it is, you know, you make an artistic credibility statement. You say, hey, at whatever cost, I'm going to make the music that I want, and I'm going to live my life like I want, which you have to salute to people. But in this day and age of the economy and the homeless situation and so forth, it's kind of reached a point where people turn and look at you like a total idiot for avoiding
success.
Right.
Something like that, you know.
Yeah.
It becomes almost a sin.
Right.
You know, a concert situation like that, just in terms of a charity.
Right.
You know, make as much sense as We Are the World. You're talking that kind of money. You know?
$70 million if Van Halen got together.
Yeah.
There's a point where, you know, when you're making music, you do it for yourself. And after you've done that for a while and then you make some money, whatever, then you turn things out away from yourself. It stops being so egocentric.
So in other words, it's time to put past differences aside and go back and make a tour and make $70 million and perhaps even make an album. I'm all for that. Are you, Robin?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we need him to make $70 million.
Vote yes.
Well, it's either
How do we get anything out of this?
It's zero. My message to them is it's either that or you shut your fucking mouth.
Whoa, wait a second.
Boy, oh boy. Well, I wish they could get that message.
Wait, you're saying, I had to bleep you again because you used the F word. You're saying, what you're essentially saying to those guys is if they don't shut up, you. Right. All right.
Sammy Hagar, 1994.
All right, Robin. Let's put on our blindfolds.
All right, I'm going to go get mystery guest.
All right.
Put them in their seats.
We're blindfolding up. Everybody's playing?
Just me, you, and Jackie.
Oh, okay.
I'll put the microphones up. You got your blindfold? Everyone got it on? Hello?
Hello? I can't hear you. I don't have my headphones on yet.
All right.
Now I can.
Fred, you know who it is, so you can't play.
He had to disqualify himself.
Well, Gary had to check with Fred to make sure it would be a good mystery guest.
It's the winner.
It's the winner. Already it sounds like a woman because the way Gary's talking all meek to her.
Oh, yeah.
You sit here.
I'm sniffing, Howard. I don't smell nothing.
You will.
Smell is a very important part of mystery guest.
I am not in the same room, so sniffing doesn't do anything.
Sounds
for
like
me.
an army.
You could smell it from there.
No, it's a guy.
Yeah.
Mystery guest brings a big entourage.
Really?
Does he have any girls with him?
Lots of them.
Now wait a minute, mystery guest. Is that you speaking now?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And you smell good.
He's got babes with him, Hal.
And you said yes, ma'am. Are you okay? I'll go first. Are you a country western singer?
Yes, I am.
All right, I know who.
Are you?
Stop,
Wait a
stop,
second.
stop. Mystery guest is not a country western singer.
Well, hey,
You have to answer a little honestly.
All right,
I'll
I'm wrong.
sing anything.
And discuss your voice a little.
But you know what I like? I like that Robin goes, okay, I know who it is. I mean, I'm in the middle. You can't do that. You ever watch To Tell the Truth?
No.
All right, Robin, your turn.
Oh, you didn't get a no, did you?
Yeah, he's not a country
he's
western
not a
singer.
country western singer.
Are you Dolly Parton?
Well, excuse me, I'm singing. I'm asking questions now. Are you in the field of sports?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
No, he's not.
Oh, you.
I don't know.
Do you know how to play this game?
I don't know what I do.
He doesn't know himself.
All right, Jackie.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Go ahead. Are you in the field of sports?
You want to bush?
No, go ahead.
Do you have a hit record?
Of course I do.
Does he?
Been involved with many hit records.
All right, let me think. Now, let's see. Been involved in many.
Of
hit
course he
records.
does.
Well, it's not Jackie.
Jackie, go ahead. You have a yes
Recently?
answer.
Yeah.
Oh, I know the
Braggart.
You're on, Jack.
Oh, jeez.
You're doing good. Yeah, like Jackie would even know anyone who has a hit record.
That's right. Maybe if it was
I went
country
down
western.
the wrong road.
Is it Chicago?
Because if it's not, I give up.
Is it the Brooklyn
It's Dion.
Go ahead, you're doing good.
Is it Boz Skaggs?
Nay.
Oh, boy.
All right, are you really asking is it Boz Skaggs?
No.
Yeah, I'll ask you. Is it Boz? I have no idea.
All right, right. So you had
All
a
right,
recent.
go ahead.
Are you in a band?
One to the left.
Are you in a band?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could ask that.
Are you in the group?
I like the bells.
Oh,
let's see.
boy.
You're in a group, huh? Are you in? Are you that guy who does?
No, I wouldn't make that. I would make that a mystery guest, Howard.
All right, good. Because we're gonna smack you in the head if it was.
All right, you got to know. So your band is established. Been around for a
somewhat.
while.
Yeah, somewhat.
Had a recent big hit?
Are you a singer?
Yeah.
Hey, it's my turn.
Oh, you need help. Are you a recent hit? We just said it's a recent hit.
Have you had a song on the charts lately?
Yes. Are you in Stone Temple Pilots?
No.
Are you in?
Oh, stop it.
I'll give you a little bit of a hint.
All right.
The band was big even before he was in it.
Ooh, you joined the band.
Sammy Hagar.
Let's get it on, Howard.
No.
Let's get it on.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm a dead man. Oh. Now, you're a real man. Thank God you joined Van Halen. You're the only real man.
But this wasn't so early.
I thought you were going to kick my ass.
That's what I
Oh, man. And I was blindfolded.
It wasn't so early, Howard.
And I got all dolled up for you, too. How you doing, Sammy?
I'm doing great. It's a little early for
Sammy,
me.
so you're a real man. Let me tell you something.
Sure I am.
I got to tell you something. I had this David Lee Roth in there, Sammy.
There we go.
And I got to tell you something. This guy is almost totally bald. Did you know that? Did you know that? Thank God they got rid of him. Watch this about face.
I know.
Wow.
Boy, are you brave.
Me?
Hey, I'm getting out of the room.
Howard was blindfolded.
Now, Sammy, seriously, I got nervous when you were going to beat my ass in the
The MTV
at the
Awards.
MTV
That was
Awards.
before I knew how big you were. See, people on TV all look the same size.
No, you're a boxer. You're actually in a boxing family, and you also know some karate, right?
No, just boxing.
Because I know Muay Thai.
Muay Thai.
Muay Thai. Whatever that is. Wow, I can't believe you're here.
I've been here all week.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I can't
let me tell you something.
believe.
Are you
got my
still mad
one-
at me?
I was never mad at you. That was a
You
one
really
big
were?
deal.
I
One big deal,
was
Howard.
really nervous at the MTV Awards. You wouldn't beat my ass.
And then somebody gave me a tape of you with
Goofing on you?
That old a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Goofing on me, and I got mad again.
No
and
kidding.
then I laugh again. No, when I hear you interviewing other people, I like you. When you're talking about me, I want to kill you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because we met you a while back.
You
know,
did.
when we came to a Van Halen concert. Yeah, with
that
Alex.
must have been was it
We had
10
a real
years
good
ago?
time.
That was the other guy.
I saw you at the Van Halen concert. I told you how great you were and how good it was that they got rid of David Lee Roth. And then I
remember that.
and then
I
I'm so
swear I don't.
two-faced. When David Lee Roth was on here, I just sat there and put you down.
Well, you have to.
I didn't think you'd ever come on the show. I didn't know you would come on. I didn't know you were that kind of guy.
Eddie and Alex talked me into it. They said, go on.
Go
I
on.
said, I'm going, hey, I ain't going on that show. The guy's going to get me hot. We're going to get to scrapping. He's big. I could get hurt. You know, look bad.
Listen, what do you care what I say? You're a big star.
Hey, you guys
Van
are doing
Halen,
great.
Van Halen
5
is
minutes.
selling more records now than before.
Yeah.
It's what? I'm irrelevant.
Look, no one's irrelevant when they use your name in derogatory manners.
That's right. Who are these hangers-oners here? Who are these guys who are obviously leeching off you?
This guy's Van Halen's publicist. He's the
that
guy
right?
that talked me into this crap. He's
How you
the guy
doing?
that says,
Well, you know what? You're smart. Listen, you can't be mad at me. Let me just say something. When you got David Lee Roth in here, the guy obviously he gets.
You know, what is he going to say?
He's down in the dumps, this guy. You know what I'm saying? He feels bad that you're doing so well with the band, so you
Yeah,
try
he
to cheer
does.
him up and you get on his
I'm
side a
fine
little
with
bit.
Dave.
You are?
I got no problem. I don't know Dave. I got no problem with him.
Really?
Fine.
It's okay.
No problem.
Water
You
under
had
the
nothing
bridge.
to do with it anyway.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
He quit.
You got to ask
They
Robin.
asked me to join.
So we go to the
Rest is
MTV
history.
Awards.
9 years now.
We go to the MTV Awards, and I'm nervous because I got to get in a Fartman costume and fly.
I'd
on
be
a-
nervous. That was butt ugly, man.
I know. All right. Take it easy. Come on, we're trying to make up here. So, I go to the MTV Awards. What's with this microphone? It keeps floating away from me. So we go to the MTV Awards, and I'm really nervous because I got to get up on these wires. You know, I figure this is really dangerous.
Guy your size, too.
Guy my
True,
size,
yeah.
6'5", with a big cheesy ass.
He
So you
didn't
see what I
believe
look
that
like.
they could actually lift him.
Right. So wait a second. So then, and I'm real nervous about it, and I can't believe it. And then all of a sudden, one of the guys from MTV who's running the show comes over and he says to me, "Did you see the paper today?" I go, "No, what?" Because you're all over the paper. Sammy Hagar says when he sees you tonight, he is going to beat your ass in. He is so mad at you, he is going to beat your ass. So I said, that little guy, Sammy Hagar, going to beat my ass? They go, no.
I'm
The guy's-
5'9".
I go, wait a second. Well, to me, everyone's little.
I agree.
I go. They go, he's from a professional boxing family.
Yeah,
I
we
go,
didn't know that.
And I'm a real pussy. You know, as tall as I am, I can't fight. So I said, you think he's serious? They go, he's dead
Yes.
serious. He really loves to mix it up. So now I'm like, I turn to Robin and I say, not only am I flying down on wires and I'm not happy about him 30 feet in the air, but Sammy Hagar's going to really kick my ass, and how am I going to avoid seeing him? So now I'm real, like I'm going to puke.
Howard, you
'Cause,
know what you said. Tell the truth.
What did I say?
You said to the MTV people, you got to get me extra security.
Yeah, and then I have them beef up security because I know you're going to kick my ass. So I get
You keep
really.
that guy away from
You ruined my whole night.
Hey, you ruined mine there a couple times.
Did I really?
No, see, I had just heard the tape with you with Roth right before that.
Yeah.
And I was hot that night.
Yeah, but
and
you gotta feel bad for Roth. I mean, he's buying pot in the park,
He's
for
getting
God's sakes.
arrested,
You understand?
you know.
I'll sell him some next time, man. So come see me, Dave. Come see me. I got the good stuff.
He wasn't doing well, and I just
And
felt
you guys were having a great night that night. We were like, why is he angry at us?
What were we doing?
you guys had sold out some huge stadium, and David
And
Lee.
you won awards that night?
Yeah. What about changing
Every
the,
night.
What about changing the name of the group to Van Sammy? Is it possible?
No, it is. I wouldn't be interested in anything like that, to be honest.
What was it like when they tapped you to be in Van Halen? Wasn't that cool? And
Oh, it was great. But you know what? Honest to God, Howard, I didn't want to do it.
You didn't?
No, I was.
Why?
Because I was.
Well, you had your own solo career.
Exactly, and everything was going good. I just came off tour, you know, and I was thinking, I don't want to join a band again, especially because.
And also with all the controversy of taking over a guy's place, and you had to put up with all
No,
that.
that hadn't come out yet.
Right.
Yeah, see, I knew about it before anybody else.
Yeah.
Right.
But,
Oh, yeah. Who contacted you?
Eddie.
This is cool. Eddie, he said that David Lee Roth is a pain in my balls. I gotta
No,
get
he
him.
didn't. He didn't mention his name.
He didn't.
No, he
He, well,
didn't.
he-
Well, probably what he
talk.
said
Let me
was,
tell you something.
let me
This
see
band-
if I can get Sammy, and if I can get Sammy, I'll boot Dave.
yeah.
David quit, man. Dave walked.
Yeah.
Could you
walked.
now? Can you believe that? That's
He
crazy.
walked. Hey, only a fool would quit band.
Van Halen is a great band.
The best band in the world. What are you going to do? Start a lesser band. That's what you do. You quit Van Halen and you start a lesser band. Nothing against Dave. It's what would happen to me if I quit too. It's stupid.
You wouldn't quit.
No, you don't quit Van Halen.
You stick with. You see, this is what I said to him. I said, you stick with what you had. You had something
Could
big
it
going
have been
on.
that bad? It's not so bad for you, is it?
How bad is it? How is Eddie a pain in the ass?
No.
I mean,
Are
be
you
honest.
crazy?
I mean,
it's
is
a
he?
fantastic band. We have no problems. None. We never argue. We have no egos in this band.
You sit down, you
It
make
is
a couple of
four
songs, you write some songs,
We
and that's
sit
it.
down and goof off and do everything. Music is just part of what we do.
I can't believe you're here.
I can't either, man. I tell you, I didn't want to get up this early. I mean, I would come
That's
here
really
anytime.
nice of you, man.
I
You're
don't
a
get up.
That
real
is really
man.
great.
You're a real man.
It's April Fool's.
You're a real man.
It's big too. Howard.
That's really. Is it big?
Oh, it looked good on you.
Really?
Yeah, guy your size.
You're well hung.
Yeah, it would look good on him.
Really?
It would look good on him.
Did you think that's unbelievable that Sammy Hagar?
I couldn't believe it. I mean, even when I was saying the words, I expected everybody to say
I never
no.
meant any of that stuff I said about you. I never did.
Come on.
Wait till I leave. I'm gonna listen to the show tomorrow morning.
Times that
Tomorrow
we played
morning,
Van
I'm gonna
Halen
find out.
songs
Yeah.
like Dreams and Howard said, "Damn, this is really good."
I do. I don't even know why I started.
You gotta love Van
I guess because
Halen.
David Lee Roth came on, I figured Sammy's never come on. He's too famous.
Now you befriended him, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, look, Van Halen, you gotta love us. You're doing yourself harm by
I know Van Halen. Van Halen is a great
We
band.
even still went to see you in concert. I
Yeah.
mean, that's got to say something.
Yeah, what concert did I go to?
Good?
Yeah, you were great. I went to the concert. It was great.
Which one? Where was it?
Let's see. We were at.
Madison Square Garden?
No, it was the Meadowlands.
It was the Meadowlands.
Bachman Turner Overdrive was opening with Leslie West.
Oh,
playing
that was on the
Mississippi Queen.
5150 tour. You were
Yeah,
there.
that was a good show.
And we did 4 of those. Yeah.
And you guys were wearing parachute pants. And I said to Robin, I ought to get parachute pants because
And
those guys look real good.
You know,
And then
we were watching Sammy. He was running all over the stage.
My hair was short then, but just like it is now. It's the
yeah,
last
but
time
then
I had short hair.
then I got in parachute pants, and Robin said, "You look like Joey Buttafuoco." And the only way we got David Lee Roth to come on here was I kept saying, if he don't come on, we're going to call him David Weave Roth because at the time to get a
See,
little
you
hair.
don't even understand the history.
See, that was the whole
I don't know.
history.
I've never even met.
I was goofing on him, and he came on.
There you go.
It's the only way I can get rock stars to come on is to goof on them, and then they finally come on. Until they finally come in here.
All right,
Oh,
well,
yeah, so
don't do it
Eddie-
again, though. If you goof on us again, we're not coming, okay?
The bass player, who's he get? Does he have a model girlfriend too?
Mikey's got a beautiful wife. And
Really?
some great, beautiful little daughters, man. Mikey is the solidest guy in Van Halen.
You think Alex Van Halen is jealous of Eddie in a way? Because Eddie gets
They're
all the
brothers,
attention?
man.
Yeah,
They're
they're brothers, but don't you think he's like jealous? Because Eddie gets all the attention? Nah. No, seriously.
I think he's
What's the
proud of his
dynamic
brother.
there?
The dynamic between those two is Alex is really more the leader of the band than Eddie.
And when you guys all sit together to write songs and stuff, does like Eddie like get an attitude because he was like the founding member? And
No, no.
No?
There's no attitude. Eddie and I write the songs together. Alex and Mike contribute and make it a song, make it, into a Van Halen song.
Where do you guys write the songs? Do you do it over Eddie's house?
Yeah, my house or Eddie's
No
house.
kidding.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something. Van Halen is so much better with you. Than with that other
This
guy.
Now listen, you're
more
just ruining
focused.
your
The music
image
is
to
much
these
better.
people.
What am I going to do? It's embarrassing.
You're ruining
You're
your
ruining
image.
your
You always find yourself in this spot.
Why do you do this to me? Why did you come in?
Your fans are going, this guy's fickle.
No, they know that. They know I'm the biggest phony alive.
Well, I was at CNN doing an interview the other day, and I was in getting makeup, and the lady next to me was talking to the guy, and she goes, "Yeah, these people, they were like these weird people, like Howard Stern fans or something." And I said, "Howard Stern fans?" That scared me for a second. I was like,
Yeah, right.
And I said, "Does he really have?" I thought most people just listen and they want to kill him. They're just listeners, but it's like the wrestlers. I mean, you go to see them get beat. It's kind of like you. How people listen to you because they just want to go, "I'm going to break his neck."
My worst thing is when I actually meet people.
Yeah,
that's
that
the
you've
worst.
talked about.
That's what I talk about. What if I meet Roseanne? What do I do?
It's going to happen.
It's going to be ugly.
Yeah, just hold up a Kleenex or something. Just hold it. There'll be no problem.
Wow, Sammy Hagar is here, who is with the great Van Halen.
Yeah.
Sammy, if you can give me some time, I'd like to play a little bit of the CD, go through the songs, show people why you got the job as lead singer.
You know why you're delaying going to the commercials?
Why?
Because you're going to have to sit in there with
I
Sammy.
know. Sammy, can you leave during the commercial so I don't have to talk to you face to face?
Hey, Howard, also, there's a new tune on the record as well.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, I will play it all when I come back, and I will sit here and talk to Sammy.
All right, that'll be interesting.
Sammy, what are we going to talk about when we go to commercial?
Whatever you want to talk
Really?
about. I swear, Howard, I'm good, man. I don't want to kill you.
You're not
anymore
going to beat
so
me up
far.
or anything?
No, but I am going to listen to you tomorrow and after I leave.
Don't worry, I'm not going to say anything bad. You're not going to punch me during the commercial, are you?
You're too big, man. I didn't know you were so big.
Really, I do know karate. I'm a brown belt. I'm a brown belt in Shotokan.
Too big. If I couldn't take you out with 1 or 2 punches, you get a hold of me and get me down, sit on me, and I'm over.
Hey, what if David Lee Roth calls in? Now,
get
that would be
tired.
good.
Yeah.
And what if the two of you start going at it? Oh, that'd be
He
wild.
doesn't want to mess with me.
Really?
No. He talks a good game, though. Dave is really, that's his forte. He talks a long line
He
of
talks
crap.
a lot.
He's really good at it. That's his trip.
He's
man.
been saying garbage about you. That's true.
Of course he has.
I don't think it's right. I don't condone
Wouldn't
it.
you?
No, I wouldn't. I'd be a
In
man
his
about
situation?
it. Absolutely
He
not.
quit. Like you said, he quit.
Hey, what does he want from you?
He ended up where we
quit.
all started, okay? He ended up where we all started. If he would have been successful out of his first solo album, he wouldn't want back in Van Halen.
That's exactly.
Right. His first album was called Eat 'Em and Smile. You know what he's talking about.
Right.
The band left him behind. Yeah, you know, wow.
Yeah.
But if that would have been more successful, and if his new album was happening, he wouldn't be talking about a reunion with Van Halen for charity. And the only charity involved here would be his own, because it's nothing. We don't need him to do a charity. We don't need him for anything.
That's exactly
Great
what I
old
say.
Van Halen records. I love them as much as everybody else. 1984, Desert Classic.
Right.
Seriously.
Right. Classic.
Seriously.
Classic.
Absolutely.
No one's taking it away.
10 years ago, though, buddy.
Hey, the guy walked out of the
28
band.
million records in between.
You got the call from Eddie Van Halen. He says, "Hey, I lost my lead singer. I appreciate your work. I want you as lead singer. What does the guy want from you? What did you do?"
My job.
Yeah,
His
what
job
were they
back.
supposed to do? Disband? because
David
he
Lee
left?
Roth quit.
That's right.
Not only quit the band, he quit selling records as well, and that
He
was
quit
it. Right?
everything.
That's it. He quit everything. He quit doing everything.
Van Halen. From deep inside the Stern Show vault. Presenting an uncensored history of Van Halen on the Howard Stern Show.
I think Gary was just kind of an unfortunate blip on the screen, and I think what you have here is flavor of the summer, huh?
The whole truth. The Howard Stern Van Halen special. Exclusively on Howard 101.
Somebody give me a shot.
So I heard you've been contacting Eddie Van Halen and saying, "Hey, let's get back together and do it right," but still no deal, huh?
No, I have not contacted.
No, you haven't?
No, not at all. And what happens is that every time they go onto the air, someone much like yourself,
Right. Yeah. All right. I had Sammy on once. Were you mad when I had? Were you mad when I had Sammy on? I had him on once. He came in. He came in by surprise.
I heard that he had come on.
Yeah, he came on.
No, this is
You don't
like
care,
battles of the bands kind of stuff.
Right,
this
right,
is
right.
like junior high is like, yeah, man,
You know I still love you, though.
Howard, there's
hey,
a
man.
capacity to like many, many different kinds of
Well,
music.
I'm loyal to
know?
my friends.
You know
what I'm saying.
what Van Halen is now is something very, very different than what
That
it
is
was
true.
before.
Yes.
It's spiritually, musically, technically, on and on. And what can you say?
I love this.
It has no
I love
relationship.
I'd love to ask you about this. I really
It
do.
has no relationship whatsoever. Answering something that Sam Hagar might say, Jesus, we're dealing with a generation now when you say Sammy, they think of Hagar instead of Davis Jr. That's unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah, I understand. So the point is, now you don't even care anymore. You don't even care about going back with Van Halen. It's over.
Like answering something that somebody in a Roadrunner cartoon says.
Well, you did develop Van Halen. I mean, you have every right to reclaim your invention.
I was one of the architects, and if I build you an airplane, you can damn well bet you can fly it without me.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
So we built it, and Van Halen still sells millions,
right.
throughout the seasons and whatnot. But what happens is they get very bitter and very angry and very harsh, and that's not why I joined music.
Right.
If I wanted bitter, angry, and harsh, I would have stayed in the military, okay?
That's right.
And what music is about is some celebration, a little mutual commiseration at worst, but not the... I can gang sign the whole alphabet. You want to see the Mickey Mouse Club?
Yeah.
M-I-C, yes,
Wow.
see this? K-E-Y. Why? Fuck y'all. That's
Now listen here. Anyway, the point is, David Lee still gets huge royalty checks from Van Halen. That's what matters. Guy's got tons of dough.
Chaz, I am hero.
Right. What is it, Baba Booey?
John and I were out there talking. We're both huge David Lee Roth fans, with Van Halen as well.
Yes.
And we were saying that, like, the big question is, they're going to be eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Uh-oh.
Rock and Roll Hall of
That's
Fame.
gonna
Who gets on stage?
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, now what's going to happen when Van Halen is inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Because you guys are almost just about there.
There are certain bad words, and there are certain good words, okay? And the way you can differentiate between a good word and a bad word, think of it like this.
I just want to know what happens when you get on the stage with Van Halen.
Answer. You're gonna figure it out through this.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man, give me a break.
Now
What's
you
the
go back
answer?
to Heidi Fleiss.
Yeah, I know.
Talking to the Indians, it's all symbolism.
Be straight with me here.
It is
Pretend I'm your manager, and all of a sudden I give you the call and I say, listen, they're having a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Van Halen's about to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
We gotta talk to both.
Are you asking
and
for an
Eddie.
opinion?
Yeah, Sammy wants to be there, even though you're the guy who, David started the whole damn band. David did the whole thing with
But
them.
I don't even know whether the question is Sammy or David. I think it's David and
Sammy there together?
No.
And Eddie.
Eddie.
Oh.
This was the class.
What happened?
It's very rare that you run into a McCartney Lennon or a Jagger Richards kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's a luck scenario that you should geographically collide into
somebody who has a mutual inspiration and enthusiasm, or
one in a billion.
1 in a billion.
Right.
And I treasure it and I salute it when I hear it on the radio. I go, yeah, it makes me drive a little bit faster. And a few million of our closest friends as well.
Right.
Now, if they should ask, say, Dave, you want to come on down? Absolutely. You bet. You're only as big as the stuff that aggravates you.
Right.
And if something little aggravates you, then you're a very little person.
So you would go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh,
and you
absolutely.
You're right. And what happens when you get on stage? I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, you're going to, are you guys going to pretend?
Are you and Eddie going to hug?
Yeah. Yeah, what's going to happen?
For me, it is an easy go. It is not a thing of, we're going to slug it out or whatever. We're not boxers. We're musicians.
Something bad must have really happened between these guys that we still don't know. Something really bad
left
happened.
of center? Well, what
I know David's story is that Eddie was drinking and stuff.
Yeah, he couldn't get to work.
And he couldn't get to work, and he wanted to go on tour and do all kinds of cool things with the band. And then I heard that David wanted to bring in a keyboard player, and Eddie freaked out because he didn't think keyboards belonged to Van Halen. But then meanwhile, they do have keyboards in Van Halen. That's what I heard.
What happened originally was, I said, hey, I want a tour. It takes me 15 shows just to warm up and say hello.
Right.
And it was becoming the thing of, no, we'll just play.
Valerie doesn't want it.
No, the old lady doesn't want it. So we went and we played South America. I took a year of technical Portuguese, okay, so that I could go down there and have a decent time, or at least get us completely in trouble.
Right.
And it turns out, no, I can't get all the play.
So they thought David was a pain in the ass. They thought David Lee was.
They still tour.
Yeah,
now what's happened, isn't that the curious? You always hate most and others that which you yourself are most capable of.
That's going to be a good Rock and Roll Hall of Fame show. Yeah. I'm going to that one.
Well, John and I asked.
I'm going to that one.
John and I were discussing it some more. Is there any chance that they wouldn't ask David to come?
Oh, they got to.
They have to.
He has as much right to be there as those guys.
Absolutely. Hagar Van Halen.
Don't you tell me.
Oh, I agree.
Don't you ever say that.
He would have to be there.
Well,
you get out of the room, Gary.
Jesus.
I think what'll happen is, I'll show up on stage and then we'll make a big production of the
hugging.
Okay, well, maybe the feuds, or maybe we're going to maintain the feud.
Right.
Yeah, and if you have one night of, oh, wow, why did we break up?
Please,
Oh, that's going to be a good one. I can't wait for that. Oh, man.
And what's curious is, as we sail on, this is something that's a major entity. It's still all over the internet. It's still...
You haven't run into those guys at all since the breakup, right?
A few years ago. I think I might have talked to you about it after I seen Ed on the street walking up, and Valerie was there. I said, Ed, how you been? Valerie said, he's fine.
Oh, geez.
Oh, really? No talking whatsoever.
And he doesn't even speak.
And he kept walking?
I didn't recognize him. To tell you the truth, I did not recognize him. Howard, some of us change, some of us don't.
Right.
There are only 3 people who have never changed since their inception. You, Bruce Springsteen, and Sea Anemones.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
June 1996.
Sammy Hagar is out of Van Halen.
Now, who would have predicted that? Who would have predicted that David Lee Roth would be back in Van Halen?
Sammy Hagar has left the group. The official word is that there were creative differences, and that David Lee Roth will now be joining the group, rejoining the group. Here is Sammy Hagar. I guess they were trying to get a hold of Sammy to see what had happened. Here is his answering machine message.
Okay.
Yeah, leave a message. Thanks. Bye.
That's it. And here's David Lee Roth talking about the group, I guess, not too long ago.
It's sort of morbid if you don't hang out with the old team every now and then and have a beer or a cup of coffee, and say, hey, remember that time? Did I ever tell you that? That has not happened, and that I've called, to them a couple of times and said, just to place a call and say, hey, you're only as big, we are only as big as the things that aggravate us. I don't expect to have a reunion, but let's call a hiatus on this backbiting, name-calling nonsense.
See, David's grown. Well, I think I had something to do with all this, but what do I know? All I can tell you is I was trying to get these guys to do a song for my soundtrack with David Lee Roth. I was trying to get Van Halen and David Lee Roth for one song. And they came back to me and said they wanted like $2.5 million. And I was like, well, I don't think I can get anybody to go for that. And the rest, as they say, is history.
Well, we'll have to see. Maybe one of these days we'll get one of these guys on the phone and they'll tell us if you had anything to do with it.
Because when they said $2.5 million, I said, well, so in other words, it's not
It's not impossible. You would work with David Lee again.
Yeah, because someone had told me that they needed cash. Now, I couldn't believe this. Now, I'm sure that can't be true. I mean, how could you need cash if you're in Van Halen? But, of course, when they all of a sudden said, hey, we want a couple of mil, I said, well, wait a second. Guys who want a couple of mil need money. So who knows?
And if they get back with David Lee for money,
they
must need money.
Right. But I think it's great,
I think it'll be good for the group.
Yeah, I'll go
Let's
check
hope
that
they
out.
can recapture that magic.
July 1996.
Here's a new commercial. This is a commercial we'd like to hear. How's that?
Okay.
All right, a commercial we'd like to hear.
Now that Sammy Hagar is out of Van Halen and David Lee Roth is back on welfare and totally out of the question, is there anyone charismatic enough to be the new frontman for Van Halen? Well, make way for Crackhead Bob!
So, you gotta do it now. You gotta do it and get that right. So, you gotta do it now. You gotta do it and you're that nice.
Wow. Van Halen, featuring new lead singer, Crackhead Bob.
Got a bed, got a bed, got a bed. Dr. Peter.
Crackhead Bob and Van Halen.
I got up. And I was down. I got up. Knocking on down.
Sure, he sings like he's got a mouthful of marbles, but he's certainly less annoying than Sammy Hagar and much more controllable than David Lee Roth.
Touch it in a low, touch it go down.
Crackhead Bob may look like Curly from the Three Stooges and drag his foot like Bob Dole's dance instructor, but can he rock? Since Eddie quit drinking, Van Halen has really been dull. But with Crackhead Bob as the new lead singer, the songs will never sound the same.
That's it, my. That's it up. That's it, night. That's it, night. That's it up.
Van Halen, featuring the new lead singer, Crackhead Bob. Look for the tour this fall.
Down, thump, thump. Down, thump. Might as well dump. Might as well thump.
No, dump.
Dump. No. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? Isn't that great?
Isn't it funny how the crack messed up his speech so that everything starts with a T or a D?
Yeah, that's cool. Crack has a consistency that no other drug has. It gives you that T and D thing. They call it the T and Ds. That's Crackhead Bob.
September 1996.
I got a million things to talk to you about and a bunch of phone calls, but more importantly, one of the highlights of the MTV Music Awards was the fact that David Lee Roth walked out on stage with Van Halen, a sight I never thought I'd see. And David quite wisely interrupted the proceedings and said, "Can you believe this?"
Yeah, we got to address this situation.
Yeah. And it did add a lot of excitement. It was probably the most exciting moment at the awards.
Yeah, they kept announcing that there was going to be a reunion that nobody expected. I said, what, they dig up John Lennon?
Yeah.
I had no idea they were going to do that.
Come to think of it, I heard that too, and I just paid no attention to it, because it's usually bogus.
Yeah, but it turned out to be for real.
Yeah. So where's David Lee? All right, let me look at you. Yeah, look how happy you are now. Look how happy.
There he is.
Look how happy you look now. Man.
Sparkling.
You're like a new man. You're sparkling. You're like shining.
Been asleep since late 70s.
David Lee Halen.
Particularly special.
David Lee Halen.
David Lee Halen.
Who would have thought, huh?
Dude, so what happened?
Will wonders never cease.
All right, so the last time I saw you, we were just sitting around talking and bad-mouthing Van Halen and Sammy Hagar and everybody else, like we usually do.
Well, I was bad-mouthing Sam.
Right.
Van Halen has always maintained their endocrine system.
Right. No, you always wanted to go back with those guys. David Lee used to say to me, hey, listen, it makes economic sense. The thing with Sammy is not happening. I did my solo thing, fine. Look, why not get together and make a barrel of money?
More than that, it makes spiritual sense.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are meant for each other.
Well, I can say I remember the last time David was on, and he was saying that, we ought to just drop this stuff. Let's put it behind us.
I mean, David had enough money that he didn't need to work anymore. It wasn't about working.
It is.
True. I mean, you got enough dough you could have just kept going on
There's
doing what you're
not
doing.
a whole lot of musicians that you can conjoin with. The band Van Halen, in terms of lead singerdom, for however long this goes on, just went from decaf to speedballs. Okay.
Right.
So it's like there's not a whole lot of musicians that I can go out there with and hook up on that, and there's not a lot of vocalists that they're going to be able to hook up.
My friend, as well. No more buying weed on credit, man. You're back in the dough. So anyway, listen to me. So what happens? So I saw you, and then soon after I saw you, I had read that you were going into the studio to record with those guys. And I was shocked. I mean, I was floored. I think it's fantastic. I've always advocated that
you should get back together.
I always said you guys should get back together. The Sammy Hagar version of Van Halen was not the David Lee Roth version, and it was not happening. It was just not as
Well,
strong.
what made it patently obvious was when, all these radio stations started going alternative, and they went back and pulled out the David Lee Roth Van Halen stuff and started playing.
That is classic music. It is timeless. Something. I guess the only way you can really judge music is how long it sticks, how long it lasts.
It wasn't trendy. It was part of. It was very. It was a defining band of the 80s and all that. Okay.
And more than that, it contained attitude. It contained a real, genuine attitude, not a pretension, not the, I'm not going to get busted for aggravated mopery up there,
And meanwhile, the last time I heard this rap, what David Lee is saying right now, was back in my office to Stuttering John. So David Lee was really bummed out. I mean, he really wanted back with the band. And as far as I was concerned, it was no way it was ever going to happen. I figured that Eddie and those guys were just like, hey, forget it. It's over. We got Sammy. Maybe it's not as good, but hey, we got him. And I mean, didn't you think that?
There is a powerful magic in Van Halen's music. That's why it's lasted all of the years.
So deep in your heart, it had to come as a shock to you. I mean, how did it all happen? I mean, did those guys call you?
It seemed to me that David was taking all the credit for this.
What happened is I was watching CNN.
Go ahead.
And, they were doing all the MIDIs, peace accords and everything. And I said, well,
you're the Kissinger of Van Halen.
No, and on top of that, they're putting out a greatest hits. I hear about that. And I wanted to call up and say, I called up Ed and I said, Ed, if nothing else,
you had his number.
We're both going to be in the media as well. And, I'd like to have peace because when I listened back to the old interviews and I was slamming them, you remember 3-4 years ago when I was here, it was like, doom.
You were tough.
Man, now when I hear those words, they ping off my ears like the names of old battles, and I don't want to hear them. They sound hollow to me. And I said, let's be at peace.
You called him at his house and said this to him?
Yes. And a week later, he said, hey, let's do a song. And that's how it started up.
Now, were you nervous that you had to go face these guys again? I mean, after all the bad blood?
Thing in your stomach?
No.
Did you think maybe this was a candid camera and they were going to lynch you when you got in the room? Because it's like you against the three of them. You're walking in and they're all comfortable.
Yeah, they've been together all this time.
That's adversarial. No, I didn't see it at all as being adversarial. I know what this music is about.
Yeah.
Once we decide to actually make the tunes, I know what this music's going to sound like.
But how'd you prepare? Did you smoke weed? Did you drink? Did you do coke? Did you do Special K, some cat tranquilizer, or did you go in there straight? What was the drug of choice when you had him walk into that room?
Well, I don't think you'd want to drink a lot of coffee before walking into the room. The things fairly percolate in there as well.
Right.
But
so you walked in straight. You were ready to confront reality, right?
Certainly.
Right. And you walk in, and I assume the first meeting is at the studio?
Uh-huh.
Is it at Eddie's house?
It was up the hill on Eddie's house.
Okay.
Wow.
And I don't think anybody else knew that I was going to show up.
Really?
Yes. And,
are you kidding?
Like
so the other guys?
Ghost. Oh, they were flipped out.
So who's there? Eddie and the two other guys?
Eddie was there, and then Alex walked in. He looked like he'd seen a ghost.
Well, Eddie was there. When you first walked in, it was just you and Eddie alone.
Yes.
And how did that go?
It went spectacular.
I mean, what did you say to each other?
Howard,
did you hug? Did you
hug?
Absolutely.
Did you guys make out a little?
You know what it is that you grow up listening to the same disc jockeys on the radio. You grow up lusting for the same automobiles.
Right.
You grow up ditching class from the same junior high schools and so forth. There's a frame of reference there that cannot be replaced. You have friends like that you know.
Really?
You don't even have to comment.
Yeah.
You don't even have to comment. You after a while,
you just know each other so well.
As you can co-conspire in humor, you don't even have to say anything. You just go, and they know what you mean.
It had to be weird, though.
It was not weird at all.
And also, you're a very talkative guy. You're very verbal. You'll come out and say what you feel, even if people don't understand what you're saying. And Eddie's a quiet.
I don't understand that.
But you know what I mean? Like, you're a guy who will fill the room up. Eddie's the kind of guy who's so goddamn quiet that you start to get, like, weirded out. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to have your yin and yang.
You
must have your
My
balance.
point is, he's dull. You know what I'm saying?
No.
He's thinking.
This is a world of specialization.
Right.
And what he specializes in, he's the best at, period.
Right. No, we know that.
You know?
He's the greatest.
And what I specialize in,
You're the best.
you know, I
Absolutely.
can, in my tiny little corner of the universe, I rule.
So you sat down. That's right. You sat down, and did you begin immediately writing music, or you just kind of?
Well, wait a minute. The other guys haven't joined yet.
The other guys.
Well, you really think they're necessary to write a song? I mean, let's face
You
it.
think they did some work before
Yeah.
that you guys got there, huh?
Right.
We started writing music. They had a piece of music that had already been tracked and needed the vocals, and we wrote a whole other song from scratch.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
So there's 2 new songs.
Oh, yeah, and so the whole wazoo took, once the producers showed up, 10 days to record all the music, all the vocals.
And how long before you guys had your first argument back in the studio?
And what was that like? Did you think?
4 hours.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You started yelling at him in 4 hours?
Were there things that bothered you right away, and then you said, "No, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say
all.
anything," and then finally
Not
you said,
at
"You know,
all.
this is ridiculous.
Really?
I got to talk."
Yeah, I'm sure there were like at times you probably want to be more vocal, but you held it in. You know what I mean? Like
I do that as a way of life.
Yeah, I bet. Did you tape this? Did you tape this reunion? Videotape it so you'd have it for the
That
archives?
should be in the video.
Yeah, you should have called me. I would have videotaped it.
Any arguments are going to come from a difference in lifestyle, and that's it. It's both aiming at the same place to make amazing music. That's the goal. Everything else is secondary.
How long did you hang out with those guys, like at the house?
Oh, when Alex first walked in and got over the initial shock, we sat and talked for almost 7 hours straight.
Is that right?
Wow.
Picked up on just where you left off, and everything was
Exactly.
cool, and probably a lot mellower because now everybody's a little more aware that there's some sensitivities between
Now,
you.
was Sammy mentioned in this room?
Constantly.
Yeah. Did you guys, and those guys were probably talking about how difficult Sammy was, and you're laughing because that's what they were probably bad-mouthing you to Sammy.
Well, that's the beauty of Van Halen.
Right.
You know? It's like we may turn on you like Sinatra after his third martini like that.
So there will be a best of album. You will be with 2 new tracks on the album, and will there be any Sammy material on the best of?
I don't know. I believe so. The lineup has changed so many times, and I literally came into the middle of this. They had album cover art designed and general tune stuff.
How did you feel about that you're not being consulted on a best of album, that you're sort of just being brought in and doing the 2 songs?
And what do they do with the cover now?
I mean, why can't you be consulted on the cover art?
You couldn't pick a better mercenary to hire for a brief little war here.
Right,
if it should become longer, God bless. But if not, you could not pick better. I had some ideas, for the album cover and stuff. I said, hey, we should put a drum for Al, and we should put a guitar for Ed and a bass for Mike, and I should be represented by a baby's arm holding an apple.
That's it. Beautiful. And were they open to your ideas for cover art?
Of course not.
Right.
They have people to answer to. I do not.
So you were on good behavior. I mean,
it was in the middle of it. I came into the middle of it, and it's been juggled around a number of times because initially when I came in, nobody knew. I knew.
Right.
You knew.
Yes.
But the rest of the general crew was kind of wondering, well, how's this going to be perceived? How is this going to be seen in the public? They had their manager said to me, Dave, don't get too excited here. We don't know what's going to be happening.
Right.
And we don't want...
So you're not the front man for Van Halen yet?
This may be perceived as a kind of a Styx reunion or something.
All right.
Oh, God.
Well, okay, I show up, I want to make my tunes, but we all know that we're talking about nuclear power here. Not me, the entire band. And boom, out of everybody's perspective, holy mackerel, everybody's screaming for a tour, screaming for videos, everybody wants...
Well, you knew that would happen.
I suspected.
Yes.
But I spend a lot of time on La Calle in the street,
Right.
in the general watering holes of...
People want to see you back with Van Halen. So now I take it that when you went to the MTV Awards...
That was like an official coming out?
The 3 guys didn't even see you probably backstage. They probably waited to the last minute to bring you all together. Is that correct?
No. Everybody rides together. Everybody knows.
Oh, yeah?
Together.
And when you walked in, I mean, the place must have gone nuts even before you went out on stage, just
or did
backstage.
they keep you hidden?
Oh, no.
They kept you hidden that night?
People got nuts. We didn't announce it in advance, but... once we show up, it's amazing. I mean, just the other night after the awards show, a few nights later, I was walking down the street in complete camouflage. I know
Yes.
I'm an expert at ermine camouflage.
Yes.
You learn how to sink into the wall. Nobody notices, and a police van pulls up, and I go, woo! I thought they were going to shake me down. He goes,
Why not? You've been arrested
attention.
before. Yes.
Mr. Roth, you're the man.
Really? They're all excited.
There's like 9 arms with gloves out the window.
Because it was interesting when you
I
walked
don't
out.
walk anymore.
When you walked out on the MTV Awards, you waited for them to walk out, and then you came out last. We thought that you were just following them and
I thought
stalking
you were
them.
stalking them.
We didn't know. We had no idea that you were back together.
And then they were on stage and they didn't know what to do.
But I got to tell you something. As usual, you became their frontman again. I mean, they kind of sunk into the background, and you took over. And you addressed the audience and said, wait a second, let's acknowledge what's going on here. This is a big deal.
We play different instruments. What I play is my body, my voice, my words, you know, and you got different instruments.
Yes, it is.
If you walk out, if you're a guitar player or a piano player, and you walk out there without your instrument, then it's going to naturally go to whoever is going to be able to speak.
I haven't seen you this excited in a long time. I mean, you are really happy. You like this.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
I'm delighted.
And isn't it ironic that the cops who stopped David Lee to congratulate him are the same cops 5 years ago who busted him?
Oh, yes.
It was unbelievable. And dragged him off in handcuffs.
Hey, you have to have at least one minor drug bust on your resume to be a rock star.
Yeah, I mean, it was
so
about
I got
time.
the perfect one.
It was great.
$10 worth of postage stamp size bunk Jamaican reefer.
Right.
And we're still talking about it.
And it worked.
The only thing I screwed up was the timing. I should have been busted yesterday.
Yes, that would have been good. Now when will we see a Van Halen starring David Lee Roth tour? When will that happen? When will you announce that?
One little move at a time as we go is all that I know.
So
is
what's
we're
next?
doing a video.
Oh,
you are
doing a video.
And this is what
Now
I'm
that'll
told.
be good.
I'm told, you know, we were going to do one song and things started to go good, and then we did 2 songs. Now I understand we're going to do a video. I have no idea what shape that's going to take.
Now isn't this interesting? Like, they kind of got you in an interesting place now. Now
Yeah,
you're.
because I was going to ask about the business relationship.
They
here.
tell you what's going to happen. Now, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't call them and tell them what's going to happen in the video.
Stop trying to
This is hey, listen, I'm not your manager or anything, but, you know, what is this?
Because, you know, it's like they still hold Van Halen.
Yeah.
They've got what he wants.
Right. You know what it is? It's some kind of fake democracy in any rock band.
Yeah.
And you just have to imagine, and I said out there to the fellas, imagine if you have a dysfunctional family here,
Yes.
just
Yes,
like
we
Van
do. Yes,
Halen,
we do.
okay?
Right.
And imagine if you broke up and reconvened 10 years later, how confused and, you know.
It's hard to
distracted-
figure out.
And you're the alpha dog here. You're the boss here. In a band, it's a quasi-democracy. That would mean that everybody in this room would have a say, even Baba Booey.
Really? Oh, well, that can't
Your
be.
mind's fairly real.
That's unbelievable.
You know, I left once.
Here's
and
my
if
guess.
that was the thing, I wouldn't have come back.
Once you guys go on tour and you actually do a formal album together, you'll be back in the driver's seat. You'll be telling those guys when to jump. Don't worry about
Well,
it.
how does the deal stand now, though? Because you're saying that they have
Yes.
the relationships
Yes,
with
they
the record company,
Right.
with the management company, with everybody.
That'll all
so
change.
What are you, a hired hand?
No, that just means I don't pay a percentage.
Right. Let me say something. Believe me, in about a year, David will have it all worked out.
right.
Those guys will be hopping
Well,
too.
wait, perhaps it's that very kind of thinking that precludes us from just saying, okay, we're going to do the singles, we're going to do the tour, we're going to do this and that, because maybe
They're
some folks
afraid.
might be thinking that way.
Yeah.
It's an easy way to wind up thinking. I don't perceive that way. The beauty of Van Halen is that you have super enthusiasm and wilding in every department.
Yes.
And, you know, some people would say, man, if I could write the lyrics, I would. You know, some people say that to a singer.
Yeah.
Some people say, if I could play guitar, I would. I wouldn't. Even if I was a spectacular guitar player, I wouldn't. You wouldn't see me do it on stage because there's something about magic, you know, about putting it together. You could do this whole show by yourself, would you? No.
I could sing.
All right. You got
What did he say?
You get chemistry.
I never know what he says, but I know that Van Halen is back together.
brilliant, though.
I couldn't be happier. Let me say something to you on a personal
It's
note
just
here.
better.
If he
It's
could
just
play
better
guitar,
when
he
when
says
it's
he wouldn't. That's ridiculous.
I couldn't.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, because what happens is it becomes incestuous. It's just me, my, I, and the music becomes very small and very isolocated. When you perform with other and write with other musicians,
Listen to
even on the same instrument, you're going to hear things that you would never think of.
The truth is, he's got his plan totally mapped out. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Where he's taking
Guy's a
over.
very smart businessman. Let me say something. On a personal level.
Well, wait a minute. I got another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You almost
Yeah.
got it.
When they do business now, how's the money?
How will that money? Well, first of all, on the Best Of album,
Yeah.
that's a clear-cut business arrangement.
That's
David
old
Lee
school.
has
All right,
publishing,
yes, but we're going now to the new songs.
new songs. You're not splitting that 4 ways evenly.
I think it'll be the same arrangement Van Halen always had.
We do the publishing and royalty thing the way we always did, but we always split it up 4 ways.
You did even with the touring money?
Yes.
Really? Mm-hmm. You're still open to that?
Yes. The thing is that...
In a year, he'll
But I still don't understand.
Yeah. What don't you understand?
It's not a band,
It is a band.
but he's not a member.
He is. He's keeping you interested in the story. They're going out on tour. He's just not going to announce it.
No, you know, as like you said, you read
They
the
are a
press
band.
releases. You heard the press releases from the very word go. They started announcing that they were still looking for other singers, that there may be a replacement, that they were carrying on active auditions for singers.
Well, can we stop that now? I mean, is it clear that you will be the guy?
No, it's not clear to me.
Really?
I have no idea at all. I'm good to go. I have a plan.
You're
It's a
open to
two-word
doing
plan.
it.
I have a 2-word plan, Howard.
What is it?
Let's go.
Let's go. You're ready. You've always been ready.
Here's my
You've said that
two-word
for
plan.
10 years.
Here's my 2-word
There's a
plan.
lot of momentum behind you.
Hello, Cleveland.
Right. That's it. David Lee is ready. And believe me, they're ready too. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I don't know. I just think he's in a precarious position. I don't understand what they've gotten him into here.
Robin wants to split up the band again.
No, she's got a very solid point there. Is that there's been no direct commitments. I'm not pressing for it. I'm not asking for it.
Yeah, but you're open about it. You're saying you would go back with those guys, and they're not saying the same commitment to you. It is a little dishonest of them. You're saying, hey guys, I want to be back with you.
And the other thing
That's
is,
honest.
when you're sitting in the room working, it puts you at a disadvantage if you're not already the guy.
You might have to put your foot down at some point and say, hey, listen, guys, listen, you can't embarrass me like this. I've gone on the radio. I've said, hey, I want to be back in Van Halen. You got to say, hey, we want David Lee Roth back. What am I auditioning
I'm not
here?
Wait a minute.
Because right now, they're giving you a vote.
You know, she's got a point.
They could take it away.
Yeah.
I can't think about that. What am I going to stress on that?
Why don't you tell them either
2 months ago, I would have never thought, me and 10 million other fans never would have thought that I would be sitting here and talking to you about this.
true. Right.
Who would have thought that there would even be a phone call in the midst of all this chaos?
I would have thought that you know, like when we saw Russia disband, you know what I mean? That this is even more of an impossibility.
1 month later.
What else is in the news?
Of course, everybody's still talking about the breakup of Van Halen.
Well, David Lee says he will come in here first when he's ready to talk. Right now, he's a little shook.
Well, Van Halen is talking right now.
Right.
They have announced that Gary Cherone of the group Extreme that announced its breakup last week is their new lead singer. They said that they came together and it just sort of worked out. And here they are making it official. Here's Alex and Eddie of Van Halen.
99% of him is. I don't know what the other percent of his body is missing.
We're working on that other percent. Gary is our first choice, though.
Yeah, basically he's in. We're just waiting for a couple of legal things to be ironed out.
Yeah, like David Lee's suit.
And how was he chosen?
You know, I hate to use the term audition because I find it demeaning, you know, to the person whoever walks into the studio. What Ed and Mike and I try to do is spend a week with a number of different people and see what the chemistry is like. And it didn't take long to figure out that the chemistry with Gary, not just artistically, but in every way, that it really worked.
Well, I bet you they said the same thing about Sammy.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, Sammy, watch your back. I remember them saying the same. I mean, Gary, watch your back. I remember them saying the same thing about Sammy a couple of years ago.
They should get David Lee and Sammy to start a group.
Well, they could be the new Sam and Dave. I just
Right.
figured that out.
There you go.
And
I think so.
Finally, Eddie and Alex talk about the guys who are no longer with them, and they say they can't understand why they're upset.
Ed, Mike, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for Dave and
We
for
wish
Sammy.
them all the best from our hearts, seriously.
And it was just a situation that stopped working. You know, whether it's a marriage that they say irreconcilable differences or whatever, it just didn't work anymore. People change over the course of time. And it's that simple. What I don't understand is that when somebody leaves, that all of a sudden in the press they become angry. I wish them well. And remember the good years that we had.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. So how about they throw you out of the band and publicly humiliate you? You don't understand.
He doesn't understand.
Well, why would they be upset?
There's not a single record that we ever made with Dave or with Sammy that we are embarrassed or ashamed about.
We made a lot of good music together and had a lot of great times.
Taking the high road. Oh, come on. You don't understand.
They still got the band. They still got the franchise.
Yeah, you're still in a band. You're still making money. And David Lee's out in the cold, and so is Sammy. What are you talking about? You don't understand. I mean, don't be bogus. Say, of course you understand, but that's it. It's over. Tell the real reason why you got rid of those
They
guys.
claim they never led David on. They said, look, we told him we're, going to do these couple of records. They never told him that it was going to be forever or that this was the possibility of a new beginning for them. Yeah. They're claiming that he's blown this all out of proportion and imagined a lot of things happening that weren't happening.
What's funny was that when they went on MTV, David Lee was pretty sure he was going to be the new frontman.
Oh, yeah, because he was the one who brought it up.
And then all of a sudden, when they announced it, wasn't happening, it was like, oh, man, I just went out there. I made a total jackass out of myself.
He doesn't want to show his face again.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
He really thought he was back in the group.
Yep. It's like a girlfriend taking you back for one shtup and then she dumps you again. You know what I mean? That's even worse. I'd just as soon stay away from you.
Yeah, I was beginning to get over you.
Yeah.
From Roth to Hagar to Roth to Sharon to Hagar, back to Roth.
David Lee Roth will reunite with Van Halen.
The whole truth. The Howard Stern Van Halen special. Exclusively on Howard 101.
I mean, let's get down to it. Here you are. You're not afraid to show your face publicly.
No, sir, I'm not.
For a while, I thought maybe it was a public embarrassment that you did.
Yeah, because we tried to talk to you, and you weren't talking. You were in Hawaii at the time.
I didn't have a record done or anything, and it was really nothing to talk about except for garbage. So.
Right.
But now there's a positive thing.
All right, you got to go through this with me because I'm dying to ask you.
Oh, no, how are you? You're actually going to try to get me to tell?
Yeah, all right. Well, here, let's go through it and see what we can find out.
Who's going to come busting through that little thing?
Nobody, man. You're safe.
No,
all right, Sammy, listen to me. All right. For the last few years, I don't know how many years, 10 years or something, you've been the lead singer of Van Halen.
11 years, yeah.
As a matter of fact, while you were with Van Halen sold more records than even the David Lee Roth years.
Hits.
Right?
Yes,
and their biggest hits. So you certainly performed well. One cannot say that you didn't perform on the job. Is that correct?
And how could you keep a guy for 11 years if he never wanted to work?
I think I performed well. Yeah.
Okay, you performed well. You were there. You showed up every day for your job and the whole thing, right? However it worked.
We saw him. It looked like he liked being on stage and stuff.
I loved it. It was great.
In fact, it kind of seemed like you had sort of given new energy to the band. They were practically performing fellatio on you when you came into the band because it was like, hey, this guy's so good, man. He's not like David Lee. He's got a lot of energy. He's not giving us. He's not ragging on us. He's willing to use keyboards. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Whatever it was.
It sounds familiar.
Okay.
It really does.
All right. So take me back. Take me back in time. Then we'll work our way all the way through to the solo album, which you obviously are using as retribution against the band. I like that. I love that. That motivates me, too, in life.
Well, see, I mean, if you're an artist and you write things about what happened to you, last year was kind of really weird. A couple of wonderful things and a couple of really horrible things. So I just wrote an album about those things.
I was caught by surprise by all this. I thought the band was real tight. Were you? Or were you caught by surprise?
Well, yeah, but it was getting ugly the last year. After the tour ended, it started getting like... Eddie was supposed to have hip replacement, and he just walked around with that cane, and Alex had a neck brace, 3 ruptured vertebrae, and I'm saying, 138 shows. These guys are talking about me being like, you're
like you're not into it. They're meanwhile falling apart.
Exactly. I said, look, you guys go get well, and my wife's going to have a baby in April. Right. So April 1st she had it. So.
All right. So you said to them, hey, listen, guys, we're going to go on tour. Why don't you guys go get your hip replacements and your necks fixed and everything?
No, it's after the tour.
Oh,
I thought everybody should get fixed up.
I mean, once you get fixed up.
What did they want to do?
They went right straight back in the studio, and they wanted to record a stupid song for Twister, and then they wanted to do a greatest hits record, and I didn't want to do a greatest hits record.
Yeah, now that was the big. By the way, the band looked like after the tour, the band looked like Vietnam vets.
That's
I'm telling
right. They looked like they'd been through a war.
It was really.
Is it true that a sober Eddie is a sad Eddie?
I've never seen Eddie sober, and I heard he's sober now, and I hope he is, but I've never.
You don't believe it?
I don't know. I want to believe it. I just assumed he's a better guy when he's sober, but I've seen him sober for a few days at a time and stuff, but Eddie's not.
So the whole time you were on this tour and everything, you guys were together for 183 days. Was there fighting going on? Was there arguing going on? No. You guys were all getting along. You guys all shared like hotels and there was no like separation on the bus or no one talking to each other.
No, we always had separate limos because Ed and Al smoke, and I don't like cigarettes.
Right. So, and you're the singer. You got to be able to sing.
So Mikey and I would have a car, and they would have a car, and
no big deal.
No, not a big deal. We were fine.
Yeah, and everybody would hang out backstage, have fun.
Nobody pulling attitudes or
no. Every now and then, you just don't want to see each other and stuff.
Right. Because
it was totally normal. There was no big deals.
Hey, like on our show, we don't want to see Fred a lot of times. I mean, there's no, as much as we love him, we just can't handle it. We need a break. So there was nothing out of the norm going on. Am I correct?
No, it wasn't as happy. These Ed and Al were just kind of miserable. You know, Ed always complained about his hip, Al always complained about his neck. They were kind of miserable, and Al
not enjoying the tour.
I guess not. I don't know.
But when you get on stage,
they weren't happy. Oh yeah, they just weren't happy as normal. We weren't like having as much fun. I mean, but other than that, everything was normal. Yeah,
right,
it certainly wasn't like some big indication that things are going to go really.
You guys
bad.
were not fighting.
Right. I just hated the manager, though. I didn't talk to him much.
You hated Van Halen's manager.
Yeah, Alex's brother-in-law.
Right, but you had to keep him around because you probably said, "So wait a second, this is just like a snow job, man. How's his brother-in-law being the manager?"
Well, there you go. Who
else does he manage?
When Ed left for that, well, he manages Rush as well.
Oh, he does.
And Extreme, the band Extreme.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, right. Because the new lead singer is the guy from Extreme.
That's right.
Interesting. Okay, which is really weird because how does Extreme feel about losing their lead singer?
Well, I guess, we're getting about to break up because, this guy was doing a pretty bad job of managing them too.
All right, okay. So
broke Extreme up.
So you get off the tour.
Rush is still together.
I think I'm understanding what you're saying here. You get off the tour. Everybody's kind of miserable because there are various ailments or whatever's bothering them, and the drinking is going on and all that. And you said, "Hey, dudes, why don't we take a couple of months and mellow out here before we get into the studio?"
Wait a minute, I've got to ask one other question.
Go ahead.
Because one of the things the manager
it's like a press conference.
Robin here is Howard.
Sammy was not being supportive of Eddie's sobriety.
Is that true? Are you not supportive of that?
That is total. That is one of the things when I wrote the song on March and Mars, Little White Lie.
Right.
I mean, these guys. The most disappointing thing about the whole thing, it was a wonderful trip. It was 10 years of greatness, but then these guys, they just started lying.
Why?
And they started blaming me for all their problems.
Why? You think because
Eddie Van Halen was drunk when I met him.
Right. The day you met him, he was loaded.
The day I met him, he was drunk.
You went in for whatever it is, an interview or whatever, to discuss being in the band.
9 o'clock in the morning.
Guy's loaded.
4 o'clock in the morning loaded. You see Eddie, he would have a little buzz. I mean, I'm not saying he was puking and stuff.
Right. Well, he should be able to handle his liquor if he's...
Ed was a cruiser, and I used to always try to I try to get him to not be so wasted all the time.
Because it's hard to
I was the best influence on that guy he's ever had, and his wife should know that.
Right.
But
she's probably afraid to say it.
They're just looking for people to blame for anything. It's a weird thing. They made a lot of mistakes in the last year, and they're trying to blame me. I haven't even been around.
So you're telling me the guy said, "Hey, we want to go right into the studio and start recording an album," and you said, "Hey, wait a second, you're missing."
No, not recording an album. We want to go right in the studio and start and do a song for a soundtrack. I'm going, strike one. Who's going to be on the soundtrack?
Right.
Oh, it's like, all these people that Van Halen fans would not like. I mean, I love Katie Lang, and I love I forget who else is on it, but there were all these people that I'll be going, man, the Van Halen fans are going to go, you mean we got to buy that just to get that one song?
It might seem like a rip-off to the fans.
Totally a rip-off.
I know when I put my soundtrack together, I try to put artists of similar backgrounds.
That's right, and you're absolutely right, Howard. That was totally cool.
And if you're into rock and roll, then you were into this album. That was the thing. So, okay, that's a good point, because it could be perceived as a rip-off.
It was a rip-off.
Right. Hey, Van Halen fans, you got to go buy this thing just for this one lousy song. Right, okay.
So,
and then you were against the best of because David Lee Roth songs were on there, right?
No.
It wasn't anything to do with that.
Oh, hell no. Look, David Lee Roth, man, I've been living with David Lee Roth from day one. I mean, it's like, I don't want to worry about some comparison. Everybody knows David Lee Roth was in the band.
Right.
We did what we did. He did what he did. I had no problem with Roth. I didn't want a greatest hits record because I think people that do greatest hits record means you're over.
Your career's over.
Every single album we had was #1. Every single tour we had was sold out. Now, why do you want to go out and then resell your fans the old stuff?
Is that because they needed money? Is that because they needed money?
I don't know. But I didn't need money, and I said, and we were offered, we got a ton of money for it.
It makes you seem like you're over if you do a greatest hits package.
It looks like hey, your best stuff was in the past.
What's the matter? You can't think anything new? Is that that's what people are going to accuse you?
And the same thing, you put 2 new songs, that's what they wanted me to do, 2 new songs on a greatest hits package, and resell it to the fans. I'm going, the fans already have the greatest hits package, and they're going to have to go out and pay $49 or whatever this big old record's going to be.
So I bet you Eddie came to you and said, "Hey, wait a second, Sammy. We started this band. Why are you putting the kill on our greatest hits? You're bumming everyone out. Just go along with it."
Eddie never said nothing to me.
He just said nothing.
No, he just goes along with. If I would have, when I'm talking to Eddie, he'd be going, "Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah.
So he never called you. He never said anything. Who fired you or whatever?
Eddie called me up and said, Father's Day, 9 o'clock, June 16th, Sunday morning, 9 a.m.
Father's Day.
I'm laying there with my 2-month-old baby, rolling around in bed, my wife and I having a good time. Hey, Eddie, you don't sound too good. What's the matter? Oh, we got to talk like it's a chick.
We got to talk.
That's what he said. He said, we got to talk. So I said, what do you want to talk about? It's Happy Father's Day, Ed. By the way, right?
Right.
So that was it. He just says, well, man, you never want to do anything we want to do. You always want to do your own thing, and you always want to be a solo artist. And I'm going, well,
when was that?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
So I didn't do one solo record since I was in the band, except for the one I had to do. So anyway, long story short, I just said, what's the problem? He goes, well, we got Roth back in the band. It's been going great. And so we're going to do a couple of songs for the Greatest Hits package. You didn't want to do it, so we're going to do it with him. And it's going great. And we're probably going to do a tour, so you can just go back to be a solo artist. And I went,
wow. Did you say anything to him?
Of course I did. I can't repeat that on the radio. Howard, did you want to hear what I said?
It did involve the F word and everything?
Big time.
Really?
Yeah. I even made a deal. I said, if what you guys do is better than what I did with you, I will.
Fellatio.
Both of you.
Really? Oh. You will perform fellatio on the
both
band?
Him and
Roth.
Him and Roth.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Glad I didn't have to do that.
Did you tape this call? And you listened to the David Lee Roth stuff and you said, hey, it ain't happening, right?
No, it was not happening. One of the songs, Howard, this is good.
What did you think of all that? Were you pissed when David Lee was brought back into the band? You had to be on fire.
Come on, that's like walking in your house and finding your wife in bed with her ex-boyfriend that really messed her around before, and she hated him, and you hated him, you wanted to kill him because he wounded her so bad and hurt.
I mean, these were the guys who hated David Lee Roth, and now they're in bed with David Lee Roth.
Exactly, man. I tell you, that was a really, really.
Did you tune into MTV to watch when Roth walked out with
yes, sir,
you did.
I did.
Where were you when that?
Smiling.
Where did you? Where were you when that happened?
I was at my house.
In your house, laying in bed watching this thing.
Yeah, I was sitting on the couch with my wife, and we were watching. And I was nervous, Howard, because I thought, if they perform, what if they're great?
Right.
This
competitive.
Yeah, well, this could really be, man, it could make me look really bad here.
Right.
And when they came out. And that silly Roth, man, he is a silly dude. I don't know this cat, man, but he is silly, And I just leaped off the couch and I hit the floor. I mean, it was like I just rolled a big fat one or something because I was laughing so hard. I couldn't stop laughing.
Really? And how funny
was it? You
was
knew it wasn't working.
How funny was it to you when they only kept him in the band for 2 minutes and then fired him? I mean, did you?
Well, that wasn't funny because I knew that it was just, they could not work with David. Right. I knew it.
You knew it would
I've been in that band for 11 years. These guys hated him. Right. They thought he couldn't sing.
Right.
They thought they couldn't respect him. And they just worked with me for 11 years. They couldn't go back with Dave. That was impossible.
Right.
So I knew it was just a ploy. It was just a marketing scheme to launch the Greatest Hits record.
Right.
So even when he said to you that David was back in the band, you didn't believe it?
Right.
I believed it for a reunion tour because Kiss was doing so well, and because if I was out, I knew they could do that. That would have done well.
So even if these guys needed money, there's no way they could put up with David Lee, and they couldn't deal with it. And the thing is, did the Greatest Hits package that you were against sell well? No, it didn't, did it?
It sold a couple million records.
Sold a couple of millions?
But that's not good compared to what our normal albums sell. We sell 5-6 million records every time.
Right.
But they cashed in, man. I'm telling you, and it's just really weird to me why they would do that. And I'm going, I just don't understand. But if it was time for a change, it's time for a change. I'm happy with the change.
Right.
If they would have said, Sammy, we don't like the way you sing anymore, don't like your lyrics, don't like your songs, we're going to get a new singer.
Right.
I would have said, okay, cool, we can at least be friends.
Right.
Because I was getting tired of being in that band anyway that last year because these guys were jerks.
It was a drag.
Exactly. I'm telling you that this manager, I just hated this guy. He would sell. Look what happened. Since I left the band, they've done a milk commercial, 2 commercials for TV, letting the old songs be in TV commercials, a Greatest Hits package, fired me, fired Roth, got a new guy. Now, I heard he's out. I heard.
The new guy, the new singer.
I mean, you hear
the
all
guy
this
from Extreme is out?
Yeah, the point is that,
If they called you tomorrow and said, look, Sammy, we made a mistake, we want you back.
It's too early.
Really?
I couldn't do it. I'm really happy right now.
You are?
Yeah, I would have to be. If I needed money, I'd do it.
Right, but you got enough money.
I don't need money.
You don't need it.
No.
Beautiful.
And I hope to God I never need money because the only reason why I would do a reunion with Van Halen would either be to give the money away.
Right.
If they wanted to get together and do like a Live Aid or something and do something for mankind.
Yes.
And give everything away, I promise you right now, I would do that.
Right.
But to go and do it as a reunion, it would only be because I did it for the money. And I'll say it right now.
Right.
And, I hope I never need money.
Right, because you don't.
But I would love to play with these guys. It was a great band.
Have you seen those guys since the breakup?
I saw them shortly afterwards at our lawyer's wife died, and we went to the funeral.
And they all showed up.
And they showed up.
And you showed up as well.
Yeah, Eddie looked like OJ. He was so guilty. He puts his head down. He's going, "Oh man, I don't know what to say, man. It's really uncomfortable." I said, "What's so uncomfortable?" It's like if if everything was cool, you wouldn't be uncomfortable, you know.
And what about the rumor that you and David Lee Roth are forming a duet?
Oh,
that's not
is that
guy's
going to
too
happen?
silly, man. Hey, look, I would love to meet David. I never met David, but you got to admit, come on, Howard. I'm not trying to burn the guy. He is really a goofball, man. He got on MTV, and if I would have been Beck, I would have turned around and grabbed him by the neck
and smacked him around.
Oh, absolutely.
Because Beck was in the middle of accepting his award.
And a humble little guy like that, and Roth, what a goofball, man. You know, I don't know.
So the word silly is so cutting, isn't it? It's just so dismissive.
I don't think he's evil.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. You just think he's goofy.
He's goofy.
He's goofy.
That's so much worse than calling somebody evil.
Yeah, it's better to be evil.
Well, if he was evil, then I'd have bad things to say about him because I don't like evil people.
Right. He's just goofy. He doesn't belong with the band. Look. Here's the thing.
He belongs with the band. See, I think they blew it.
Right.
And they definitely burned him.
Right.
I'll tell you.
Now you can relate to what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Now when David comes out and says stuff like, hey, man, all of a sudden I'm with the band, and maybe David wasn't so difficult. Maybe it was Van Halen that was difficult.
I can tell you right now that those guys have flipped out, you know.
Right.
But, I mean, I'm sure Dave's difficult, like I said. I mean, hey, I wouldn't want to be around a guy that act like that all the time, you know.
Right. It'd be hard.
You know, bumping and grinding in the middle of the street and stuff. You know, walking down the street, probably stops and does his little number, you know.
Right.
It's too silly.
That's not your thing. No.
No. I don't think chicks dig that either. You know what I mean?
No.
It's like, you know.
Guys dig it, though.
Yeah, you know.
What are you saying, Sammy?
What are you trying to say there?
I just think that it's, is what I'm saying is like, you know, I think Dave's trying to be sexy, and I just want to let him know I don't think women like that kind of stuff.
They don't. It's too femme.
It's too goofy.
It's too goofy. It's just
He's
great.
calling the wrong
Women
crowd,
like construction workers and stuff.
Yeah, right. They like manly men.
Yeah, guys with belts on with, you know, with hammers and stuff. You know?
I understand what you're trying to say.
David Lee Roth. 1997.
So this past MTV Awards, MTV called David. This is what I heard. Tell me if any of this is true. They wanted you and Sammy Hagar to walk out together on the MTV Awards. Is that true or false?
I never heard anything about
Never heard anything about that?
This was a rumor.
But I know you would never do something like that because that would be ridiculous.
You know, there are so many convolutions to what's going on with Van Halen, and we start to get real serious about it. And I think this music's way too important to take so seriously for starters.
Right.
And who's going to play with what and who's going to produce what with.
Right.
I don't know Sam Hagar at all. I've never even shook his hand. I've never even seen the guy.
I've had him on the show. He's a nice guy. He is a nice guy, right, Robin?
Yeah. Nice is the word that you use when you don't really want to say what you want to say. What is it? What did you really think?
No, I always told you I thought you were the quintessential frontman for Van Halen. That I'm not a big Sammy fan, the Sammy Van Halen thing.
Didn't you have their manager on here as well?
Did we?
Made a big impression on you too. Yeah, Ray Daniel.
Oh yeah. What did we do? And what happened? What happened, Gary?
We had the manager on. He's with that new Stone Temple Pilots group talk show.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right.
Is he still managing Van Halen?
I think so. He's got the Stone Temple without their original singer, and he's got Van Halen without David Lee.
Yeah, he seems to like get into.
That's what happens
get
when
rid
he
of
gets a hold
the
of a
lead
band.
singer. But no, I mean, you know. But Sammy had a lot of crap to say about you. I know that. So it's
Well,
like,
that was, you know.
Right.
Everybody was saying stuff about everybody.
Right. I don't think David, it's a weird situation. Let's put it that way.
I think that what it boils down to is what's happening with Ed Van Halen, the guitar player.
Here's what I am.
He's got his own logic. He's got his own time frame.
Right.
Like the Unabomber.
Yeah, exactly. Let's put it this way. I'm a Sammy fan when Sammy is here, okay? And then when he's not here, I can trash him. How's that? We'll make that deal. All right, now listen, we got to talk about the book.
Sammy knows that. Sammy's, he's very cool with that.
Yeah. Sammy knows that. Sammy knows when he's here, I'll be nice to him. And then when he leaves, when you and I are on, we'll just trash the crap out of him. That's it. That's the way it works.
Sammy does his job. He does well. Sammy's a singer, but it's the difference between a single word.
Right.
Sammy's a singer. David Lee's the singer.
Right. Oh, well, I can't argue with that. I cannot argue with that.
There's only one dynasty that can ever happen for a given team. I don't care if you're playing basketball or if you're playing football or it's a political scenario. And when you're lucky enough to have a writing team like Eddie Van Halen and myself, it's the same as Jagger, Richards, and what have you.
They are great songs.
You can't replace that kaboom just with impunity there.
Yeah, they are great songs. Because I was sitting and listening to the album, and I just said, wow, man, so many great hits.
There's no question.
All right, let's get down to the book. You say a lot of interesting things, okay? Let's get into it. All right. You named Van Halen. Why did you do that?
Well, I think the original name that they wanted was Rat Salad. which was the name of a Black Sabbath song at some point in early 70s.
It would have been like a Black Sabbath tribute band or something.
Well, let's make something that's going to have some longevity to it, that has a little bit of shadow and a little mystery. You're not sure what a Van Halen is. It's like Santana. That could be the name of a place. It could be the name of a person.
Right, but didn't that give the boys, didn't they give the Van Halen brothers a little too much power in the band, like that they had the name? You know what I mean? I'm surprised you went with that. Why not Roth?
Single syllables never swing.
Van Roth, Lee Roth. I don't know, something.
Yeah,
All right. Okay, in the book you do say that Van Halen now stinks. It's a horrible band. You're very honest about that.
Well,
right?
if I ain't in it, then I don't care about Van Halen. I think that's probably a better summation.
But you're not saying that just out of
So
sour
you're not
grapes.
looking forward to see what the next incarnation is.
I have no interest whatsoever. You know, their current lineup is inclusive of psychics, therapists, managers.
It's out of hand.
You know, what have you. And like I said, when I was in the band, there were 4 guys in there.
The song Just Like Paradise was supposed to be the theme to Beverly Hills 90210, but they wouldn't come up with any cash to pay you?
No, I never heard about it until some months later. And I think that's part of Business 101 when we discuss managers and agents and, you know, the various support groups that we pick up along the way. I didn't hear about that until months later.
It just never came to be. Okay, you admit to visiting prostitutes. No big deal there, right?
At what time period are we talking about?
How about page 256? What are you talking about? Why did you go to the bathroom with the Go-Go's at MTV?
No, what I had said is that I knew Heidi Fleiss, but I didn't inhale.
Right. Why did you go to the bathroom with the Go-Go's at the
Wait
MTV
a minute,
Awards?
hold
What?
it.
Yeah.
Does he go with prostitutes or not?
Yes.
I think we have something hanging
Yes, he
out
does.
here.
Yes, he does.
No, I knew a young lady who came
Lived in a
to work.
shoe.
No, who came to work for Heidi Fleiss later on.
Victoria Sellers.
He's saying that he doesn't pay for it.
You said you met Heidi Fleiss and her partner Victoria Sellers at some special parties with her girls. You did have sex, but you never paid. Is that true? He's like,
I love the
David,
way
you sure you wrote this book?
No,
tell me what.
Well, I'm trying to untangle it here.
You shouldn't have written this book, I'm telling you.
No, what I said is that I knew Heidi Fleiss, and I knew that whole gang.
Right.
I was probably the only one in that town who didn't get involved in a commercial venture with her.
Right.
You know,
You didn't pay her.
I spent plenty of time around that club. I went to that club, it was on the rocks, and I was there 2-3 times before I realized that this was a menu and not a guest list.
Right, right. And you talk quite a bit in your book about the MTV Van Halen, David Lee Roth reunion.
Everybody wants to know about that.
And it sounds like hell. And it seems like Eddie was screaming a lot and, and the whole thing. And one of the interesting things you say, Alex Van Halen, the drummer, collapsed backstage. You went over to help him, and all of Van Halen's security people hustled you off and wouldn't let you help him.
Yeah. The fellas are in physical pain here. Okay, you don't just wander around needing a hip replacement or whatever as you call it.
Right.
You don't constantly have back pain and neck pain and make it to the chiropractor every day. Come on, we all get stubbed toes and a wrenched finger here. If it goes for more than 2 days, you lose sleep and it ruins your whole week.
Right.
These guys are feeling like that every single day.
What is going on?
What's that all about?
I have no idea. I don't know what the medical background of it is, but you've got guys there. Poor Ed can't even walk up his own driveway.
I know.
Okay, he's got to get his hip fixed.
That's wild, isn't it? He's not that old a guy.
And his brother is the same thing.
You think it's psychosomatic?
Up there, I don't know what it is. But it's extreme, and I wouldn't wish it on a canine. As much as we go back and forth, these guys, what it's like when you get a little back pain and it lasts for a couple days. It ruins everything.
That's right.
How are you going to make decisions? How are you going to make creative thoughts? How are you going to officiate over a band if you feel
maybe
like
it's the Eddie Van Halen voodoo doll you have, and you keep sticking pins in it. Maybe that's what the problem is. You imply also that Valerie Bertinelli, that you could have had her, but you stuck her off onto Eddie. True or false?
No, I didn't even know who Valerie Bertinelli was the first time she walked backstage.
She wanted David Lee. And I think one of the most interesting things you write about in your book is the whole idea of being Jewish. There's a German newspaper guy comes up to you and he goes, "Are you a Jew?" Like almost like.
Well, very few people approach Mick Jagger and go, "So you're a Presbyterian, huh, Mick?"
Right. All of a sudden it became an issue, right?
Yeah. Very few people approach the guy in Stone Temple, whatever, and go, "So you're a Baptist, huh?"
Right.
You never ever hear that.
The guy was an anti-Semite, and you say in your book that, and this is something that is true, that Jewish people are always deluding themselves that they're part of the white race and they're accepted by white America. They are not thought of as white. Is that correct?
I think that it's probably the most hated race of people in the history of mankind. Probably.
Even more than blacks.
Well, I was thinking about that the other day, and I said, yeah, they just made us slaves. They didn't try to fry us.
Yeah, right. A couple of people very excited that you're here. They want to talk to you on the air. This is Jim. Jim, go ahead.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Actually, I met Eddie Van Halen once outside a hotel. It was me and about 4 other guys. We were talking to the road manager, and he said it would be okay to get an autograph. And so Eddie comes out, and he practically walks right by us. The manager had to pull him back out of the car, and he's all swearing, it's effing hot out here. I don't have an effing pen. So I handed him a pen. He took the cap and just threw it on the back of the limo. He just scribbled on a piece of paper and took off.
See that? Dissed you.
So, where was this? When was this?
4 Seasons in Boston.
When?
About 4 years ago.
Yeah, because David wants to put all of them on trial, so we might need you as a witness.
Well, he probably was in pain, though.
Well, now wait a second.
Yeah.
I want to raise up a little point here because you talked earlier about the lady who's married to Robert Redford or what have you.
Very unsettling.
You never know exactly, what you're dealing with or whatever. You never know if you're the first person to ask for that autograph or the 300th person in a row.
So you're defending your old bandmate. I see.
Hey, there have been plenty of times when you're walking along, you sign an autograph for one person, you sign an autograph for another person. The person comes up, he says, "Can I please sign this for you?" Sign one thing. Then they say, "Please, could you just sign these 2 more things? My brother and my sister are just dying."
At some point, there's got to be a cutoff point.
And then you sign that, they go, "Oh, could you just sign one more thing?" And you go, "I'm really sorry, but I got to go." And it turns into, "Screw you right away."
Right. You suck.
And they tear it up right
Personally,
there,
Jim, on the phone, let me tell you something. Eddie Van Halen should have gone to dinner with you. Personally, that's the way I feel.
He should have given you a ride home.
Ron, you're on the air with David Lee Roth.
Hey, Howard, this weekend I was watching the E-Network and I caught some of the gossip show, and they said that Gary Sharon has been kicked out of Van Halen and that you were going to join them and do a surprise concert.
I am not doing a surprise concert with Van Halen.
You ready to squash that rumor?
No, you mean David's supposed to do one.
Right.
I think what happens
David was going to be doing a surprise concert in February, and he don't know about it yet, but
Dave, what about that surprise concert in
Go
February?
back with those guys again?
As far as not knowing about it yet, if it exists, well, that's par for their course, but I kind of doubt that. I think what happens is every time I show my little mug in the public and people realize that I still have the same attitude, I have the same spirit, the energy is still there, then people realize it can still happen.
Right.
You can have the changes, you can have the Van Halens doing milk ads, or you can have their shrink doing interviews on their behalf, but when you see that I'm still genuine.
What are you talking about? Your shrink did an interview on their behalf?
I think that it's probably the only one who hasn't done an interview on their behalf.
Man, you see, you know more about it than I do.
Well, when people see me in the public, they assume, it can't happen again. Yes.
Right. Would you work with them again? I mean, after the last fiasco.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would.
Sure. But we'd have to make, a few stipulations up front. Not a whole lot of rules and a whole lot of compromises.
Right. Because when you read David's book, you can see that those guys the last time really kind of set him up.
Right.
Well, I would go up and I would sit and they'd say, "We're going to have a band meeting," and there'd be 9 people there.
Right. Yeah. When do we get 9 guys? Yeah. Quick, I got to do one more call. Go ahead.
Sure. Dave, you're a great singer, but I think your time has come, pal.
What do you mean by that?
I would agree. My time is right now. That's why we're on the Howard Stern show.
Arsenio's Hall first show. You said that the big Van Halen thing was all blowing up. You said that you would always be the parade and Van Halen would always be the rain.
No. No, I've never been on the Arsenio Hall show.
You haven't?
No, I was never been on.
He was never on Arsenio Hall.
You were on his very first show.
Is that right?
No.
His very first
Not true.
show.
No. I've
Who
never
do they
been
have
on
you
the
confused with?
Who do you think he has you confused with?
I've never been on the Arsenio Hall show.
Might have been the lead singer from Piper.
His very first show. Don't badmouth your friends.
This is as equally as cryptic. I've never been on the Arsenio Hall show. As far as, the parade and...
You would always be the parade.
Did you say anything like that?
It would always be the rain.
Well, what's wrong with saying that?
I think I might have made an allusion to they will always try to rain on somebody's parade.
Right. Well, exactly.
What's wrong with saying that? I'm not even sure I know what it means.
I don't understand why he's trying to rain on 3 guys that,
Because they dissed him.
They didn't wasn't dissing. He quit the band.
Yeah, he quit the band, but they've been bad-mouthing him ever since.
I don't see them on Howard Stern talking bad about Dave.
We can't get them. They
won't come here.
If they come on here, I bet you they would.
Eddie and Alex Van Halen, 1998.
All right, Howard.
Yeah.
Every guitar player in the world tries to play like our next guest. But
Eddie Van
they
Halen?
never come close. Frank Zappa said he was one of the most important innovators on guitar in the world. You were absolutely right.
Get out.
It is Edward Van Halen and the rest of the group.
Get out.
Via satellite behind you.
Get out of here. You're kidding me.
There they are.
Hey, Howard. Whoa.
Howard.
Whoa. Hey, look at that.
Howard.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, barely.
Wow.
There's Eddie and Alex.
Hey, guys.
Can you see us?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh, cool.
Wow, this is really good.
How are you?
There you are.
Why are you guys on satellite? What's going on? Where are you?
We're in the middle of shooting a video, and we just thought we'd say hi.
Where are you, in Los Angeles?
Yep.
I know what's going on. You guys all right?
Yeah, it's freezing here, though.
Yeah? Play something on that guitar for me. Let me see you do something. What do you got there? What is
I
that?
don't even, is it plugged in?
Now we came to sing you happy birthday.
You really did?
What would you like me to do?
Yeah, play it with your teeth or something. I can't believe you guys are on the show. You guys have been avoiding me for years. And everything's cool with the hip and everything? Is everything good with your hip?
Hey, what?
Is everything good with your hip?
No, my hip's fine.
Is it okay? No, I heard that you were going to get a operation or something on your hip.
Yeah, well, I was about 20 pounds heavier, and doctor told me lose weight. I'm back down to 150, and I'm fine.
All right, so guys, what's the story? So you kicked Sammy out of the group, right?
No. Wait,
Tell me everything.
I was going to ask you.
Tell me everything.
What's the story?
No, tell me everything that's going on. What's going on with the band right now? You know I love the band.
We thought you knew everything.
No, I don't know anything. I just want.
Come on, give us the scoop. Give us the scoop. Have lead singers been your worst nightmare, Eddie?
Yeah, why don't you guys let me sing something for you?
Say that again?
Why don't you let me sing with your band? Hey, is it true? Let me ask you. I got a million questions for you guys, okay? Because I've always wanted to interview you. Is it true that like when you got rid of David Lee Roth, you were going to get Patty Smythe to be the lead singer of Van Halen?
Well, you got two things wrong already. Dave quit, and so did Sammy.
Right.
Everybody quits on you.
I don't know. They don't like the Dutch, I guess.
Dude, I would never quit your band. I swear to God, I would just jam with you guys all night. What's going on with the band? Because people want to know. Seriously, what happened to that guy? You threw out another guy. What's that guy, Dave?
No, he's still with you, right?
Oh, Dave Sharon's with you? Or what? Who's the lead singer of Van Halen? Seriously.
Gary Sharon.
He is. Gary Sharon.
They threw out Dave and got Gary.
Yeah. And they threw out Sammy and got Gary. Right?
No, Gary is the best.
He is? We like him?
You will love him.
Yeah, and it's working out good?
Incredible.
But we could throw him out, too, if we get sick of him.
That's right.
Why not? Who cares?
Screw him. Anybody out.
Right.
It's like every 10 years,
you know what,
get tired of us.
Right.
What I read today, because a lot of people mimic Eddie's style.
Right.
He really hates that.
You do? What is that all about, Eddie? You hate when people play like you?
Well, I don't know. It's just been part of my playing for so long that when other people do it, it's like they're kind of missing the point. They're doing it like some kind of trick.
Yeah. So who do you hate? What do you think?
I'm actually kind of embarrassed about the whole thing because it seemed like the whole rock helmet hairband stuff kind of peaked behind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question, all right? Now, I want both of you guys to answer this. Who's a bigger pain in the ass, Sammy or Dave?
Now, is that a loaded question?
Yeah, no, seriously. Who is the biggest pain in the ass?
It depends on what day of the week.
Right. So
wait a minute. I thought there was a love fest going on with Sammy Hagar. Remember?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Remember when they first got together? It's like, no, this is love. This is harmony.
Yeah, the party's over.
Yeah, we're really gullible,
Yeah, right. So Sammy was on the show bad-mouthing you guys.
He what?
Sammy was on the show bad-mouthing you guys, but I had to play along with it. I really like you guys.
I was just going to wonder, what are you going to say after we get done talking about us?
I'll quickly get Sammy on here and get a rebuttal, that's all.
We'll ask Sammy.
All right, so when you were drinking, was there ever a time, I read that like there were times when you were drinking that there were times you'd go on stage and play and you never even remembered playing. Is that true?
Oh, no.
Never. All that's false?
Who said that?
Who said that? I don't know. I'm making stuff up, hoping these guys will agree to it.
Who in the hell told you that?
David. No. Hey, did you guys read David Lee's book?
No.
You won't read that.
No, I just, nobody sent me a free copy, so, I'm not going to buy it.
You're not going to buy the book.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, it's really great
I think over the years, we probably know him better than he knows himself, so why read his book?
Hey, listen, you guys, I want to thank you for doing this for me. This is great. I finally got to talk to you.
Yeah. Well,
I love the band.
You got to come in when you're in town next time.
Yeah, come into...
Many more.
Yeah, but thanks.
Howard,
yeah.
We want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you for sending all these people here to wish me a happy birthday, because mine was Monday.
Oh, you're kidding.
Hey, and listen, thanks for all the years of great music, man. Really, seriously.
Hey, come and see us and play in the studio, okay?
Yeah, you guys kick ass.
We will.
All right, man.
See you soon.
Later.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was cool.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Where the hell you dig all these people up from, Robin? You get those guys never do the show.
I know. We haven't been able to ever talk to Eddie Van Halen, so I thought that would be a big treat.
I want to get them in the studio, really grill them.
Yeah, when we can actually talk to them and know that they're hearing us.
Yeah, wow, that's a pretty wild show. I can't believe it.
Van Halen. From deep inside the Stern Show vault. Presenting an uncensored history of Van Halen on the Howard Stern Show.
I think Gary was just kind of an unfortunate blip on the screen, and I think what you have here is flavor of the summer, huh?
The whole truth. The Howard Stern Van Halen special. Exclusively on Howard 101.
Somebody give me a shot!
Yeah, baby. Well, this is exciting. Van Halen is here. They'll be signing copies of their new CD, Van Halen 3. Well, a lot of you broads can go down there and get laid. That'll be hot.
Or get your book signed. I don't know.
Whatever. Whatever you want. Do you know why it's called Van Halen 3, Robin?
This is the third incarnation of Van Halen, maybe?
I don't know. What the hell do I know?
We never had a Van Halen.
Is that right?
That's right.
All right, let me introduce the third incarnation. Okay.
We don't know what Eddie's doing.
Eddie's on the floor, bowing in front of his amp.
What's he doing over?
I don't know, man. What's with Eddie today?
He's fixing his amp.
He's fixing his amp. He's going to be jamming. Also, Alex Van Halen is here with the great drummer of Van Halen. Gary Sharon, of course, the new lead singer. And let me tell you something. That's a tough position to be in, right?
There you go.
It sure is.
Big shoes to fill.
You never know where you stand.
We'll find out.
That's right. And Michael Anthony, of course, the great bass player of Van Halen. Well, it's an honor to have you guys here finally. I finally get you in my studio after being a fan for so many years. Unbelievably
nice
so.
to be here.
Yeah. And Gary, how does it feel to be the new lead singer? This got to be exciting, right?
Yeah, it's exciting.
It is exciting. A lot of dough to be made, a lot of girls to meet.
First of all, how does it come up?
Yeah.
How's what come up?
How did what come up?
That, you're being considered for the job.
Yeah, how do you get, who gives you the call? I mean, how do you?
Job.
Oh, sure, it's a job.
Yeah, it's a hired hand position. It's
It's a career. Well, you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's got to be nerve-wracking. Like, what do you have to do? You have to go audition or something?
No, we didn't go through that process.
You didn't?
No.
You guys just sat down and started jamming?
With Gary, he was about the third, fourth person that we were making music with, and the object wasn't to find out if we could find somebody who could sing, because we knew Gary could sing.
Right.
We just wanted to know if we'd get along.
Right.
So we hung out with him for about a week, and then he never left.
Really?
Oh,
That's
so
it.
that's...
I'm still there. Yeah, he's still there.
That's like what Ed said earlier. There's no planets revolving around his head,
Yeah, I know.
It'll happen.
He said, okay.
It'll happen.
It takes about 10 years.
Later. The 10-year evolution.
And you guys recorded this new album at
Ed's house.
At Ed's house.
Yeah.
He's got a whole full recording studio. I saw a picture of it.
We started, every record since 1984, or including 1984, has been done there.
And it's called 5150.
That's the name of the studio, yeah.
That's the name of the studio. Why is it 5150?
Because one of the engineers who used to work there was into the police scanners, and you had to understand the codes of what they used.
Oh, I see.
And an escaped mental patient was a 5150.
I see. So the studio became 5150. Jackie just built a recording studio in his house. What do you call it?
Apricot Studios.
Wonder why he calls it that.
Yeah.
I didn't name it.
Is that like the walnut theory?
I didn't name it.
Apricot Studios. That's because he's pussy whipped and his wife named his recording studio. So you guys go to 5150. That's at Ed's house, right?
Yeah.
Now that's got to be quite a spread. I mean, all you guys have nice houses, right? I mean, you guys got really beautiful.
Not me yet.
Well, you'll have it soon. Because once the album comes out, you're all set.
Yeah, but you're never going to be there. That's right. We'll be on tour.
That's right. Are you going on tour?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
And so you go over Ed's house, and what do? You bring Gary over there, and you all start jamming? That's how this album came together?
Well, yeah, kind of in a relaxed way. We went over some older material.
Yeah.
See if Gary, how he felt with it.
And do you have broads around while you're recording, or do you guys basically, is it a male bonding thing?
Yeah, it's kind of private.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
I think Gary was a little disappointed there.
No wives
He
or...
thought there was going to be a wild time, and
Yeah.
it wasn't.
Could there be some sex or something, you know? Hey, Eddie, sit down. Eddie, sit down. Someone will put your guitar together for you. What the hell are you doing? You going to put your guitar together the whole time?
This is how he usually does interviews, I think.
No, because not even like Yoko's there or some, some babe to inspire you guys?
No, it's really relaxed. We're not always in there all four at the same time. Sometimes Ed and Gary working, sometimes Ed by himself.
Now, what about the rumor?
Everybody splits.
What about the rumor that Gary signed his contract in disappearing ink?
I don't even think he signed anything yet.
He didn't.
Well, isn't it wild that there's so many rumors now? I mean, the lead singer has changed a few times, and now, I mean, they almost had Gary out of the group before the album came out.
That's what we heard.
Yeah, we heard you were out of the group.
I went home to Boston.
Now, seriously, Gary, as a new member of Van Halen, aren't you? This is a huge group. I mean, it's one of the most successful bands in the history of rock. How many albums you guys sold in entirety?
Altogether?
Yeah, with all the lead singers.
Probably about 80 million.
80 million albums. This is one of the most successful bands.
That to us is kind of indicative of the audience that they're with us. It's
hell yeah.
We make a record, and who knows what happens to it.
Yeah, it's just a huge band. I mean, it's the most successful band I think in history.
Well, it's up there.
With the Beatles and Stones, and I mean, Van Halen.
It's up there.
There's no more successful band in the 80s or that I could think of.
Certainly not.
No. All right. So when you come into a band like this, isn't there a lot of pressure?
These guys don't make it hard.
They don't.
No, not at all.
But what about, from this fan standpoint? Everybody has their loyalties to different lead singers and so forth.
Yeah. I haven't tasted that. We did a record release party, but the fans were pretty good.
Yeah.
I was listening to that Best Of collection. They played at my gym all the time. The Van Halen Best Of. It's got the best of David Lee Roth and the Sammy Hagar years.
Right.
But goddamn, that is a good record, man. I mean, there are a lot of great songs on there. It is a lot of pressure, man, to come into a band like that. And then
you gotta wonder, is the stuff I do with
I'm
the
oblivious
band
to it.
Oh, come on.
considered as great as the other stuff that they've done?
I think you can't compare it. I mean, I got one record under my belt with these guys.
Yeah.
It's not fair to compare, but
Yeah, Carol, you're on the air.
They'll do it anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary.
Hello?
This is Carol Zell.
Who's
Carol
that?
Zell?
Who's Carol?
Carol Zell?
What did you have?
Zell?
How you doing?
You know her?
I know her.
You do?
Yes.
You had sex with her?
Look at this.
Gary, what you doing?
Do you really know her?
I can't put it together.
Are you a white broad?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
Why would he know you?
I've known Gary for years.
Oh, you have?
Well, he doesn't know you.
No, you do
Drawing
know
a
her.
blank.
No, you do know her, right?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
The name.
All right, well, what do you want? What do you want?
What was that?
Gary, do you remember we always said who's going to be a star first? And you made it.
I guess.
I didn't make it yet. The album's just coming out.
I know, but he's great. He's
All right,
awesome.
let me hold on a second. I see Eddie has his guitar. Eddie, let me.
Is he gonna?
What are you doing? No, Eddie.
He's gonna play music.
You want to play something? No. You just set up your guitar for about 2 hours. Why wouldn't you want to play something?
Now he's gonna take it off and sit down.
Yeah. You think lead singers are weird, huh, man?
We're still on a different time zone, I think.
I think so. What happened? You guys flew in when?
Yesterday, I think.
Mm-hmm. And you will go on tour.
We start in early part of April. New Zealand. In New Zealand and Australia, that area. Then we come back here. Then we'll do Europe. Then come back here again.
What fun is touring when you're married? Now, Michael, you're married, right?
I'm married. I have 2 daughters also.
Yeah, and you don't cheat, right?
Gary, Michael, don't hesitate when somebody asks your question.
No, I don't cheat.
I mean, if there's like nice looking broads backstage and stuff, you won't have sex with
No,
them.
I've got a great wife and great kids.
Yeah. And
is this the first wife?
Yes, it is.
Oh, really? How the hell did that happen?
I don't know. I met her 25 years ago.
And you stayed with the same woman?
Exactly. In high school.
Really?
Yeah.
You won't even let a woman use her hand on you?
Oh, no.
Is that cheating?
No, he didn't like his second wife, so we went back to the first.
Is that right?
Is that right?
Yeah, that's a massage. That's not cheating.
That's not cheating. Out of town doesn't count.
Well, if you've been married 25 years,
No, I've only been married 17 years.
Oh, 17 years. I mean,
Same as me.
To me, a woman touching you with her hand is not cheating. I'm being serious.
Mr. President.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I say
I'm
this?
sure your wife will agree.
Yeah, go ahead, say something.
And she didn't swallow.
What? Oh! Usually when a guy's 17 years, it's a prison sentence. So you can't cheat on tour. So what fun is it anymore?
Oh, I love playing music.
You do?
It's out of the house, maybe?
Yeah, I guess
it's fun for her because she's got me out of the house.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know what's going on over there when I'm on tour.
Alex, you're not married, are you?
No.
You're not?
Not this time around.
I was reading about you guys when the Van Halen brothers, I'm talking about Alex and Eddie, before everyone else joined the band. When you guys were in high school, like you were the happening two guys in high school because you played music. I didn't realize that. I thought you guys maybe were like losers who stayed in their rooms all the time practicing, but it was just the opposite. You guys were getting laid as early as what, like 15, 14 years old, right?
About that time, yeah.
12. Yeah, nice.
12. You're 13. 12.
These guys, imagine like you have this much musical talent.
Oh, yeah, because what was it that inspired them? They went out and got instruments and they started just playing around.
Yeah, did you guys start playing just to get laid, or did you have high respiration?
No. Ed and I were basically beaten with a stick to learn how to play piano when we were about 6 years old.
That's right, because your parents are musicians.
Your father was very rough on you, right?
No,
it was my mom. Is your mom?
Yeah.
She used to beat you?
She was a frustrated musician.
Did she hit you with a stick, in fact?
Yeah, one of them wooden spoons.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you ever receive sexual spankings?
Nope.
Sexual spankings?
You know what I mean? Where your pants...
No.
Did your mother ever pull your pants down and see you naked?
This was hand on the table and then whack.
Really? If you didn't practice...
Did the Eddie Murphy with the slipper?
Yeah. You're telling me if you didn't practice, your mother would whack you with a ruler?
We always practiced.
On your fingers?
I got hit once, that's it.
I wish my parents had done that to me.
Yeah.
Is that why Eddie's so opposed to keyboards?
Eddie's not opposed to keyboards. David Lee Roth was opposed to keyboards. Yeah.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but
isn't that true? That's why David got thrown out of the band. He didn't like keyboards.
Thrown out.
Oh, come on. He sure did. You guys stop with that. Of course he got thrown out.
You were there.
You guys are nuts.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
All right, go ahead. Straighten it out.
Obviously, you were there because we weren't.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened.
All right. David was a pain in the ass. He didn't get along with you guys. And you threw him out, and you said, "Hey, Sammy's more fun." Sammy was fun for a while, and he got to be a pain in the ass.
So anyway, my dad was a musician.
Floating around. It was either the keyboard thing or the touring thing.
Yeah.
What was it?
Well, no, David, they felt, was a little too flashy and stuff, and acting a little too jerky.
No.
And didn't want to tour.
He wasn't going in the same direction, was he?
I know everything about you guys.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
I think I remember reading a quote. I think I remember reading a quote where these guys.
Did he really quit?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Who was the captain of the Titanic?
Who? Ahab.
No, that was
That works for me. Who is the captain of the Titanic?
I don't know.
Oh, what the hell are you asking me? It's a Bruder, isn't it?
No. I think it was Smith, wasn't it?
He messed up.
Here's what this is the reason I think you guys broke up. Seriously, and then we'll get off this topic. David smoked too much pot, and Sammy didn't smoke enough pot. No?
But if they'll put an end to it, then that's fine.
Right. What did you read? Go ahead.
I thought I read that these guys thought that David was trying to turn the act almost into like a Las Vegas nightclub act. You know what I mean? Like he was getting too flashy and everything like that.
Yeah, I read that
What
too.
do you mean trying to?
No.
He did.
Yeah.
Ultimately did.
So wait a second. Go back to your childhood for a second. All right. So your mom used to hit you with a stick to practice, and obviously that paid off. You know, some people would say that's a bad thing, but it worked out for these guys.
Yeah, but they went out. They wanted to play rock and roll,
maybe I
so
should
they went
rephrase
out and
that.
got drums and guitars.
I should say she threatened. You know,
I never hit you.
Once.
She did hit you.
You ever seen the movie Shine?
Yeah.
It was sort of like that.
It was like that.
So it was a messed up household.
Yeah, very functional.
Well, yeah, it's full of musicians.
No, I mean, you guys are pretty messed up, right? I mean, psychologically, don't you guys? No, really? Are you guys healthy psychologically?
Not as much as you, but
really. I mean, I'm all messed up, but I'm just saying, aren't you guys messed up psychologically from your upbringing and everything?
No.
It was pretty normal.
I think so.
Yeah, you guys weren't wealthy guys growing up, though, were you?
No.
You lived in a poor neighborhood?
Lower middle class.
Because you know, David Lee Roth grew up in like a mansion.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. He was super, super wealthy. These guys, and you guys used to go over his house and practice all the time, right? Because he had a big mansion.
I thought that was actually pretty cool. His father.
Very cool. Yeah. Father was a big time doctor, right?
yeah.
Ophthalmologist.
Mm-hmm.
He had the sound system, right?
He had the PA.
Yeah.
He had the PA.
That's how he got in the band.
That's how you get in there.
That's how he got in the band.
That's cool.
That's true.
So, all right. So you guys are in high school, and Eddie, you're this great guitar player in high school, and getting gigs and everything. And Alex is this happening drumming your brothers. And all of a sudden, what girls just start coming? Like, what age are you when you first get laid? Like, you like 10? Seriously? Or 12? 13, really?
Is that in metric years?
13. Jesus, that's so young to get laid. Older women or just girls your age?
Older.
Really?
How old?
She was in junior high school, I think.
Really, you got too good a life, man. You got really too good a life. You realize you've gotten everything? Do you thank God for your talent, seriously? Because I mean, really.
Oh yeah. Hey, come on, man. To have Gary in the band now, and no more egos, no more BS. You know, we're all reading the same book, same page.
It's easy.
You know, we've heard this all before.
Yeah, you know, this is what you said with Sammy.
No, you have not.
Eddie, you said that with Sammy. I remember.
And at the time when I was drunk off my ass. How I sound. It's great to have you in the band.
Yeah, but all right, you said there were no egos and all that.
At the time that was
Gary lives with us.
He does? Yeah. Gary, you're now living with Van Halen? How does that?
Where does Van Halen
Rent-free in the guest house.
In the guest house.
Is that right? You're living at Eddie's house in the guest house?
Yeah.
How's that working out?
Great.
So you get to hang out with Eddie and Valerie and stuff all day?
No, it's
That's nice.
It's rent-free, too.
I like that. No kidding. Do you babysit? Because you can hang out in my guest house. I got a little guest house, too. You're babysitting. I'll let you sing your head off. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. I just need good help. So wait a second. So do you feel weird living in Eddie's guest house?
No. It's normal.
Would you like a place of your own?
Is Eddie going to let you leave?
So I haven't signed anything yet.
I see. So you don't have a lot. The rest of the guys are millionaires, and you're not a millionaire yet. So they're helping you out.
Millionaire.
What do you mean all millionaires? You're a millionaire. Yeah, but you're a millionaire. Don't get embarrassed.
You are too, right?
Okay. You say so? I don't have your kind of money. I don't have Van Halen kind of money.
How do you know what kind of money I got?
First of all, let me tell you how much kind of money you got. You sold 80 million albums. Forget about the albums. Skip the album money.
Okay.
I'm talking about touring money.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Writing money.
Writing money.
Yeah.
He wrote all the songs.
And how about that milk ad you did? That's at least 10 grand.
Yeah, that's what it cost us.
All right, I bet. So, no, my point is that you guys are multimillionaires, and Gary's just coming into the thing. You guys ought to throw him a bone and give him $1 million just so he could live like a millionaire.
Buy him his own house.
I'm in Van Halen.
Right.
That's a big enough bone.
That's a big enough thing.
Yeah.
Look.
What the hell?
He'll do
After
fine.
it's all said
I
and
think I'll do
done.
all right.
Yeah.
You'll be a millionaire. You'll be fine. Okay.
I'm going to be all right.
But seriously, do you ever feel like Kato Kalin because you're living in the guest house? Yeah, right. It's weird.
If you find any glove, it ain't mine.
Yeah. All right. So now, you guys must have been a little gun shy hiring a new lead singer because you don't want to get into trouble again, right? I mean, it's uncomfortable when you guys don't get along with the lead singer. This has happened to you twice.
It's my deodorant, I think. I don't know.
No, be honest.
That's over a span of 20 years. So
All right, so did Sammy quit too?
Yeah.
Oh, stop
Definitely.
Sammy quit?
Wait a minute.
Maybe it's your personality.
Wait a minute. I actually watched the show on E.
Okay.
Okay?
Right, with Sammy.
With Sammy.
Go ahead.
And you.
Right. Yeah. I was there.
And you're showing footage of the MTV, what do you call it?
Awards.
Music awards. The
presentation.
video awards.
The presentation award. Right.
No, afterwards, where they shuffle you off to a, what do you call it? Press conference.
Right.
Right.
Okay. What did I say?
What did you say?
I said, we're currently in the studio doing maybe 1 or 2 songs, maybe a video, and looking for a new singer.
You said that right to Sammy's face.
Hey, you showed it on the damn thing.
Right. And what did Sammy do?
No, I mean, I'm talking about Dave.
David Lee.
David Lee.
Right.
I don't know who we're talking about.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, David.
Let's talk about Gary.
I saw David Lee at his job at Dunkin' Donuts yesterday. He's doing fine. I like Dave, though. I do like Dave. I get along great with him.
Hey, Howard, we made great music with both singers.
You did.
That's one thing you can't ignore.
I can't ignore that. I love the band.
A lot of fun.
It's a great band. It's unbelievable.
We had a lot of fun, but for some reason, every 10, 11 years, man, I don't know.
It's like a marriage. It really is.
It sure is.
Yeah.
But what kind of deodorant do you use?
I use a roll-on dry, something or other, band dry. Why?
That won't work for me.
Well, Eddie has the different thing going. His marriage stays together. The band keeps breaking.
That's very unusual for a rock and roll star. Yeah, so now, okay, let's get back to marriage. So you're getting laid when you're 13 years old. And Alex, what about you? The same thing? Because you guys are...
He's a drummer.
He's a drummer.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Makes a living beating things with a stick.
And you're the older brother who is like the big man on campus, the 2 most popular guys in high school because of your music.
Is that right?
And
Not popular,
please.
You know how high school's fragmented. You got the guys with Letterman jackets. You got the guys who drive daddy.
Eddie, sit down.
Where's he going?
Sit down. You're going to play something? All right. Gary, you going to sing?
I'm not going to sing, no.
No, you're going to sing.
No,
Come on, you sing
I haven't
something.
signed anything.
No, just sing something.
Sign here.
Eddie, I want you to play something, and then I want Gary to sing. and I'll whistle.
Howard, I don't know what's going on because Eddie just unplugged his guitar.
Oh.
So I don't know where he's going.
I think he feels naked without it.
He needs it.
All right, I want to do something nice now.
Fingers don't move this early anymore.
There's a guy who's a huge Van Halen fan. He's an intern.
This will be
now.
great.
I want to tell you this story.
I heard
Okay.
about this earlier.
All right. This guy is a huge Van Halen fan. All right.
You got to bring him in.
And yeah, this is Mike.
He's an intern of ours, and he took the internship just to meet you guys.
Yeah. He went to intern at a record company because he thought he'd meet you guys there.
It wasn't your record
It isn't your record
So
company.
for coming in turn, he gets what?
Yeah, I told him if he wore a dress, he could come in and meet you guys, and he's got to play for you because he's devoted his whole life to playing guitar because of Van Halen.
Right.
And here is Mike. This is the biggest moment in his life. Do you understand this? Oh, man. Don't you know?
Yeah, there it is.
There he is. There he is.
Nice dress.
He might actually crap his pants. Now, hold on a second. Put on that
What's making
microphone.
it sound,
Put a
the dress?
wireless in front of it. Now, what are you thinking? There's your heroes.
My heart is beating like a million miles a minute right now.
Why don't you explain? Why don't you explain to the boys in Van Halen why you're wearing a dress and what you want to tell them your life story?
All
Go
right.
ahead.
I've always wanted to just meet you guys. When I was 10, I bought my first album. I've been listening to you guys ever since. And after I heard Top of the World and from Awful Coronales,
Sorry, I had a
Coronales tour, I just became obsessed, and I know all your songs, everything.
Tell us the thing about seeing them in concert.
Sissy. Which
when you first saw them in concert.
Oh, when I first I just went crazy because I just saw you guys. I was literally freaked out, and I'm.
I can tell that.
No. This is the only way to meet you guys because I could never get backstage passes. I had an internship at a record company. I even had a constant security guard job just to meet you guys.
All right, now you have never been able to meet Van Halen.
Never.
I say we replace him with that rubber thing there.
Now you are wearing a dress and breasts.
Yeah.
Nobody can see what this guy looks like. No. I'm not.
Camera right there.
Do you guys get a lot of this?
Dress. This is like one of them summer mini skirts.
Yeah. Do you guys get a lot of this?
There.
Do you guys get a lot of this?
A lot of guys in dresses?
No. Do you get a lot of this idol worship like this? You get this all the time, right?
Not as much
You
as
know what?
Yeah,
You take it with a grain of salt because it isn't good fun.
So now,
it is.
Well, this guy said.
No, I can't
Can
say
you flex?
wait. Do you want to say something to the band in all sincerity? Go ahead.
In all sincerity, I mean, your music has just influenced my life so much, and I just want you to know because I remember you heard an interview and you said it's just music. Yeah. It's not though. You guys influence people a lot more.
Tell
than
them how did they influence you?
I mean, I was a jock in high school and stuff. And
No kidding. Look at you.
No, but I mean, I always listen to music, and I would never have bought a guitar.
By the way, Mike brought a dental dam with him in case you're going to need it.
Well, you're up.
Would you have sex? Would you have sex with these guys if they asked you to right now?
No.
You would not. All right, go ahead. Yeah.
Not
So
put the guitar down.
Well, that's what I wanted him to say. He bought the guitar after seeing them in concert.
yeah. Now, how old were you when you saw them in concert for the first time?
I think I was 18 or 19.
And that's when you bought a guitar?
Yeah, that's when I picked it up because I was I figured I'm too old to like start learning and stuff. But
Right. Do you want to play for the boys right now?
I'm gonna play Panama. Obviously, it's just weird to play homo.
All right. Here he goes. He's going to play Panama for you. This is his dream.
How are you going to sing?
No. We're not going to sing. No. You sing it.
Help him out.
All right, I'll sing. All right. Wait, he ain't even going to get to the vocal part. Wait till you hear this.
And we want you to critique him, Eddie.
Yeah, critique him and be honest.
Give me a chance.
All right. Ow!
Okay, now sing.
All right, ready. Where does it come in?
Sing it.
Right here.
Panama. Panama.
That one. Coming in for you. Back in the window.
All right, turn that on.
Hot shoot.
All right. Well, there it is. You just played in front. You practiced that day and night.
Van Halen.
Now, what? Be honest.
Fun.
Ooh,
what is that?
This is just a thrill of my life. I mean, I'll just remember this forever. This is so great.
We will too.
Really?
No, I know you got but this is the only way
Eddie,
to do it.
was that the worst rendition of Panama you ever heard?
No,
it was not.
Not the worst, but among them, right?
All right, now get out of here. You've embarrassed yourself. Now, here's the thing that I don't understand. Michael, you got married at a young age. This is the thing. You become famous, all that kind of stuff. So you mean you've been with just a couple of women your whole life, right? You never got to experience sex as a member of Van Halen.
Oh, I did, but it was at an early age.
You did, and you don't.
Well, not as early as these guys. When I was 13, I actually in high school I saw these guys play once.
Right.
And
where did you grow up?
I grew up. I remember now.
Where did you grow? How do you get in Van Halen and become a bass player?
I was born in Chicago, and I lived actually. They were going to school in Pasadena, and I was going to school in a city Arcadia.
Right.
Just right next door.
Right, and then you run into Van Halen one day.
Well,
and you see him.
Yeah, we all knew of each other because we played in local bands in the area, so I knew these guys.
And the two brothers were hot and happening, right?
That's right.
And you said, "Hey, I want to play bass in the band."
Oh, they were great. I remember seeing them play. They were doing like the one whole side of the Live at Leeds album.
Right.
Who? Note for note.
I was studying John.
Right, and you did all that kind of stuff. And did you know you were geniuses at an early age? Eddie, you knew you were a guitar virtuoso at an early age?
What the hell's a genius?
You know what I mean.
Are you a genius?
Yeah, of course. It's just a fart humor.
There you go.
Right.
Same thing.
Seriously, do you know at an early age that you're destined for brilliance? I know people who said they saw you at an early age, they knew you were going to be a rock star. There was no doubt that you would become famous.
No, I'm a musician.
Am I right? Am I right about him?
Oh, there's no doubt that he was a great player.
Right. And then, Alex, you got to be thrilled because you're like his brother, and you're going, "Hey, I play drums, he plays guitar. We got a band here."
Well, I used to play guitar.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And why'd you?
Ed took my drums.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's right.
I couldn't. I played like the guy with the dress on, you know. So I said, you give this a.
Yeah, but Al, you look a lot better.
You look better in a dress. I'll be honest with you. You really do. Do me a favor, Eddie. Come on. You said you're going to play a little something, and let Gary sing something. Come on. Oh, come on. You are too. Why are you guys being pussies? Come on.
It's 8:45 in the morning. That's why.
Come on. I'll play with you. What do you want to do? Get over by the band there and play something. Go play something. Go play something, man. I'll play with you. If I could play, so I'll play drums. If you guys aren't, you going to play?
Come on, guys.
I'll play the goddamn drums with him.
How's this going to sound like a...
Who's the biggest?
Get on the drums.
Yeah, let's get on there.
I like the way those are mic'd. What do you call that?
Oh, please. Just get in there and play. You guys are such pussies. Just get up and play the, what? You can play as loud as you want. Right, give me a concert.
No, you don't want that. You don't want that.
Everybody wants to hear you.
As loud as he can, you don't want?
No. Now, why is it so distorted? That's what all you guys dig, distortion. Yeah, you know, I mean, I never hear a guy just play. Uh-oh. It's going to be bad. What is that? What's going on with that amp? Well, here's two listeners. They won the right to come in and look at you guys.
I think they won some kind of contest.
Yeah. What did you two guys? You two guys won a contest so you could look at Van Halen? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Well, why don't you go over there to those instruments and play something? Seriously. Go join them.
We just finished the record.
I don't care. Don't give me that crap. Just get over there and play a song. Give me a Van Halen song.
Get my hands back.
Hey, I'm in if they're in.
Come on,
They're in? Get up there, but someone's got to make the move.
Me and Alex, it ain't gonna happen.
You guys are...
Get over it.
I'll tell you what.
Get over it.
Gary, why? You don't want to sing? What are you getting, like Sammy?
No.
All of a
Give it a few more years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Eddie, what's going on? You want these guys to play with you?
I don't know what Wacky's doing. He's figuring out the amp over there. And who are these guys?
I think we're in trouble.
Sitting over here.
These two guys.
Winners of a radio contest.
Now, how did you guys get in the studio? Because I'm thinking of throwing you out already.
I won a contest.
You won a contest to come look at Van Halen?
Yeah, CDs and
really?
meet you guys and.
Oh, really?
It's a whole day affair, Howard. It starts here, and then they follow him somewhere else, and then they end up with him at Virgin tonight.
Yeah, I think they're following you guys all day, so don't get
We're
scared.
not wearing dresses.
Yeah.
We're not wearing dresses. I
You
swear.
don't have to.
Yeah. And you guys are going to hang around Van Halen all day, starting here. What do you guys do for a living?
I drive a truck.
Do you see his arms?
I'm a body man.
What's with his arms?
He's got two sleeves.
Tattoos. Yeah, that's cool. Well, what do you do?
I'm a body man.
A body man?
Work on cars.
Yeah, I'm a leg man.
Oh boy,
Howard. What do you mean a body man? Like a car thing?
Yeah, frame.
You fix
that type of stuff. Yeah.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
What is it, Stuttering John?
If Gary doesn't want to sing, Mike the intern says that he can sing any Van Halen.
Oh, excellent. Mike, get in here.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, Eddie, you play, and Mike will sing.
This is another dream come true for him. He's the
Yeah.
lead singer for Van Halen.
If you want, I'll drum. If you guys aren't going to play with Eddie, I'll drum.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there we go.
Are you going to, Alex, you going to drum or am I going to?
You're going to do it.
All right, the hell with it. I'll go play drums.
What are you going to do? You're going to do
I don't know how to drum, but you guys are being pussies. Why don't you get up and play?
You just hold me up the light. We'll do some.
I'm sure you can do
What? We'll do some harmonies, Gary?
Come on.
All right, I'll help you out. Hold on.
No, come on, help him out.
We'll help him.
All right, come on, Alice, get up.
I got to sing?
No, get on the phone.
No singing, Alex, just drumming.
Come on.
I'll play the damn drum.
I want to hear how. I want to hear.
I don't care.
Howard,
wanna
you
hear
need
Howard
to
play.
play.
I'll play the drums.
That's all right. I got to hear this.
Well, if you're not going to play, I'll play.
A lot of nothing.
Hello?
Should I put my earphones on?
Yeah, go ahead. Mike, this is, can you hear me? Mike the intern is going to sing.
Hello?
How do you drum to that?
I don't know.
Alex, why don't you come over and drum, man? What's the matter with you?
He really
Come on
can't,
over and
Alex.
drum. It's a big deal.
Richie won't turn on his microphone, so we can't hear him now.
Eddie, why don't you play a Van Halen song so Mike can sing?
Mike, what do you want?
Go ahead. This is Mike the intern singing.
What are you gonna say?
This is Mike, the intern with the dress on. Right? Does that come in different colors?
Pick a song, Mike. Pick something real mainstream.
Mainstream?
Yeah.
Panama. All right.
Panama? All right, go ahead. All right. Eddie, just play Panama. Come on. I don't got all day. I got a whole show to do. I'm on drums. How does it start? Well, here you go. Does it go like that? How's it go, man?
1, 2, 3.
What? I don't know how to. I don't know how to play drums. All right, I got it. I can.
Oh, yeah! Uh-huh! Jump back! What's that sound? Here she comes, foot tapping top down. Hot shoe, running down the avenue. Modern citizen, zero discipline. Don't you know she's coming home to me? You're in that sound. I'll get her. Panama, 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 Panama.
Drum solo. Drum solo. I give up on you guys. I give up on you guys.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, that's a lot. That was too much for me. What happened to you guys, man? Why didn't you play?
That was awesome.
That really sucked. Wow. Jesus, that's loud. What do you make of this? It's not the interview I envisioned, but you guys are making Leslie West look organized. Yeah. Oh, man. Eddie, sit down so I can interview you. No. Well, anyway, Van Halen.
Tuesday.
He wants to play.
You want to play, but why don't you get the band up there with you? Can't you force them to play with you? You're the.
Force anyone to do anything.
Come on, man. Get these three guys up there and let them play with you. Come on, man. Just stop making me beg you. Come on, guys. Get up there.
Come on, guys.
Come on. Just get up and do something, man. Do anything.
Is there bass? Yeah, anything.
Yeah, there's a bass. There's a goddamn bass over there.
Yeah, come on.
I'm gonna make you're making a fool out of me.
Alex, do you want?
Oh, shut up, Gary. Get up there.
Gary, just get up there, man. You're new. You got to do whatever these guys say. Do Louie. I don't care what you do.
Come on.
Get up there.
Something. Do
What are you
anything.
hiding, man?
Well, what are you wearing? You're wearing shades too. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. I just can't see anything without
I
this.
can't either.
You can't get all of these guys up at once. It's a full day's job just getting them to play.
You got that one right. That's where the producer comes in.
Yeah. All right, forget it, man. Don't play. Just sit down and be interviewed. All right. The hell with you.
There we go. Let's have a nice quiet morning.
That's right.
Well, thanks, Eddie. You were ready anyway.
Okay, well, let's go on the record. I was ready too.
No, you weren't.
Yeah,
you got to get up and
he
do
was
it.
almost out of his
He
chair.
knew we were.
But I know Alex.
No, he knew we weren't going up.
I knew they weren't going up.
All right, so so tell me something. What did you guys do on this album? You sat down and you made some new songs. How did that happen?
I hope it went a lot easier than this did.
Yeah, is this what it's like when you guys record?
No.
No? Does someone come in with an idea or what?
Yeah, usually Ed has either just the skeleton or he has the whole song in his mind.
I see.
It depends on the situation. And this record was, oddly enough, half the songs were inspired by the lyrics.
Yeah.
Gary wrote the lyrics first, and then the music came afterwards, which is completely ass backwards from the way we used to do it.
All right, and this is the single. What is the name of the single?
Without You.
Without You.
I haven't heard anything yet.
No?
No. This is the single, Without You. And what does that mean? When you lose a girlfriend or something? Without you?
Tell him, Gary.
Life without you?
General sense? Sure.
Hey, you, wake up! Get yourself together! Yeah, you! So you think you made it better? Cause you know it's coming out to where your back is turned. Darling, I can't help you. Clear your head, find a way home. Better make up your mind.
And Eddie, you record all this at your house? Oh, I got to put a studio in my house.
It must be a pretty good studio.
Yeah, maybe that's my problem. What's a studio like that cost? Seriously, when you have to put something like that together. Get on the microphone. What's the matter?
It's just an ongoing thing.
An ongoing thing. What is that, like a couple of mils to do that? What do you got, like a huge mansion or something?
I spent $1 million just doing this record.
Are you making your kids learn how to play instruments?
I'm not making them do anything.
Oh, yes, you are.
They just love
You got a
it.
ruler on them? You hit them?
He's got that old wooden spoon his
get that
mother
wooden
used to
spoon
have.
first.
Yeah.
That's
Did you
right.
borrow the ruler from your mom? Are you teaching?
Birthday.
Are you teaching the kids how to play?
No, he's teaching himself, just like I did.
Yeah, because I think it would be kind of difficult to be like Eddie's son. You know what I mean?
Nah.
I'd want to be a guitar player or something. Could I ever match up?
Or you might never go near the guitar.
He's musical, he's great.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Groove.
Michael, what about your kids? You making them take?
Actually, my oldest daughter plays flute in the band in school.
She does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but flute, that's safe.
Well, that's a girl's instrument there.
Right. What are you guys goofing on them for? Why are you laughing about that? What is that?
It's early.
And
Alex laughs at everything.
No, but I mean, is there pressure for your kids? Like, you know, the mom is a famous actress. You're a famous guitar player. Everybody thinks you're God on guitar. And the kid's going to play guitar. I say stay away from it. If I was that kid, I'd stay away from the guitar.
What are you going to do?
If I was Wolfgang, I would stay away from it.
No, he's happy.
Mozart's kid was on heroin too. He couldn't handle it. It's true, man. You can read about it in any book.
Oh, dear.
Kid was on heroin. Swear to God. All right. Here's a girl who claims she had sex with Gary.
What?
Oh.
The new lead singer of Van Halen.
Yes.
Carol, you claim you had sex with Gary?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, was he
That's
good?
why I don't remember.
You sure it wasn't his twin?
He
has
great.
a twin, you know.
And he is so well hung.
Is that right?
Upside down, or
Have you guys seen your new lead singer naked? I mean, seriously.
No.
You got Van Halen sees like when you guys had David Lee and Sammy. You've seen him naked, right? I assume the band has changed in the same room at some point.
This is when they quit.
No, seriously. Have you seen the other guys naked, Eddie? What do you mean? Well, that's a legitimate question.
Oh yeah, no. If we knew that you were going to be so interested, then we'd have paid more attention.
Michael told me Sammy was teeny. Michael, you told me Sammy was teeny. He had hardly any genitals whatsoever.
No, that must have been his girlfriend back then.
Oh, I see. And seriously, have you ever seen David Lee or Sammy naked?
Well, like you said, we go to the shower, and so what?
But you've never seen Gary naked yet. Isn't that part of getting in Van Halen?
We
You gotta be nude and stuff?
Got a shower.
Got a shower together?
Mugambi.
Yeah, oh.
First Mugambi.
I see. So that's never occurred yet. And ma'am, you say that he was wonderful in bed and that he was very large.
He was amazing and he's huge.
How did this occur? I mean, did you meet him at a concert or something?
Wait. How big are you?
What do you Brooklyn, Robin.
Are you?
How big
How
are
did
you?
you meet?
And what do you consider huge?
How did you meet Gary Sharon, the new lead singer of Van Halen?
When he was extreme and he was playing in Brooklyn at Lemoore.
Yeah.
And I got backstage with a friend, and one thing just led to another.
Wow.
So this was like a one-night deal.
You must be.
Well,
No, he wants to marry her. Well, you sound like a whore if you just go backstage and have sex like that. I got to be honest with
it
you.
wasn't like that.
You sound like a filthy hooker.
Gary said I was special.
Oh, Gary said you were special.
Oh, that's what you heard from him since.
Did you pay him?
She was.
Gary says you were special.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did it involve the buttocks at all?
No.
No, he didn't go there.
Well, did
he's
you
a
hear
gentleman.
from him again?
What?
Did you ever hear from Gary again?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Wow.
He made love to you several times.
Yes.
Really?
Wow. Well, Gary, you're a lucky man. Not only are you the lead singer of Van Halen, but you're hung.
Robin, you can check it out.
I can't claim.
Yes, I will.
I can claim either one of those things. I don't sing for Van Halen.
And you're not hung?
Is this Kelly?
Yeah. This is Carol.
Oh, Carol.
Carol. Who's Kelly?
Don't worry.
Carol, you must be very good looking to catch the eye of a famous singer.
I am.
You are.
How many years ago was this?
This was about
Gary wasn't seeing so well.
at least 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And you're very pretty. When you go backstage, what were you wearing?
Probably like a black bustier and like a leather jacket or something.
Oh, it was that girl.
Oh, that's what our intern Mike is wearing, actually.
I met Robin backstage at a Whitesnake concert once.
Well, how was I?
You were great. You said hi. We were like.
Well, Gary, that's very exciting.
Very exciting. I wish I could
But
remember.
Gary just knew me because I was a young reporter in those days,
I see.
and
All
I got
right.
my first story from him in more ways than one.
Uh-huh.
There you go. Gary, congratulations to you. There's nothing wrong with that. You're a man, and why not take advantage of that? Paul, you there? Well, he's not.
Hey,
there.
Howard.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? A question I've always been dying. This is for Alex and Eddie. Now that a year has passed with the whole, Dave and Sammy thing, is there any chance ever again in the future that you would work with Dave?
No.
Why did you ask that?
Because I just wanted to hear him say it.
I thought it was obvious.
No, I just thought that they might. Fans always want to know maybe if there's some, maybe.
What would I say? I would say no. You're not gonna. You guys are permanently broken up. I think it's been how many years now? Like 10 years, right?
Oh, it's longer than 10.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because it was 10 with Sammy,
13.
right?
Yeah.
Although, man, that would be kind of cool. Like if,
Some things are better left a memory.
really. How weird was it when Dave came over your house after all those years?
I don't want to get into that.
Yes, you do. We do. I don't care what you want to get into.
Weirder than that.
Weirder than
Weirder
that.
than Mike in a dress.
No. In all fairness,
Yes.
he seemed like he changed.
Really?
But it took a couple of days to find out nothing had changed. And I'm not saying that. I'm not
In
saying
a
that.
bad way.
I'm not saying a
kinda like getting
good or bad
divorced.
way.
No, let's take a couple more calls. Hey, this is Rusty. Go ahead, Rusty. You're on the air. Or Tom.
Tom,
Yeah.
Howard, listen, I don't get this. You got a chance for these guys to play.
Right.
in front of millions of people for the first time, and them two don't play. What's up with that?
Yeah, guys.
What?
Well, you heard
Guy wants to hear you play.
You heard how the instrument sounded.
Hey, if you were in this room, you wouldn't play either.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, listen, I got another question.
All right.
What's going to happen when you guys make the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
What's
You're
going
gonna
to
have
happen?
to have
That's a good question.
We're going to have a couple of backup singers.
Now, that's a good question. Seriously, what happens when you guys get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and you got to show up with Sammy and Dave?
Well, we'll see at that time. It's about 5 years
It'll
from now,
be
4 or 5 years from now.
A couple of...
What? No, seriously, what would you do?
I really think truthfully, I think it depends on them. I don't know if they'd want to show up.
Yeah. How did those two get along?
Yeah.
I don't think
they don't get along very well.
All right. Well, there you go.
It'll be up to them.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get along, Gary, with Dave and Sammy?
I know Dave. We Extreme toured with Dave.
Yeah?
Yeah, we got along good.
Yeah.
And Sammy, have you ever met Sammy?
Never met Sammy.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe some of them will get cancer or die before the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and then you guys won't have to go there with them.
Won't have to worry about it.
That'd be lucky.
If you're lucky. I mean, Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
All right?
What are you supposed to say to that? I'll smoke to that.
Let me see what else you got on this record. I'm just fooling around here and see what else you got here.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
The band has one more thing they need to plug, by the way.
Oh, what are they plugging?
Look for them tomorrow in Toronto doing an autograph signing at a place called Sam's.
Oh, is that right? Well, you guys are going to be busy.
They look surprised.
We don't know what we're going to do.
You're not going to Toronto?
Cabo. What?
Toronto. Sam's in Toronto.
There's a place called Sam's.
Oh. Not Sammy Hagar.
He doesn't want to go anywhere near a Sam.
I don't want to go.
You won't even appear in a place called Sam's?
No, I thought you meant Cabo. I'm kidding.
Are you guys, have you guys seen Sam at all since the breakup?
No.
You haven't. Yeah, he's pretty dangerous. He can box. Kick your ass.
Look out.
You ever have a fist fight with him?
I'm scared.
Hey, who got into the,
boxes like this?
Eddie, didn't you? David Lee was into karate, too. Didn't you get into a fist fight with him on stage? Or Captain Jenks told me to ask that question. What, seriously, didn't you get into a fist fight on stage with him, Eddie? With
Let's
David?
not get into that.
Oh, come on. Did you or not? Tell the truth. The truth will set you free.
Oh, I'm free.
You got into, right? You guys were there, Michael, right?
Yeah, I saw nothing.
Now, listen, out of anybody, out of the 4 guys in the band, the only ones who really come to blows is Ed and I.
Is that true?
Well, we're brothers.
Yes,
you know?
we're brothers.
We get away.
Well, wait a second. David and Eddie got into a fist fight on stage.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Not on stage.
They absolutely did. Not on stage, maybe, but they got into a fist fight. I thought it was on stage.
Well, it never happened
Just
again.
about.
It was, right? Why was there a fist fight?
Tensions run high, when you try to do something.
Things get to a point where it's...
What were you guys fighting over?
What's happening on stage?
Yeah, take me into the world of rock and roll. Come on. Did David fart while he was on stage? Is that
Aren't you? You're the creator, aren't you?
Yeah, of course.
So,
But I don't get into a fight.
huh?
You know what I mean?
It wasn't a fight. It was just...
And supposedly what I
Ed
heard...
threw up against the wall a couple of times.
I heard Eddie
That was
cleaned...
the end of it.
I heard Eddie cleaned David's clock.
Wow.
Is that true or false?
If he was lucky, he was wearing Depends.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he knows karate.
Yeah. So?
Look, let me tell you, look, what happened.
You're telling me
No, that was amongst friends, and we were in the middle of a heated argument. That's all.
Right.
That's that simple. Nothing was meant by it. It happens, and after that, you say, "Okay, let's go." Back to the
But
bus.
did it happen on stage or elsewhere? I
No,
don't know.
backstage.
No.
Backstage.
Actually, I was sticking up for Mike.
Is that right?
Why didn't Mike fight?
I wasn't even there.
Sorry,
The plate.
in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Mike?
Anybody get kicked in the balls during the fight? That's unbelievable.
No, that's the last thing you step on.
All right, here, let me take two more phone calls. I'm getting yelled at. We're supposed to end this already.
Okay.
Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, Howard?
Yeah.
Yes, I used to give massages in Las Vegas about a year and a half ago, and I gave Gary a massage, and I can verify that that he is very large.
Is that right? Whoa! We've got corroboration now on that story.
Really?
Well, Gary, congratulations.
Well, the new lead singer of Van Halen is very large, and that's a great, great story.
Yes, he puts Tommy Lee to shame.
20 months later.
I hadn't talked about this earlier, but you realize that Gary Sharon has been kicked out of Van Halen?
Which is opening the way for a Van Halen reunion with David Lee Roth.
Oh, please.
True. More true than you
A
know.
couple of weeks ago, Gary Sharon was saying how happy he was with Van Halen. Now he's out of the band.
Right.
Sharon had said recently how Van Halen had recorded the basic tracks for a new album, and he even joked that Van Halen switched singers every 10 years, so he was good for another 7. According to the statement issued last week, Sharon has left Van Halen to pursue new musical ventures, and they say this is a mutually agreed upon and amicable separation.
Right. Heard that before.
So they say that he is a brother and they will continue to have a personal and musical relationship. I don't know anything about a reunion with David.
David Lee Roth will reunite with Van Halen.
That is
my
your
prediction.
prediction.
That's right.
Okay.
And by the way, Pete Best is still waiting to reunite with the Beatles.
From Roth to Hagar to Roth to Sharon to Hagar back to Roth.
David Lee Roth will reunite with Van Halen.
The Whole Truth, the Howard Stern Van Halen special, exclusively on Howard 101. David Lee Roth, 2002.
How about Running with the Devil?
Boom, boom, boom. Go. See if we can do the scream first thing in the morning.
Every song starts with a scream.
Hey now.
Here we go. I live my life like there's no tomorrow. This is all I got. Well, I had to steal. At least I don't need to beg or borrow. 'Cause I'm a living at a pace that kills. Woo! Sing it out loud, boys. Running with the devil. That love. Wow! Yeah, yeah. Woo! Running with the devil. Yeah.
Beautiful Girls?
Beautiful Girls. Hit it up, boy. You got that? Woo! Here you go. Well, I'm a seaside citizen, smoking and drinking a Brinkside. Up in the world. Hey, perfection ain't anything. I got a drink in my hand, got told in the sand. All I need is a beautiful girl. Yeah, yeah. Sing it out, boy. With a little bit of money, she turn your head around. A beach bum there, see, well, look to me like you like to fool around. Now, here I am, ain't no man of the world, no. All I need is a beautiful girl. Oh, yeah! Beautiful girl. I think I'm going to repeat that one more time. Beautiful girl.
Nice. Yeah. Do a little Panama.
Unplugged, the Laughing Laughs Band, ladies and gentlemen, live in front of your naked, steaming eyes. Like a thunderbolt in your Cheerios, I gotta say. Woo! I don't know if I can do the scream this early in the morning. Oh! Go, baby.
Have Fred do it.
Touch them bases, touch them all. Yeah. You got that. The Happy Hour Show.
I like this.
Presenting the art of laughing laughs, ladies and gentlemen. Are you set?
Yeah, come on.
Jump back, mama, what's that sound? Here she come, baby, put tapping top down. Hot shoe, burning up the avenue now. Model discipline, zero discipline. You're gonna lose that girl, baby. Woo! You got Panama. Woo! Panama. Oh, Panama. Woo! Panama.
I don't think you've ever worked acoustically before. What about Pretty Woman?
2, 3. across pretty good acoustic. This is the first time I've heard this one. Am I the only one, or does Ray Orbison look like the guy in K-Pax?
Well, comedy in between.
Pretty woman, walking down the street. Pretty woman, the kind I'd like to meet. Pretty woman, oh, you look lovely, it must be true. No one can look as good as you. Mercy. And you get the West Side Story ending too.
How about Ice Cream Man?
Well, now summertime sip, baby, need something to keep you cool. Woo! Now summertime sip, baby, need something to keep you cool. You better look out now, Diamond Dave got something for you. Let me tell you what it is, baby. I'm your Irish man, baby, beside me when passing by. I'm your Irish man, baby, beside me when I'm passing by. She know all my flavor, now to guarantee to satisfy.
What is the Ice Cream Man? What does that mean? Like a heroin dealer? You ain't talking about love.
Give it up, man. I heard the news, babe, all about your disease. Bet you got what you want, baby. Well, I got something you need. Wow, ain't talking about love. This and I'm rocking to the core. Ain't talking about love. You know I told you before. It ain't a talk about love.
Sammy Hagar, 2004.
Just call Sammy Hagar's number and see if we can find out if there is going to be a Van Halen tour with him. Cause
it's in the paper today.
Yeah, well, then I know.
All right, let me try it out.
What makes you think not?
Because I've got tape of Sammy every time he was on this show bad-mouthing Van Halen and talking about how he never toured with them unless... I'll even play you the tape.
Unless what?
Unless he was completely broke and needed the money.
Oh, so maybe he's completely broke.
That's what I want to know.
How could that be, though? Doesn't he own all of Cabo?
Cabo Wabo?
Hey, I got him. And we'll go to line 3.
Hey, Sammy, don't hang up. You've been avoiding my call.
Really?
Sammy!
Hello.
Hey.
Howard,
I can't even...
Today, I'm not too sharp, so go easy on me, buddy.
Tell me the truth right now. Is there a Van Halen tour or not with you?
Absolutely. Yes, there is. Don't you
Unbelievable.
Neighbor, Howard?
Unfriggin' believable.
How could you go back to those guys after all you said?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no explanation to anything. It's like...
No, what happened?
Rock
Did
and roll
Eddie...
band. Let's
who
start
called
right
you?
there, okay? Like the Rolling Stones or anybody else. Mick and Keith are always going to kill each other and this and that. And, then they go out and tour and do great. When I started talking with Alex first, it was just a coincidence. We, got together.
How did you get together?
We had dinner. Well, we had lunch. We got together in the afternoon. We had lunch, just like typical LA people. We had lunch. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it just was great. It was great seeing an old buddy again. Mike and I have always been friends. Next thing I know, Alex calls me up and says, "Hey, get Ed. Ed wants to talk to you."
Eddie's still a drunk?
It's been a long time. I call Ed, or he calls me. I don't remember. And we just start talking.
Is Eddie still drinking?
What?
Was Eddie drunk when you talked to him?
No.
Does he know what he got himself into?
Howard, no, I was drunk.
You were
Actually,
drunk.
It was me that's drunk all the time now, see.
So who made the first move?
So you're lucky you caught me early in the morning. Otherwise, I'd be drunk right now, man.
So who made the first move? Who made? Did Eddie apologize to you?
No, we didn't even do that. It was kind of like, hey,
you didn't hash out the old stuff.
It's been 8 years. 8 years, man. Can you imagine?
So I don't understand something.
It was really about all of a sudden we kind of were talking, hanging out,
No, you weren't.
Cool. I went in to hear some. Ed says, "Man, wait till you hear the stuff I've been working on. I've been
jam with Al every day, and so I was interested. I love music, and there's no question about the brilliance of the music of Van Halen from the beginning till the day they die. So when I heard the music, it was just extremely inspiring. I started writing lyrics. We started jamming. We just jammed. That's what it was, like getting together.
Now, wait a second. Be honest with me. Stop the filibuster here for a second. Answer some questions.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Is it not uncomfortable when you're in a room with a bunch of guys who summarily fired you with, like, just a quick phone call on Father's Day morning? Mm-hmm. I mean, how do you get past that? Like all of a sudden, hey, we're bros. I mean, to be in a band together, you got to be tight. There's got to be a weird vibe.
You want to know the truth, Howard? We've been in a band together now we've been jamming and playing music for about 3 months. So we've gotten past all kinds of stuff. Believe me, the first time I started trying to play music with these guys, I was nervous until the music started playing. The music is why I joined the band to begin with. Way back in 1985, I didn't plan on joining Van Halen. I was doing fine out there in my solo career. I started playing music with these guys, and I just go, wow, you got to do this. This is good.
You know what it was? I'll bet you when he started fighting with David Lee Roth on the road.
No.
No, Dave had nothing to do with none of this.
Let me ask you something.
Wait a minute. You guys going deep into the closet now.
When Eddie is in a jam session with you and you're working on some new material, and he puts his arm around you, bro, it feels great, man, bro. Oh, man, bro.
You gotta know that.
You gotta know you're not his bro.
Right behind that is another firing.
There's another knife in your back.
Nah.
I'll be there for you when the breaks up. You gotta be like the battered wife. You gotta be sitting there going, when the hell's the bad stuff gonna happen?
Every time Eddie looks up.
No, I'm not battered at all.
And those two other idiots never stood up to Eddie when he fired you. Now you gotta be having some kind of resentment. Now stop it.
No, absolutely not, Howard. There's nothing like that going on. It's so far beyond that. My life is so awesome. Anything that happens that I do it because I want to do it.
I can't even believe what I'm hearing.
You know what's going to happen, Howard? The shows are going to go out. They're going to sell out in 5 minutes. We're going to go out and be the greatest.
I'm coming to the show.
World, and everybody's just going to go,
bro,
wow,
I'm coming to the show, I said. I'm coming to the show.
Oh,
I got to see it.
You come to all of them. I'll put you on my plane.
All right.
Okay.
You're touring with Van Halen.
Well, I'm probably going to have a lot of free time, so I'll be able to do it.
You're Sammy Hagar's girlfriend.
Rico, go ahead real quick for Sammy Hagar, who's
first. Hey, now, what's happening, guys? Hey, good morning, Sammy. What a privilege. Couple questions, Sammy. Your favorite Van Halen song that you did with Van Halen. Mine is When It's Love and Get Up. Another one. OU812, who did most of the writing for that album? Because that, to me, is the best Van Halen album ever.
All right, what is your favorite Van Halen song?
I got to go with Dreams, but
and who wrote OU812? You wrote the whole thing, right?
No, the band we've written.
But you did 90% of the work.
Music, I write the lyrics.
You did 90% of the work. Is that what you're here to say?
I write all the lyrics.
That's it.
Howard. That's my job. I'm the lyricist and the melody man.
Boy, I can't believe what I'm seeing here today. This is something. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I do
hear... you need to spend more time on the West Coast or like in Cabo or something so that you can you got to just, you got to get a little looser with yourself.
Hey, who's Eddie?
Go through life. It's a lot easier.
Who's Eddie?
Who's got that East Coast edge on you,
Who's Eddie banging now that Valerie Bertinelli's out of the picture?
Everybody.
Really?
Oh, man, my man's doing good. You'd be proud of him.
Do you have chicks?
Is he busy?
Do you have chicks at the rehearsals?
It's hard. Well, it's hard to spend any time with him. He's busy, man.
He's busy with the chicks.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Doing well for
No
himself.
wonder he has
I'm
to
telling
get
you
back
right
out
now.
there. He's got to find dates.
Yeah, now that he's single, he's motivated to go out there and get some girls. Thank God for being single.
I hear what Sammy's saying, that, when the music is playing, everything's fine.
It is. Absolutely.
But,
you nailed it, Robin.
What's it like afterwards?
Afterwards, I get the hell out of there, man.
Yeah, Paulette, you're on the air.
Before a fight breaks out.
Yeah, Howard, I just have to say, I love you guys to death. But I have to tell you, Sammy, you're an idiot. I cannot believe you're going to go back.
Oh, here we go.
Why?
I grew up listening to Van Halen, and I did, the Van Hagar thing. I've seen you guys in concert in Connecticut and everything, and I just have to say, I can't believe you're going to go back. They're going to crap all over you all over again. I wish you luck, but I think you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Well, don't beat the guy up.
He's already in a...
You know what I'm going to do, Howard? I think I'm going to go into hiding until all this is over. I'm going to go underground.
Let me explain what you're saying. I think what you're saying is this. Look, you loved your time in Van Halen. You know creatively it was a great experience.
Absolutely.
You were angry with them, and rightfully so, dude. I mean, you don't get called up over the phone and get fired from a band.
Well, when somebody takes something you love that much away from you,
and I think you're always going to harbor in your heart some sort of like, hey, Eddie's a bit of a jerk, and the other guys are jerks for not standing up for you and everything else, but you're saying, hey, you know what? Why do I have to give up the thing I love? Just because they're jerks, it's in part my band, too.
Hey, this Van Halen, for me, has always been about the creativity of the music. We were great buddies, and for 9.5 of the 11 years I was in the band before.
It's just going to be weird sitting on the plane.
And it feels better than it ever did now.
The only thing I feel bad for you is it's going to be weird sitting on the plane because those three dudes teamed up against you.
No,
and they're always
we're grown up. We're all past all
Whenever
that.
we've
hugged and kissed and had it out a couple of times and written some great songs, and that's it's
but
so far
whenever
beyond
you see
that
them
now.
whispering on the plane together, you're going to think they're talking about you.
It's like Survivor, like when you start to see people go off into the bushes, you start to get
I'll
a little
probably ride in the bathroom.
Well, you know what it is too. Look, when
I'll
David
just stay in the bathroom the whole time.
When David Lee Roth was out of Van Halen, I mean, those guys, they got Sammy, and Sammy kept things going. And I think they took for granted that they could just put anyone in there.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And in a way, Sammy said, okay, go put another guy. See if you think it's that easy. Sometimes lightning strikes twice, but it don't always strike 3 times.
Right.
How about 4?
Right. So I heard Gary Sharon's the roadie on this trip. Going to tune the guitars.
I got no problem with nobody, with nothing. If this thing goes for 100 years or goes for 15 minutes more, I'm telling you, I think the time is right,
We should call Eddie up and fire him.
Call him.
We should go, hey, Eddie, you're fired from the band.
Eddie, you're fired.
Sammy's got to get some sleep, man.
All right, go back to bed. Thanks for picking up the phone.
I'm on the West Coast, folks.
Thanks for picking up the phone, man.
Peace and love, Howard.
Good luck with the tour.
And honest to God, I swear, you be my special guest any place you want to be. You come back. I got to hang with you sometime instead of us always bantering each other.
Yeah, hey, bro, let me tell you something.
Do a couple shots and talk,
I've come to know you. You're a good dude. I see you're a solid guy. I hope these guys don't burn you. I really do.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen. They can't, and it's not. That isn't in the cards now. That all that stuff.
Yeah, how would he get burned?
Exactly.
Well, look, it's embarrassing to be thrown out of a band. It doesn't matter. It's not about the money. It's about the listen.
But Sammy's done it once, and he knows he can survive, so.
You know when a woman gets punched in the face over and over by her husband?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he's going to go back.
Howard, wait a minute. Who you been hanging with, bro?
I know what you're saying. You're saying Sammy's a woman.
No, I'm saying Sammy's like a battered woman with that band. These guys think they can just push him around, and you know what? He's a good dude. He deserves better.
Wait, Howard, you're selling some tickets now, brother.
There you go, bro. The Battered Wife Tour.
You know what? Sammy
I'll see you on tour. I'm telling you, Robin, you get your ass down there too.
All right.
Peace, you guys. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'm going back to bed, man.
Bye,
Sam. Well, first, let me apologize to Ed and Al for this conversation. Ed, Al, Mike, hey, I'm sorry they caught me, man.
You're already
they
fired.
Me.
All right. Take care.
Oh, he's great.
Eddie Van Halen, 2006.
Is that Eddie Van Halen?
That's Eddie Van Halen.
Wow.
You can't tell?
What do I know? Oh, that's good. Wonder how he felt about David Lee Roth's radio show. He probably
I wonder if he heard it.
It's probably like, why the hell's he doing that?
I notice he hasn't stopped to do radio.
Yeah. She doesn't want to lose that cool factor. Eddie.
Hi, Howard.
How you doing, man?
Great, Howard.
We're checking out some of your tunes, man. Listen to this.
We should have asked him, who is this guy? We got this new guy. See if he recognizes himself.
That's pretty good, man. Listen to that. It's crazy. You're the best guitarist that ever lived, right?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Hey now.
Does he consider himself the best, or who does he think is the best?
Who's better than you?
At what?
Guitar.
Oh, I don't know.
Think about it. There's no one, right? You're the best that ever lived. Hendrix, maybe. It's you and Hendrix and...
What do you think of Hendrix?
You know, he used a bunch of pedals and stuff, and I couldn't afford the shit. So you get the 7-second delay, don't you?
Yeah.
We don't need it.
Don't need it. Yeah, you can say whatever you want now. You're on satellite.
Well, fuck me around it if you can catch me.
So you're saying Jimi Hendrix was
a hack?
Bullshit.
No. He did some crazy shit, you know, but I don't know. I couldn't afford the wah pedal, the fuzz box, you know, all that stuff. So I kind of did my own thing.
Right. What's going on? You going to come out and play music, or are you going to just, you know,
doing this?
You're doing that all day?
I had no idea the piano was actually my main instrument.
That's what I was reading. I'm shocked.
Yeah, and then I read that...
I play cello, I play drums, and I think the world does know that my brother took my drums while he was playing guitar. And I said, okay, fuck you, take my drums, I'll play your damn guitar.
Yeah, David Lee Roth never wanted piano in Van Halen.
I know.
And then...
you mean cubit zirconium?
Right. You're never going to do a reunion with him, are you?
You know, I'm open to anything is the thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? He makes it seem like you're the difficult.
You know, in 2000, Alex and I tried to pull something together with him.
So that really was true?
Oh, yeah.
So what happened?
You tell me.
You couldn't stand being around him?
No. The guy's a loose cannon, but at the same time, you know, I can deal with loose cannons.
Right.
Everybody says you're the problem.
Oh, yeah. Because I don't respond or talk about this stuff. You know, here's, you know, I get a new lick for everyone. It's like, you know, Mike, the bass player, you know, I call him Sauce Sobolewski. His name isn't Mike Anthony. It's Michael Sobolewski.
You still like Michael Anthony? I get a feeling you don't dig him anymore.
It's not a matter of digging him. It's a matter of them digging me.
Yeah, he's out touring with Sammy now,
yeah,
right?
with the Little Red Rocker.
What kind of horseshit is that? You're telling me...
Actually, the Little Red Worm.
You're telling me the little chubby guy is running around with Hagar?
Oh, yeah. Well, they're both kind of chubby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're a little wider than they are tall.
Michael Anthony had the best mullet ever.
I got nothing bad to say about these guys. You know, they're doing. The only thing I got to say is that they're out there billing themselves as the other half of Van Halen.
Oh.
No, my brother is the other half of Van Halen.
Right.
That's my brother, Alex. Well, I'm the other half of Van Halen.
I didn't even know Sammy Hagar was with Michael Anthony.
Yeah, he always seemed to be pretty close to Michael.
Well, I rest my case.
Yeah, I didn't know at all.
Because they're out there selling hot sauce and tequila. It's about the music.
Yeah, right.
And they're playing all my music.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're playing all your songs?
Yeah. That's why they're billing themselves as the other half of Van Halen.
I'm sure, yeah.
You know, that don't bother me. It just makes them a cover band, you know?
So have you said to them, listen, let's cut the horse shit and let's get Van Halen going?
No.
You don't care anymore. You got tons. How much money you got now? You got to be worth what? 100 million?
Me?
Yeah.
You know, I don't do anything for monetary reasons. I'm a musician, you know. I don't even know what the hell a rock star is.
Yeah, but dude, you made tons of money.
Like a meteor comet or something, you know?
How many albums did you sell?
Oh, shit, we got to be over 100 billion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to have tons of money.
And all the touring. I mean, they toured.
Well, don't forget, you know, when we first got signed, you know, we had a Motown deal.
A Motown deal.
Yeah. So your money went out the window.
Yeah.
I personally have bought that first album, just called Van Halen, about 14 times.
Yeah.
On different things, CD, cassette.
Well, I thank you. That's probably why we sold 100 million.
Yeah.
It's all Artie.
Yeah. So, Eddie, I don't understand something. So now you're sitting around, you're writing music. But
I have so much music. Ask Michael Nin, who's also on the phone. He's the director of the movie.
Oh, is that the cat who made the porno movie?
Well, you know, I don't call it porn.
What do you call it?
Sex.
Oh.
What's going on with sex with you? You got to be banging some hot chicks now that you're single.
Yeah.
Yeah, who you getting? You got a girlfriend?
You have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who you banging?
Huh?
Who you banging?
Well, you mean who's she banging?
Right, well, what do we mean? What, is she an actress?
She's right here.
She is?
Yeah, her name's Janie.
Is she a model?
She's actually a press agent.
You're kidding me. She must be super hot.
Damn right.
How'd you two meet?
At a press conference.
How long you been with her?
How long have we been together? 2 months?
Oh, so you've been playing the field pretty heavy, huh?
No, come on, Howard. You know me good enough, man. You know, how often do I do interviews, or when do you see me on Entertainment Tonight, or Extra, or all that BS? I don't even respond to, what.
What about your son? He's a good guitar player. He must be getting laid.
Oh,
Did he?
Wait.
You think he's getting laid yet?
You have no idea. For the last 2.5 weeks, he just started school 2 days ago. Alex, Wolfgang, and I. Okay, for one, his main instrument is drums. Number 2 is guitar. And about 3 weeks ago, he started playing bass. This kid is fucking dangerous. This kid excels at the speed of light.
Really?
This is, my brother goes, this is the first time I've had bass in my headphones.
Oh.
This kid is a groove monster. He is taller than me.
Is he getting laid?
He's only 15 years old.
Oh, you're kidding.
Eddie, is he getting laid?
Musician.
Is he getting laid?
I'm sure he is.
How hot are the chicks he brings home?
He's definitely spanking it. I know that.
How do you know that?
Well, come on.
He's found the socks or something.
Yeah. You spend 45 minutes in the bathroom. You ain't taking a shower.
You got you got custody of the kid, or is Valerie?
Yeah, Valerie and I have joint custody.
That's good. So you get to see him and stuff.
Oh, I see him every day. Like, hey, we teach this kid play bass, guitar, and drums. He can do anything I do on guitar.
How great would it be to have Eddie Van Halen as your dad? I mean,
It sounds pretty cool.
what does he do with you all day, Vic? Do you guys jam?
Well, he's in school now, but yeah, the last couple of weeks, Alex, he and I jammed.
He says he's already a world-class musician.
This kid is dangerous, I'm telling you, man.
And now that's not just a proud dad talking, is it?
No,
And he comes home from school and he jams with you dudes and like hangs out.
Well, no, this was during summer vacation.
Oh, all right.
The school he goes to is just wicked, man. They lay so much fucking homework on you, man. I would say, hey, I'd have someone else do it for me.
Do you tell him that? You should just say, why don't you just hire someone and get him to
we'll hire someone for that.
Hire abroad.
All right, so let me sum up this part of it, this part of the interview. You're telling me you would go back out on the road with either Hagar or David Lee Roth. You wouldn't go back on the road with Hagar. I think you've had it with him.
I'm pretty much open to anything, but what's going to happen is there's a new Van Halen
emerging
member involved, and that is my son.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that Michael Anthony can't even come back.
I'm hearing Michael Anthony's out and your son is in.
Let's just say my son is in, and Soboleski can do whatever the hell he wants.
Does Wolfgang sing?
Oh.
Sounds to me like you're upset with Michael Anthony so much that you're revealing his real name.
I'm not. Well, that is his real name.
Yeah. Why did he change it to Michael Anthony? Is he embarrassed by being a Soboleski?
Fuck me, I don't know. I think he lost him.
So you're saying there's a new Van Halen lineup. It's you, your brother, your son, and whatever idiot you can get to sing.
It sounds like Wolfgang can sing too, though.
Well, if you get Wolfgang to sing, then
put it this way, the name Van Halen, the family legacy, is going to go on way after I'm gone. This kid is fucking dangerous.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Can't wait.
He will.
Okay.
Fasten your seatbelt. Because this kid is just a natural.
January 2012.
I was on the internet, and I apologize. I can't remember who sent me the link. Maybe it was Richard Christie, that Van Halen got together with David Lee Roth. The David Lee Roth Van Halen and Eddie Van Halen's son, Wolfgang, playing bass. They got together at Cafe Wa, where Uncle Manny worked.
Oh, so they did a little music?
Yeah, I guess they're preparing for a tour.
Yeah, they've announced that they have an album coming out and a new tour.
I was so excited. Some guy recorded some of the tracks on his flip phone or something, and it was pretty bad in terms of quality. You couldn't really hear David Lee Roth singing, but the band sounded great. And actually, I was surprised to see how well Wolfgang played the bass. I think, according to superfans, he's improved.
Yeah, I was reading some stuff about, how they felt about Wolfie last time out.
Right.
They thought he didn't really fill the shoes of Michael Anthony, so he's gotten better.
Yeah, and real Van Halen fans go, but still missing Michael Anthony's backup vocals. Whatever.
Right.
I was watching, and I love Van Halen. I think they're a great band. But it is a really odd dynamic now with David Lee Roth and all of the breakups Van Halen has had in the past. And you watch it, and you're just sitting there trying to read Eddie's face if he just wants to throw up working with David Lee Roth. Because Eddie really, when he jams and stuff, he really gets into his band, and he gets into David Lee Roth, and he's staring at him. They're looking at each other, because it's part of the fun of the band.
Right, to see them getting into each other.
But you're just watching for cracks in the whole presentation.
You probably won't see it now.
Right.
What you wait for is what happens on the road when they're together all the time.
Well, David Lee Roth started talking for what seemed like 20 minutes on stage about all kinds of stuff about Lady Gaga. Then he started rambling about this and that and the other thing.
About can't keep his mouth shut.
When he was an EMT worker and Uncle Manny and all this stuff that he did on the radio show. And a lot of the fans are running. David, just shut up and let him play the music. Because they got a pretty fantastic set list, with all the songs Van Halen has. But I love watching to see
the dynamic. Yeah.
I like to watch Eddie Van Halen's face as he stares at David Lee Roth. He's smiling now. And, it starts out good, and then you wonder when it's going to get really ugly. And then, David goes over and starts sort of, jamming with Wolfgang. And, Alex Van Halen sounds like he's as good as ever on drums.
Right, Alex is a great drummer.
But you're watching all their faces to see if they're just starting to hate David Lee Roth. I got to say, it's a fantastic dynamic.
You go just to see that?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the last time out, too, I recall seeing an early version, early part of the tour. And, everything was great and they were really tight. And as time went on, Eddie started not being able to remember what he was playing.
Yeah, I don't know. He
and
seemed
all
pretty
kinds
coherent.
of things like that started to go on. So you have to also watch that.
Yeah. And there's some new Van Halen song that was actually an old Van Halen demo that they're putting out.
Oh, they pulled something out of the mothballs?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody cares anymore, but I did. I like it.
This has been a Howard Stern production. The Tapes.
Truck on that! It's history! You want to hear something really funny?
What?
All right. Everyone knows that not only is this show the funniest when it comes to ad-libbed humor, but prepared humor, it's tops.
Oh, stellar.
And every once in a while we actually get to work and do a bit.
Did you do that?
Well, no, actually, here's a new commercial. This is a commercial we'd like to hear. How's that?
Okay.
All right, a commercial we'd like to hear.
Now that Sammy Hagar is out of Van Halen and David Lee Roth is back on welfare and totally out of the question, is there anyone charismatic enough to be the new frontman for Van Halen? Well, make way for Crackhead Bob.
Oh, you gotta do it now. You gotta do it into your dad lag. So, you gotta do it now. You gotta do it in your dad's night.
Wow. Van Halen, featuring new lead singer, Crackhead Bob.
Dr. Bed, Dr. Bed, Dr. Bed. Dr. Peter,
Crackhead Bob, and Van Halen.
I got up and I was down. I got up, knocking on down.
Sure, he sings like he's got a mouthful of marbles, but he's certainly less annoying than Sammy Hagar and much more controllable than David Lee Roth.
Touching it alone, touching it with you.
God!
don't say it.
Crackhead Bob may look like Curly from the Three Stooges and drag his foot like Bob Dole's dance instructor, but can he rock? Since Eddie quit drinking, Van Halen has really been dull. But with Crackhead Bob as the new lead singer, the songs will never sound the same.
This is gonna take. That is life. This freedom. This today. That is life. This freedom.
Van Halen, featuring the new lead singer, Crackhead Bob. Look for the tour this fall.
Down, thump, thump. Down, thump.
Might as well dump. Might as well thump.
No, dump.
Dump. No. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? Isn't that great?
Isn't it funny how the crack messed up his speech so that everything starts with a T or a D?
Yeah, that's cool. Crack has a consistency that no other drug has. It gives you that T and D thing. They call it the T and Ds. That's Crackhead Bob.
Well, I was afraid that if Bob started to sing, his speech would clear up, like some stutter.
Like Mel Tillis?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't be afraid. You were afraid. I saw Crackhead Bob down here yesterday because we were cutting that thing, and he does look like Curly from the Three Stooges now. He put on a little weight, and he waxed his head.
I know, he's cut off all of his hair.
Yeah, it's really frightening.
I don't think he can handle, the combing thing, so he just decided to get rid of the hair.
How great was that bit?
That was incredible.
Yeah, that might be the funniest thing we've done in a long time. Crackhead Bob joins Van Halen. I heard it.
It's so apropos because I understand now that they're saying that David Lee Roth is not rejoining the band.
No.
He's just working on this new greatest hits album.
Yeah, I can't seem to get confirmation on any of this. Sammy was supposed to call in, then he canceled, and David Lee suddenly, who used to call in every week.
We can't get him on the phone either?
Yeah, now he's unavailable.
Oh, man.
I gotta play that again later, Crackhead Bob and Van Halen.
We ought to play it for them. I wish they could hear it.
David Lee's guy said that he's going into the studio, but he hasn't gone in yet, so since he doesn't have anything to talk about.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah, thanks, David.
What about all those years he was doing absolutely nothing as he came on?
Yeah, he had nothing to talk about the last 15 appearances he was on.
The guy talked to us about buying pot in Washington Square Park. Why can't he talk about this?
I don't know.
This is much bigger.
People responding to the Crackhead Bob bit?
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
I want to hear it again now. Why do you have to wait?
Well, but you make people wait, then they have to listen all morning.
Oh.
See?
It was so good.
Yeah, people loved it. Look, they love Crackhead Bob.
And, that's it, but that's all.
All right. Chris, you're on the air.
Hey, dude.
Hey.
I just peed myself.
Come on, don't you want to hear it again?
Oh, dude, play it all day. I don't care.
Yeah, Crackhead Bob singing Van Halen.
Oh, man, that's classic.
Hey, Freddie, do we have any outtakes from Crackhead Bob?
All outtakes.
Yeah, right.
Nothing but outtakes.
No, but I mean, do we have actual...
The making of?
I can have Scott roll some stuff off.
Okay, good.
Did it take more than one take to do this?
Jack, could you explain?
We kind of went for any take where he got one word that was somewhat like when we got
near
Igalo.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Igalo.
On to the next tune.
Just the Igalo.
Because Jackie was going, there's no way he's going to do it.
Well, you know what I'd like to hear? I'd like to hear the raw tape of you guys trying to get him to sing.
Yeah.
It was frightening.
Yeah.
Fred said,
because I went off to the movie and Fred and Jackie said, we'll work with Crackhead Bob. And I just said, well, run tape on everything because...
They didn't know what they were saying.
Yeah.
We didn't know whether to go for a whole song or just little snippets. And Fred looked at me and he said, "I'm not crazy, right? There's no way we're gonna get a song out of this."
No.
I just wanted to double check. I'm going he's doing okay, but I don't think there's a song in here.
Now let me ask you something. Can he read, or do you have to give him the line?
You know what? We went down and blew up the lyrics. And then he just put it in his bad hand, and it just kind of hung there.
Yeah, he didn't try to read them.
But he couldn't. What really doesn't translate the tape is every time the thing started, and Fred pointed at him like that,
right?
And nothing came out.
Yeah.
He can't start on cue.
Don't admit the dab, and it's like, okay, 1, 2, 3.
And then you forget running with the devil?
And you forget. And you go, you can see the frustration coming out of him because he really wanted to get it. He really wanted to sing it.
I've been informed that Scott, the engineer, is working on outtakes right now. So
wonderful.
Yeah, okay. So anyway,
let's hear the making of Crackhead Bob's commercial.
All right, this is the making of Crackhead Bob's commercial.
What is that?
All right, wait a second. So, can someone help tell me what's going on here? This is just Bob in the production studio.
I don't know where we are.
All right, this is just Bob and Fred and Jackie trying to get Crackhead Bob to sing.
Yeah.
All right.
What are you trying to?
What are we gonna do with?
See, what we're gonna do is we're making you the new lead vocalist of Van Halen.
Okay.
Is what we're gonna do because they fired Sammy Hagar. They don't want David Lee Roth back.
Okay.
So you're gonna be the new lead vocalist of Van Halen. So there you go. You gotta sing.
Yeah. Nothing better than Fred, Eric, explaining stuff to Crackhead Bob.
Trying to keep him calm.
Right.
Because he was a little nervous.
George Martin.
Because he was actually shaking a little bit. I think he was like feeling really nervous.
Well, you ever see Dr. Strangelove?
Yes.
Remember, was it Dr. Strangelove where Peter Sellers' arm used to
go over,
and it would go up, and then Peter Sellers would have to slap his own arm down?
Right.
His Crackhead Bob's arm just keeps creeping up too, and he has to keep smacking his arm down like this.
Like a puppet.
Right.
Are you kidding?
No, so there's a whole thing going on here.
Trying not to watch it. It was mesmerized.
So go ahead and jump.
Thump.
So take it from there. Now you're singing. What part are you singing now?
The.
Right.
Thump. Oh, they.
It's okay. Just take your time.
It's okay. One more time.
Okay. Scott, you want to just play the music along, but don't play it.
Look at Fred, like try to be social worker.
Not
patronizing.
I'm trying to help him because
he is.
Yeah, but that calm voice, you're like, that's okay.
Take your time.
Take your time.
Me and
like,
Fred
what else is he going to do?
Nothing more annoying than Fred's calm voice.
Jackie is sitting in the corner, like ready to burst out laughing.
Jackie.
And I'm like even trying to calm myself down.
Why have Jackie in there trying to help?
What did Jackie do?
Hey, you're funny. Because Jackie is usually very good at helping me make the people be very calm.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, when does that happen?
No, I was going through the lyrics with him and stuff, but I early on you realize there's no way to avoid laughing because if you tried to hold it in, you would have fell over.
Yeah. You almost laughed in his face at one point. That was really bad.
So that he can't hear what we're doing.
Fred's calm, mental patient voice, like, okay.
I'm dealing with a less than advantaged person.
Meanwhile, that's how you have to deal with Fred when you talk to him.
I took from you guys.
Don't pay attention to that. Just because what we're doing is basically we're cheating here.
Okay, that's okay.
Now I might as well
dump.
Might as well jump.
Go ahead and jump.
Go ahead and jump.
Okay. Now,
I don't know how they ever got this done.
So now you're teaching him how to do it, and then he's got to do it on his own, right? Because your voice can't be there.
And that was the hard part, was making that bridge.
You know what? At one point, Fred says, Jack, does it make any sense for me to sing along with him?
No.
I'll sing with him and he'll sing. And I said, are you crazy? Like, not even one letter is going to match it.
Right.
Yeah,
but also it would have ruined it. You got to hear him doing it by himself.
No, I was going to put it on a separate track. So
so that he could erase himself.
Oh, I see.
We didn't have any idea.
So in other words, you gave him the lyrics, but he can't read them.
I don't think so. And how do you ask a guy, can you read?
Right. Can you read?
We blew it up.
That's not a question that comes up with most adults.
Right.
Look, the guy took crack. There are questions.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's like, you don't want to.
Yeah, we said, will it help if we, blow up the lyrics so they're big enough for you to read? Oh, yeah.
Then you realize he sat on his head.
Yeah, sure.
Put him on a blimp.
Yeah. Ride him in the sky. Get skywriting.
That's his answer for every question.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
You realize that every answer is, oh, yeah.
And we realized early on that every word was
Now, let me ask you. At the very beginning of the tape, he says, what are we doing? Now, was that your first explanation to him of what he was going to be doing?
Probably the fifth.
That was the first explanation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. Now.
Daddy, dump. Daddy, dump.
Oh, very good.
Daddy, dump. Daddy, dump.
Got it bad. I'm hot for teacher. Got it bad.
You still got it. Might as well jump still.
Got it bad.
I'm hot for teacher.
Teacher.
Oh.
Want to try that again?
Got it bad, got it bad.
Got it bad, got it bad, got it bad.
Got a teacher.
He loves to jump in with that one word.
The whole rest of it, he's gone. He loves that teacher.
We had such a horrible thing happen. He was singing, and then he doubled himself.
Right,
and
right.
It actually kind of came a little bit close.
Yeah.
And then they played it. Scott played it back so we could hear it. And Bob kind of sat back and sang along with it in like a third or a fifth above in a perfect harmony. And Fred looked at me like, "Wow!"
Right.
And we never could get him to do it again.
It was one of those things.
Right, Fred?
It was so sad because
Let me hear the rest of this.
Got a bed, got a bed, got a bed. I'm that a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, one more time.
Got a bed, got a bed, got a bed. Got a teacher.
Feature.
He has no clue what he's singing.
Got a bed, got a bed. Got a teacher.
Wanna try it again?
Got a bed, got a bed, got a bed. Dr. Peeper.
Dr. Peeper.
Dr. Peepers.
Fred kept saying one more time.
Ah,
I'm like,
come
why?
on.
It's getting worse.
The more you do it, the worse it gets.
Done.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. So the line's going to be got it bad.
Got a bed, got a bed.
I'm
Got a teacher.
Right. It's basically the same thing both times.
Got a bed, got a bed, got a bed. Dr. Tita.
I just want to
hear the pizza.
Got a pizza. Got a pizza.
Oh.
Really got it.
Oh, now you got to do.
Oh boy.
No, this is the girl.
Oh boy.
This might have been the.
Which one is this? You really got me now?
Yeah.
Girl,
I
you
didn't
really
think
got
this
me
was
now.
Girl, you really got me now.
And he knows this song.
He knows this song.
He knows this.
So you got to do it now. You got to do.
This is where I started to lose it.
Yes.
Oh.
It's like being in a mental home.
Oh man.
You got to do it now. You got to do it today.
Kids, don't do crack.
Oh.
Until.
You want to sing it like the real song?
Oh yeah, I want to.
All right. We'll do it until we get it.
Jackie's like, I'll never get home.
Oh man.
Fred's Mr. Patient.
He's got a gun to his head. At this
Yeah, right. I just want to go home.
Come on, the Jenny's calling.
Oh, go down now. You gotta do. Oh, go down.
Give him going darn.
Everything in life is a challenge.
Because like when he gets to it, he goes.
Oh,
You really got
down
me
now.
You got me, though I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, gotta do it now. Now it's doing that damn thing. Oh, you gotta do it now.
You got me so I can't sleep at night.
Do you know David Lee Roth had to be taught these songs the same way?
Same way. Oh dear.
There you go.
Right.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, we know it now. You gotta do it that you're not nice. Oh, you gotta do it now. You gotta do it and you're not right.
One more time. He got it.
What's wrong with you, Fred?
What do you mean one more time?
All right. Should we walk through the lyrics?
Walk.
Oh, yeah. Why'd you get a wheelchair and go through those
maybe
lyrics?
if we went one word at a time, he could spit them back, but it
He was
makes
doing
no
fine.
difference. No
Yeah.
Like, oh, you want to walk through? Yeah.
Repeat after me, girl.
Oh,
And if you let me see repeat it, guys.
It sounds exactly the same.
This is when Jackie almost started to laugh.
And he's supposed to repeat after you say it, not during while you say it.
you know, you.
Because you make me forget what the words are.
Oh,
right.
You really got
that
me.
now.
You got me so.
Don't.
He's not even listening. He's doing whatever you do.
You got me so I can't sleep at night.
So, you gotta.
You really got me now.
You really got me
do it now.
You got me
So I don't know what I'm doing. Jackie don't even
Fred
know.
just.
Yep. Girl.
So,
You really got me.
now.
You got me so I don't know what I'm doing.
You had me so I
No.
didn't know what I was doing.
You didn't know what you were doing.
He forgot.
Because I beat him the first line, and he got so little of it. I'm like, do I give him the next one, or are we still on this one?
I got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. Oh, Crackhead Bob's on the phone. He just wants to say a quick hi.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, wait. Crackhead Bob.
Yes?
Yeah, congratulations on your commercial.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
He thinks so.
Do you love it?
Yeah, I love that.
You like to sing, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Do you usually sing?
What?
Do you ever sing at home?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
You do?
Yeah.
Right. You're good. What is it?
I don't know that, but I think.
You got a great idea?
We'll have Bob pick some songs and come in, and we'll play Name That Tune. But
Oh, that's
he can
funny.
actually sing them, and we'll try.
Hey, Bob, you want to do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
You come in. You pick a couple of songs, Gary and Jackie
Some of
and
your
Fred.
favorites.
You'll pick some of your favorites. You'll sing them, and the audience tries to guess them for valuable prizes. It'll be the Crackhead Bob game. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you have favorite songs? Is there a song you know you could sing right now? Sing a song right now that you know. I don't care what it is.
Singing lately?
I don't even care if it's Row, Row, Row Your Boat.
Yeah, nursery rhymes.
No, don't sing Row, Row, Row Your Boat. Sing a different one. See?
Uh-oh.
Sing anything you know.
Oh, no, I just did it.
You just did it.
Yeah, he sang a bunch of songs yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sing any song you know, even if it's a child song.
Done.
Okay, like, you know Fairies Jaka?
Say, doctor, baby doctor, say the you.
Doctor.
Right. See, but I told you that one. You got to think of one on your own so we can play the game. Okay.
Think of a song.
We stumped him.
I love the way his brain works. It
I know.
doesn't.
There's nothing going on. You know there's nothing. There's only 10 billion songs. Like, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he know Led Zeppelin?
Who's your favorite artist? You like Bruce Springsteen?
No, Clapton.
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 All right, so sing something.
Sing one of Clapton's tunes.
Oh, baby. I just...
I just like hearing the brain working.
Maybe Gary could work with him a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Don't you have a Clapton? Pick up an album. Oh, we can't read.
I like to hear the machinations of the brain.